Andrew.
You're in? You're good.
Is your thing says Andrew Chamberlin, right? Is your actual... Yes. It's okay. Is your thing saying Andrew Chamberlain? Yeah. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Are you in Zoom?
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing.
Sorry. Is your name with Andrew Chamberlain on this?
I have no idea.
You sure? He's live right now, right?
Yeah, but it's okay. We can just have the benchmark for something. Oh, is your mic on now?
I think so. So I think we're trying to do a Zoom call, but
With another CEO.
with another CEO, and having some challenges getting that connected. So as we're waiting here, I believe I'm still live. Yeah, all right, cool. So it's we're at 11:10. 11:10. Been at this 8 hours now. 8 hours. A third of the way through the process. Still have quite a few people out. It's getting a lot quieter here in downtown Brooksville. So we're still rolling strong here. I'm gonna save some of these questions. Might answer one in just a moment, but hopefully we can get this Zoom going. But if you are still with us and you want to pose more questions or ask other things, that'd be great. We'll be happy to take those and try to answer those to the best of our ability. It's been really enjoyable this evening talking with so many people. We've had quite a few really good conversations, and I think hopefully we're getting this next one lined up.
You should be joining us in a second. You see what I'm saying?
Yep, stand by. Stand by. America Road is in Brooksville, Florida.
Do I keep this muted or unmute it?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I see our tech guy right now. I think we're good. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So what's it going like for you guys?
Do you know what's going on?
Hey, give me just hearing a lot from the
phone deal. Yeah, I can hear him in Florida there. Yeah, things are going well here in Hastings. It's pretty. It's an interesting thought to be talking to you clear in Florida there. And
Yeah,
what
I'm
would
sure it's a little warmer here than it is for you all.
yeah? What's your temperature right now?
I would guess it's in the low 70s.
Okay, actually, we're probably about the same. I'm supposed to get down to about like 56 or 58 degrees tonight.
Okay, all right. Yeah,
So
I think one of the things that we've talked about is that's been kind of eye-opening to me is dealing with like here, like rain. We've had some rain and what that does for people's belongings and stuff like that. It's been a pretty that's been kind of an eye-opening thing to think about how. Hold on one second.
sure.
Okay, so we're not ready then?
We're
Not ready, or are
I
they
just
not ready?
Yeah, we're able to talk back and forth here.
Okay,
Yeah.
but did you ask them, or are they not ready to go?
Are you guys ready to go? Everything seems good on your end?
As far as I know, yes, but
Yes. I believe we're good, Sam.
You're on then.
Okay, very good. We're on it. Seems like everything's good to go here. And uh, talking to you guys in Brooksville, Florida, right?
yeah. So I don't know if you heard me speaking, but one of the things that's been interesting is talking about like we had some rain here and thinking about how those elements are, how they would affect an individual. So um it's just I don't know, it's just kind of a fascinating thing to think about things that we take advantage of being dry and so forth because it's not an everyday thought that hey, I gotta think about the rain and what that means to my daily existence.
Yeah, I think that's interesting too, and something we face here in Nebraska. Actually, I just heard that perhaps there was snow in western Nebraska last night, and as we get into the winter months here, it gets very difficult for people to survive out in the elements, like you're talking about. Last winter, especially last two Decembers, we've experienced like 30 below temperatures. So people coming into the mission with frostbite and like you say, like even outside of the elements, like I don't know how I could keep track of my belongings.
Yeah,
And I've realized over time, what people's belongings mean to them. You might only have a book bag with a little bit of stuff, but that means a lot to you.
yeah,
And so,
yeah. We were talking about that tonight, where we had individuals mentioning how they couldn't even feel like they didn't feel like they could go to sleep because if they fell asleep, somebody would take their bike, take their bag, just like that.
yeah, yeah, I've heard a lot of that too. And I'm just kind of curious, like, I haven't heard of Jericho Road in Brooksville, Florida. I think it's interesting for a lot of people here to hear about other ministries that are serving around the country. What is Jericho Road, and what's your ministry and program look like?
Yeah. We are located just north of Tampa, Florida. So we are in a growing area, but it's still, our homelessness is predominantly rural. So a lot of individuals are coming from what we would say from the woods.
Yeah,
Um, uh, our ministry is completely geared towards men and women facing substance abuse disorder. So every one of our beds are program beds, and our program is unique in the sense that we offer a 2 year plus stay. We're right now right around 100 beds for men and women, and every one of those are for individuals going through substance abuse because our data, our everything that we were seeing was the predominant cause of homelessness in our area and the primary reason for individuals seeking our services was linking back to substance abuse. So we made the decision in December 2023 to go full on substance abuse. So reshaped our staff, basically everything to go that direction. And so now we're right under 100 beds, and it's all for recovery. And we have that model, like I said, of a 2 year plus model. So it's 5 months is the first part of our program, which is very intense in the classes, and the internal style expectations. And then at month 3, we really try to help get a job and start doing the external. You graduate at 5 months, and then from month 5, the end of month 5, so month 6 to 10, it's like a step down in your requirements with us and more external requirements. Once you finish month 10, go from 11 to 25. That's when we are really pushing your external connections, and so it's our aim is to give you the time and space necessary to get those things really completed. So yeah, hopefully that's us, a good explanation of us in a nutshell. How about you guys?
Yeah. Well, we're kind of a unique mission in the sense that, like you, we're serving rural communities. Uh, we have what we call the Tri-Cities, Hastings, Kearney, and Grand Island, Nebraska, which are the largest populations in central Nebraska. And then outside of that, we're serving very rural areas. We're actually working to open a 20-bed facility in Lexington, Nebraska. And so not a large community, but presenting a large need. Last year, I think we had around 100 calls from that rural community of people who were needing homeless shelter services. And we kind of see some different things. I definitely can hear you loud and clear when you talk about substance abuse. And we start to unpack, approximately 1,200 people a year who live at Crossroads in one of our facilities. And the questions that we're asking, indicate that, and the answers we're getting indicate that the leading causes of homelessness here too are drug and alcohol addiction and mental health, and the combination of both. And really, digging deep is just many times cycles of poverty. I grew up in a family that was this way. That's just kind of normal to us. This is what I know. I was talking earlier about a young man who started using meth with his mom when he was just 11 years old. And he's in his 20s trying to put his life together, right? And how do you even go from there? You don't know anything. Nobody's ever trained you. And so I think there's a lot of similarities,
Yeah,
just in the things that we're seeing and how to help people.
11 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah, you think about that and think about what that does to someone's development and then their expectation of life and how thwarted and how diminished it can be, right?
Right. Yeah. And it's just not a real fair shake at life. And but what happens is you become an adult, and then society still has an expectation, and that is for you to supposedly live this normal life where you get a job and you save your money and you buy a house and you get married. And there's just absolutely zero chance of that happening if that's how your life started. And desperate need for others to be involved in your life. And of course, the gospel, and hearing about Jesus Christ, and the saving grace of Christ, and that's been the exciting thing, I think, from tonight's conversations, is just hearing from people about that transformation that comes through a relationship with Christ. I was just sharing earlier about people who've sat across the desk from me at the mission, hearing the gospel, and sitting there with tears in their eyes saying, I've never heard that before.
Yeah. That was one of the things that, in a lot of the conversations I've already had this evening, like unprompted, not, I didn't want it to come off forced by no means. I just kind of want them to speak in their own words, and how many people brought it back to their faith in Christ. So that was the transformational element.
Yeah.
And, we strive really hard here at Jericho to, keep up as best as we can and continue to learn best practices, understand substance abuse, mental health, and we're excited to do that. But it's so fascinating to me time and time again how the element of the gospel is what's really bringing the change. And not that I'm surprised by that because of the transformational power, but it's like when we're going after the best practices, what we're learning is the gospel is the best practice.
Yeah, that's right. That's really truly the holistic approach, right? If we leave that element out of it, that aspect of ministry, then do we really have a lot to offer? And I talk about that a lot because we just started the conversation talking about living outdoors It's getting a little bit cooler out here. I might even put on a jacket here in a little bit.
Yeah.
And so you can never undermine like the importance of safe shelter, food to eat, and things like that. But that's just the opportunity we get. Like that sets us up to be able to share the gospel with someone that can hear loud and clear now because their basic needs are met.
Yeah, exactly. So you guys, you're saying you're seeing still a lot with the mental health substance abuse there. What are some of the things that you guys are learning that's helping you kind of serve um, those individuals in a better way?
Yeah, for me, coming into Crossroads, and even as I began working at Crossroads about 10 years ago, I think those things really confused me. It's like, how do you help these people? And that's what I love about being a part of Citygate, is what's bringing you and I together tonight. Is that
Yeah.
that connection through Citygate, to be able to both identify as missions who are passionate about the gospel. But I remember picking up a magazine from Citygate, and I love reading those. What are they called?
Insight.
Yeah, Insight, and reading an article about mental health in particular. I just thought it was so practical because it just started with encouraging us. You have to build a relationship with these people. You
Mhm.
have to build a trusting relationship with these people, and you have to be someone in their life that they feel safe with, that they can talk to, that you're not going to judge them or belittle them or kick them out of the homeless shelter because they're struggling with mental health. I think
Yeah.
that's been actually one of the most powerful things I've heard, being in ministry and ministering to people who are struggling with mental health.
Yeah, we've talked about that a lot tonight, and a phrase that it seems like we're continually getting to is making sure that we can understand the human is like these are humans. They're not. This isn't. It's not just some project or a case. These are real people, going through real things, and
Hmm.
then building that connection. One of the phrase, and this is not original with us. I don't know. I can't remember where I learned it, but it's a phrase we use a lot around here. Community is recovery, and the necessity of bringing people into that relationship so they do, like you said, feel safe. So the walls can start to come down, so we can really get to some of those deeper levels of things that need to happen.
Hmm. Yeah. I was just kind of curious. How old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah.
I'll be 40. Like, let's see, and I'm 39, but I'll be 40 soon.
Okay. So how long have you been working in the ministry there?
I've been the CEO for 7 years. So I started when I was 33. Been in the field now. Oh man, I don't know what it is. I'm having a hard time remembering all these things. So I think I've been doing this like almost 15 years, something like that now.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really interesting. I asked that because you and I are about the same age, and uh, so it's just kind of interesting, something that I'm seeing is a lot of younger, I say younger, I guess that's just because I want to feel young, but
Yeah.
yeah, men and women who are coming into the field and leading homeless shelters. And I think that's been pretty exciting to see new chapters of missions, uh, being able to continue on in their work.
Yeah. No, I think it's important because, you know, the need and the need is there, the work is there. Like, um, and if we don't have, individuals to continue this work, um, it's going to be challenging to see where we are. I was in a meeting. Have you been to a DC forum yet?
I have not.
Yeah, those are really cool. I went to one and we were conversing with HUD, and just to see how many Citygate organizations were the primary service provider for the homeless community and their community was astounding. And so we are we are. I think it's pretty safe to say we're some of the most involved people. We're quantity wise, I should say, for those dealing with homelessness and all the associated situations. So we got to keep this thing going because there's so many people in need.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. I think some of the most exciting things, men and women of God who had been maybe even founded some of these missions, and who've been involved for so long. What I love about Citygate, some of the things I've seen is how these people have thought about the future. They've thought about passing on the leadership of the mission and the ministry. And we were just in Kansas City for a Heartland area conference, and just really fun to see missions thriving, and really exciting.
Yeah, it is. I think it's been an awesome time to share and to talk with you, and I'm glad we could do this. I think we're getting ready lined up for our next interview, so I'm getting all kinds of cues there. But I really appreciate the work that you guys are doing. I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you here a little bit.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew, for your time. God bless you guys, and we'll be praying for you. Never met you before. Excited to meet a brother in Christ who's doing the work, and we'll be praying for you.
Well, thank you, brother. I appreciate that. God bless.
God bless you too.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Got it.
All right. Sorry about that pause. We were doing a Zoom call. We had the opportunity to speak with a wonderful mission based out of Nebraska, and it's just really cool to see all the different organizations around the country doing this experience tonight, having the conversations, and being able to hear their perspective and what they're going through and how they're serving, and just to see so many wonderful men and women of Christ working in such a capacity. So we're excited to have our next interview, and he's joining me here at 11:30. So I know this guy he's ready to go to bed. So, but we're glad to have him. This is Eric, my good friend Eric. So glad to have you, brother.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. All right. All right. Here we are, 11:30.
Here we are.
We're crazy, aren't we?
Well, I stopped because I heard that you were doing this, and so I was delivering pizzas. I just got off, and was just stopping to say hey, and I didn't know the format or what was going on.
Oh, so Eric just stopped in.
Yeah, I was on the way home, but I figured I'm gonna be, if I'm past curfew, I would probably be all right with you guys.
Yeah, you're
here.
okay. I think I can kind of sign off on that one.
But it kind of hit home because when the homeless hit home was, this is where I came to. This is where I used to sleep when I came to Brooksville.
Right here in the
right
Commons.
Here.
Wow.
So right over there, actually, they used to have, and maybe they still do.
The prayer request box?
Yeah. So this is where I came when I first came to Brooksville. I'm not from here. I've never been here. Was homeless, and this is where I ended up.
Wow. Okay.
From here to Jericho.
This feels pretty powerful. Then I laid down right there on that bench on my first break, and I was like, "This is torture."
It's rough, but you get. I mean, I was struggling with addiction, alcoholism, and a lot of other issues. When you're out here by yourself at night, you get really close to God, but you can't. Being homeless is a different thing. I don't know if that's what we're supposed to talk about.
We can talk about a myriad of things.
Okay.
But let's talk about that one.
Okay. So it's, you know me now, like I'm capable of working and capable of getting a job and capable of saving.
He has his own business. Okay.
But you never get to that point if you're homeless. You can't go to work. So I started out, I came here, I would sleep. I would go to the labor finders right around the corner and go to work all day. And you can do it for a couple of days, but then you have to get clean. You have to have food. It's a never-ending cycle. And as hard as you try, if there's not somewhere to go to get a shower and a meal and be around positive people, you can, I can say I tried it as hard as anybody could possibly try it. And that's how I ended up at Jericho. And then, from there, remember if I told you at a graduation a year ago, I said one thing's for sure, I will never be homeless again.
Yeah.
You know, and Jericho got me to that point. So then I see you sitting here, and I didn't want to stop because I was working. So I said, you know, I'll stop when I get off. But yeah,
Praise
really,
the Lord, you're here, and we got a lot to talk about then.
Okay.
Because like Todd's still here. I think he's still around here somewhere. I saw him. Hi, there he is. He's coming to do something to this fan. I remember that night when Todd said, "Hey, let's do something. Let's do something a little bit different."
yeah, absolutely.
You know, you're in a little different position than some other guys that we were experiencing, and it changed. I don't know if you know this, but that was a big transformational night for me, because it started opening in my eyes to like, wait a second, we got to think differently about how we're doing this and what we're doing. And so there's a lot of people right now at Jericho that are benefiting from your letter to me.
Well,
I don't know if you know that.
I appreciate it. You know, I mean, I'm around those guys, so I think that I know that it's better for all of us, the progression since I've been at Jericho. It was a transformation for me that night too, when we sat down in the chapel and talked. You could set your sights differently when you know, okay, I actually have time to do this.
Yeah.
You know, and like I told you before, it's not something. My life was in shambles. It's not something that I could fix in 90 days.
Well, I think
120 days.
I think that's the thing that people, you know, well-meaning people, not people that don't have a heart, but people that have a heart, well-meaning people. I don't know if they, and I didn't get it. You know, it's taken me time to get, but it takes a lot of time.
It takes a lot of time and a lot of effort.
Yeah, I mean the effort, yes. But you could put all the effort in the world, and if you only have so many days,
Then that's the first thing on your mind is, okay, that this is my date and it's not very far away. So I'll get as far as I can, but you also prepare yourself that you're going to be right back on the street, you know.
And, you know, unfortunately, if people don't have resolve and they're right back there, then they're going to, you know, there's going to be a lot of fall. There's going to be a lot of things that happen there. So you used to sleep right here.
Slept right over there. And that was a little piece of paper that I could write, prayer box, write my thoughts down, and then if I got ran off from here, I would go to, and I didn't know Brooksville, had never been to Brooksville in my life. I would go to the piece of property on the other side of Munden Hill.
Yeah.
The woods there.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
And that's where I would stay.
Yeah.
And I would get up, I would walk down, I think this is Jefferson.
Yeah, right
walk
over
down
there,
Jefferson to Labor Finders. I would go to work. There's a creek over there, a little fresh water. So you get yourself clean, and like I said, you work, and you, luckily there, you know, you get paid daily, but by the, you know, you can't build up enough to get yourself off of the street by yourself. I mean, maybe you can. I tried it.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. It's hard. It's really hard.
That's impossible to me in my mind.
So
without help.
I hope people understand, like, here we are having this conversation now, and I mean, what, 2 years ago or so, you're sleeping out here. What's going through your mind when you're here at times? Like,
so I would sit over there and just think, you know, a lot of pride goes into it of, you know, that I'm better than being homeless and this and that, and blaming everybody else for the situation that I'm in. And eventually I had to come to the realization that, you know, my decisions in my life from the time I started using drugs and alcohol, 15, 16 years old, led me to being homeless, sitting in Brooksville where I don't know anyone. No cell phone, no way to contact anybody, not a dollar in my pocket. My decisions led me there. And really the only way to get out of it is start making one right decision, you know, and that was go to Jericho, knock on that door.
So at first, you know, you're going through, you talked about like blaming others.
Everybody else, but me.
Like, so you dealt with anger here. You probably dealt with despair. You probably dealt with hopelessness. I don't know. There's probably a lot of things that floated through your mind.
All of them.
Yeah.
A lot of anger, you know, and
Anger.
It builds and builds because the next night you're in the same situation, but a little worse. And you don't want to get into the habit of accepting that you're homeless, but you're doing everything that you can to not be homeless, but you still have that addiction, that alcohol, and that's where the Rebuilt program was. The only thing that I did different now was that program. So you don't know how grateful I am for that. But Jericho opened a door that, in my life I've never found. That, you have guys that actually care, that take the time that make right decisions is how I look at it. So my decisions in my life got me here. And there's people here that yourself, Todd, Sean, Grant, a bunch of other guys, Brian, that make good decisions, that are willing to help me. So I swallowed my pride. I went to Jericho and really haven't made a decision for myself since then.
When you say swallow your pride, talk about that for a moment. What does that mean? Like what did you personally have to say, all right, I gotta swallow this? Like, what was that pride?
That I can't, that I make bad decisions.
So you had to humble yourself.
I had to humble myself.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think that's a big distinction and understanding, because I think a lot of people don't realize, especially, like, let's talk about people right now that are still in the midst of it, right? They're fighting it right now as we speak. I mean, we could throw a stick in some of these woods and find it, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so their thinking could be like, they're still holding on to this false idea that, you know what, I got it all together. I can figure this out or whatever. But what they're not understanding is people like you and I, it's not that we're better than them. We just got quicker to the point of realizing, wait a second, I can't do this on my own. Is that a fair way of saying anything?
That's very fair. I mean, we've all made mistakes.
Yeah.
The mistakes that, I guess in a life, one mistake that you make, you never know where it could lead you.
Sure.
So I do talk to people in Brooksville now that are homeless, and being homeless, it's a stigma. You're homeless.
Sure.
You're the
there's
worst.
a stigma. People are scared of you.
Yeah.
They think like sometimes
that this person is terrible.
He's like the plague or something.
And even when I was sitting over there, I would like to say, I don't know how other homeless people feel, but I would sit by myself and you get really close to God when there's nothing out here except for you, and you're sitting beside a church. I grew up in a church, and so I knew God. And when it's only you and Him out here, like that hope, when you said hopelessness, that's the only hope that you have, is that. There is nothing else. Nobody's going to stop and get you out of it tomorrow. Like, you have to make that decision that you're going to do it. And but Jericho gave me the place to do that and get that relationship, and then everything else kind of just fell in line.
So I appreciate the compliment to Jericho, but like what people need to understand is, one thing that we've tried to do at Jericho is listen to people, and we listened to you, and you helped us. Like, I think I know you and I have had that conversation before, but I think it's important for people to understand, like, if they're going to be in this field and work with people, you got to listen, because like you helped us understand time necessary. You helped us understand that we can't have just this one way of doing it. We have to make some adjustments. We have to be more flexible to really accommodate that person. And you've proven it to us, like how well it's worked, but you've really opened the door for a lot of other things, like how we'll work with individuals. And so it's not this one side. It's not, for me, it's never been like, oh man, we came in and, no, you helped us. And I think that's important to understand, because again, people in this field need to understand there's got to be a level of humility when we do this work, because we don't know everything. You know what I mean? We don't know everything. I don't know all this stuff, And so I think it's important. But since you come to Jericho, a lot of good things have happened, a lot of good things. Let's talk about some of those things that have happened. Even this job, are you comfortable talking about I know you got your own business, but the job you have right now and the doors that's open, what you're doing there?
So every job, I've had a couple jobs since I started at Jericho. One that I'm still at, and
I know of two. Has there been more than two?
There's two, and now there's three. So I just got a call from the guy that I had been working for tonight, and he's contracting some work out to the business.
Okay. So
So
that's
that's
new to me.
good, but still the same guy and the same job. And I don't know if I should mention that. I mean, I don't think they.
I think that's fine.
Yeah. So I work at Papa John's delivery
Yeah.
driver here in Brooksville, and it's absolutely amazing. My bosses are amazing. They've kind of made a position for me where I.
Yeah, you're more than, I mean,
You know,
we're not
we do the other
belittling-
work.
Yeah, I'm not belittling the delivery because you told me how good
Yeah.
that's been to you.
Yeah.
But you also help in some other capacities with them.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we do the tile work. I work at 2 of the Papa John's.
Yeah.
The owner owns quite a few of them, so I work at multiple positions. He's made it available for me to get 40 hours at one store and work as many as I want at another store, and then we do the other things that are involved with the store.
So you went from homeless to now having the possibility of having multiple jobs, and now you got your own business. Are we good to say that as well?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel good about it, and some of the guys from Jericho are coming to work with me. 3 guys so far, and
You've helped 3 guys work with you?
they,
I didn't even know that.
some good guys this week.
Wow, that's so
or the
cool,
last
dude.
2 weeks actually.
That's
a couple
so
guys.
cool. And I still got to have you out of my place. I've talked to my wife the other day. Yeah, we're ready to bring you out. So
It worked out. Yeah, it worked out really good.
yeah, that's
So-
amazing. And when you're bringing on people like that, well, how does that make you feel to think that you got guys that you're actually helping get back on their feet that way?
I like it. So I was trying to think of how to say this earlier because I did come by and I couldn't stop because I was on the clock. But so hopefully that's, I got sober and I got clean and I got my relationship back with God and I met some really good people around Jericho, outside of Jericho, but in the community. And when I'm done with my time there, that will be the ultimate goal, is that knowing that somewhere along the way, God has a plan for me. I don't believe that it was being homeless. Somewhere along the way, someone will come across my path. If it's 20 years from now, if it's one person for one moment in time, to be able to help somebody, as the person that was over there sleeping on the bench, sleeping in the woods across from London Hill, finally made it into the door. And the people that are involved with Jericho have helped me in every way. I kind of took back control of my life and then immediately gave control to God. So I just make myself available to do the right thing. And I'm not a real big talkative person in the community, but I just try to be very nice, very polite. And I would like people to know at the end of the day, like, remember that guy that just opened the door or whatever at the dentist office, whatever it is, just, he was nice. Something about him was nice and like genuine. And so that's kind of what like my ultimate goal with the whole thing is for my time when I leave Jericho, is just be ready that someday God will put someone in front of me and that he trusts me that, hey, you could brush him across her path or his path. And like, he's been there. He's slept outside. He's slept in the woods. He's been homeless. He's been hungry. He's been broke. He's been poor. All of that, and that I would be able to give back a little bit in some aspect of someone's life. If it's just one speck in time, that's what I would like. So.
Well, I hope that continues, but I think you're already doing that.
I'm trying.
I
I'm
think
working
you
at it.
already are, and I think that's why like hearing like this is just so everybody knows, it's new news to me. I didn't know the 3 guys. Like, that's so cool. Like, I can only imagine like what because you know what it feels like when someone starts to put trust in you.
You do.
Like,
Absolutely.
it's a big deal.
I do, yeah.
It's a big deal, and so now you're putting trust into someone else, and like, you can only imagine what that's doing for their well-being and for them to think, you know what, man, I can get there.
And they did
like,
great.
yeah.
I mean, they did absolutely great and worked and learned a lot. I mean, I've experienced at it, but they learned a lot. I don't know whether to say their names or not.
Well, we can leave that, but still, they got that opportunity.
Yeah, and they're
so
doing,
cool.
and they did absolutely great. And when you give somebody the opportunity to work and they take advantage of it, like, hey, this is what I want to do, is get myself out of this hole that I'm in. And then one guy said, we made enough money this week for him to get his license, and
How cool. Yeah, because you've experienced that, not having a license, not having that car, and you know what that feels like, and you also know what it feels like to get over that hurdle.
And it's a big self-confidence, that you can do this. So
now you've got your own truck, pulling your own equipment, going to your own job sites, delivering pizzas. You got people that trust you in multiple counties, I mean,
I
that's
do.
incredible, isn't it?
My daughter and my dad first trust me,
Yeah.
and that was big.
Yeah.
You know, and the family deal was important. And it's like, how could I have a family that's an hour away from here, and I'm down here homeless, but they didn't trust me, so that's all part of that homeless deal is, but you work yourself out of that, and it can be done with some help, and it's very important, like the help, like I said, I feel that it's almost impossible to do it without a door being opened, but it can be done with that door, a lot of effort, a lot of time. Can be done. You know
that door part is so important because, for us, like, it's our joy because we feel compelled to open that door, right? It's our joy, and so for us, it's not it's not like something where we feel like we have to or we're obligated to, but no, through Christ, like, we want to do this. And so when we get to extend ourselves that way, right, and then we have someone like you who walk through that and do it so well, like, you got to understand, like, the motivation that gives us to continue this work, because, like, we believe, like, okay, man, if that can happen here for Eric, where could it happen for, fill in the blank? And so, like, you gotta, like, I told this to somebody, this was an unrelated conversation, but I was talking about attending church one time, and I was telling somebody, I was like, look, sometimes we attend church and we don't even realize that just by attending, like, people see us and that gives them hope or encouragement, or like, hey, they're still coming at it, Like, I want you to understand that even if you're not vocalizing that, for you to be able to have, people can still just look at you and see, hey, that's a guy who's making it. That gives us hope. That gives them hope. You know what I mean? That's a big part of it.
Well, the same page is that when you have someone, this group of guys at Jericho that are willing to help you and take the time with you, it's kind of, if they're putting that much effort into you getting your life together, you owe them. I couldn't come back and say, I appreciate everything you did for me, and look you in the eyes and say, I'm going to make a bad decision now. Where Todd, he's put a lot of time and a lot of conversations of me getting my life together. He doesn't have to do that. Sure. He's, like you said, he's not obligated to do that. But the fact that he's willing to do that.
But like, even you mentioned Todd, like, Todd was there.
Yeah.
He knows that. Like, he was there personally. And so, like, we're seeing that reciprocation. And, like, you're now there. I don't know. It's just so encouraging to me. So as we wrap up here, we got a couple minutes, but I do want to get your opinion on a couple things. What would you tell someone right now that's in the middle of it? Like, they're just, they're sleeping. Like, maybe there's somebody right now somehow seeing this that's sleeping on a bench and they got Wi-Fi and they just happen to pop on. What would you tell that person right now?
Life gets much better. Don't settle for that as maybe you're deserving of that because of your past or your addiction or whatever it may be, that you ended up in that situation. You can get yourself out and there's help.
Okay.
And life is much better. That was kind of a scary point for me. You get into the routine of it and you get so far distanced from what a good feeling is, or happiness is, or what a good meal tastes like, or a comfortable place to sleep. If you sleep on these benches long enough, you forget what a bed feels like, When you kind of accept that, it just, you, like you said, you lose hope. And then, so it's hard to tell somebody that, like, there is so much better when you find God and find a place and get your life going in the right direction, and a couple good feelings start happening, and then it starts building up, and then those little victories become bigger victories and bigger. And then thing is, for me personally, it hasn't planed out. It's just better and better and better and better every day. And the feelings are better every day, and you get closer to God every day. It's become so close that you distant, like, you get a little bit closer in that life, the homelessness gets a little further away, and then it becomes so far distant that maybe it turns around and you would rather help that person
Wow.
get out of there too. So,
All right, so one more and then we'll wrap it up here. Okay, so we don't need to, we don't have to mention the guy's name, but there's a guy that really helped with the job, right? And he kind of opened that door for you. He put that trust in you kind of before other people would.
we took a chance.
Yeah. If there's someone out here that gets to hear this, that has the opportunity to do that for somebody else, maybe they have a business or maybe they have, a means to do that. How would you encourage them to take that chance on somebody that they're thinking about right now that maybe they can help out?
I mean, I would just say you never know what you're going to find. That, like, I consider this guy that kind of found me and helped me out as a lifelong friend. No matter what, he's just a good guy. And he took a chance, and I've done everything he's asked me to do, and he had no idea. And I didn't either, that, there was going to be somebody there for me that way. And he, I know he feels the same way. And it's worth it when it's somebody's life that you can change. That's somebody's life, and all they need is a chance. Maybe they haven't, my situation was different. I grew up, and my decisions led me to where I was. But you never know if someone else never had that chance.
Sure.
And that's, they don't know how to go about finding it. You're out here. You don't have any contact with the real world or business owners or anyone like that, So, and you're not people, I guess, people of that standard are hard to approach, So, but it's worth it when it's somebody's life that you can change. Is all
Yeah,
I would
I think
say.
that's the key thing, right? A life.
A life.
When there's a life that can be changed, right? Because, what I've learned, and I'm not saying, we always bat 1,000 in this, but, I have seen more times than the opposite when I extend, the opportunity to someone. And, obviously some people you can tell real quick, all right, that's not somebody I need to let in yet. I can't give them that, because if I give them that, that's actually only going to hurt them because they're not ready for that. But when you can kind of start to see, you know what, that person, they've shown it, and then we offer them something, it seems like 9 times out of 10, they repay you tenfold for that.
I believe that.
Yeah.
100%.
Well, Eric, you've repaid me 10 times, man. Jericho,
I'll never be able to.
brother, it's a lie, because you already have. We're so grateful for you. And what a privilege it is to have you stop by today, man. It means
Thank
a
you.
lot. And to know that this was a place you slept. That's incredible.
Absolutely. That corner over there.
Incredible. Brother, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for showing up. Appreciate it, man. Well, that was very special for me. Eric holds a very dear spot in my life because of just the relationship that he and I formed, and to know that right here where we're doing all this, he slept here, and he went through all these things. So it's pretty powerful. So, man, we're getting close to midnight. So, we have been here for a while now. I'm almost into 9 hours. I think we're getting ready to have another interview. So we're going strong. So we are excited to continue this journey as we get everything mic'd up and ready to go. I just want us to take a moment and think about this. It's midnight. We're outside. I don't know the temperature. It's a little cooler. It's by no means horrific, but if this was your ongoing experience, this would not be necessarily the best thing. And as was stated earlier, this where we're at, Eric was sleeping, and I laid down for like 2 minutes just to kind of get a feel for it, and I'm like, holy cow, and like getting accustomed to that'd be something else. So it's a challenging dynamic, and so as we process these types of things throughout the night, I hope there's some gratitude, and I hope there is some joy and some contentment that you find if you don't find yourself in those places, and maybe you can find some compassion for those that are going through that. So I think that's pretty powerful. All right, I think we're ready for our next interview, and we're welcome to bring. Oh yeah, come on up. Yeah, all right. How you doing tonight, man?
Good. How you doing?
Midnight. You're almost.
Close enough.
So you're about to be the first interview on this new day. So that's pretty cool.
Hey,
all right, tell everybody who you are.
My name's Jason Elliott. I've been with Jericho for 4 months now.
Jason Elliott, 4 months. All right. So where are you from originally?
I'm from here, in between here and New Orleans. I've
here
been
in
back
New
and
Orleans.
forth. Yeah.
Yeah, we have a lot of people from Florida that have other places.
Yeah. Everybody.
Yeah, we keep a map actually in our.
Is that what the pins are?
Yeah.
I see that.
Yeah. We got pins to showcase where people come
I was
from.
wondering. I was like, "There's no way Jericho's on all those pins."
Oh yeah. Oh, look at this coffee. Thank you, Todd. So New Orleans and here. How have you spent more time there? Or this
Here,
area?
for sure.
Okay. All right. So in 4 months, you said 4.5?
Yeah, going 4 months, 4.5, close to
Wow.
that. I think I came in June 24th.
Okay. So you came in. It was hot.
Yeah. No,
It was
definitely.
hot. Still hot in the day here.
That's not so bad. getting
Tell
better.
me what led you to Jericho.
I actually met Coy in the admin parking lot one day, and he gave me a card and told me he had a room for me, and I ended up going to jail right after that for like 60 days, and I got out and walked to Jericho.
Really?
Been there since. Yep.
So, jail, Hernando County?
Yes, sir.
County jail, 60 days. What was that like?
It was brutal.
Was it?
It was not my favorite.
Not your favorite?
No.
I've heard it's quite nice over there.
I don't like orange, really, or bologna sandwiches. It's just not my favorite.
This is the second time tonight we've heard of bologna sandwiches at the jail.
Every
How many
day.
times do you get them?
Every day.
Every day.
Bologna or oatmeal and grits.
All right. It's
brutal.
It's
Yeah.
brutal. It's not easy, right?
No, it's horrible.
But you knew of Jericho prior to jail.
No, I just had the one interaction with Coy, I kind of had like a vague idea of it, but
Okay.
I didn't know that it was what it is,
Okay, yeah. But you met Coy is one of previous staff members.
Mm-hmm.
You met him. Wonderful guy. He's in Kentucky.
I miss him.
Yeah,
He's
we
one
all
of my
do.
favorites.
He's a good dude.
Yeah.
Really good
I
dude.
traded him in for Sean. But I like Sean too. He's all right.
He's all right. He's all
Well, he
right.
left us too, though. So anyway,
Yeah. Sean hangs out with me so much these days.
I know.
Yeah. So what led you to needing a place like Jericho? Like substance abuse, mental health, both, all of
Yeah.
the above?
I mean, I come from a good family, like a loving family. Like I have a lot of people that care about me. I've been on drugs I'm 37 now, probably my entire life. This is the longest stretch of clean I've ever had.
Right now.
Ever had.
When did you start?
Oh man, probably 17, 18.
Okay, so it's been a while.
Yeah.
20 years.
My
man.
whole life. I've been to rehab once. My family put me in rehab, didn't work. I left, and then
How long was the rehab?
it was like 28 days. I made it like 20. And I
Was
didn't
it
even
pretty
know-
intense?
It was a good time. I mean, as far as rehabs go, but I mean, I just wasn't ready. It just wasn't for me.
Yeah. So, I mean, I know this is probably a very difficult question to answer because there's probably a lot of different ways you could answer this. But what got you into drugs in the first place? Like,
Oh man, just my family, where I come from. Most of my family did drugs, like my older brothers and stuff. I grew up in Brooksville, so it's like everybody I knew kind of just
yeah.
did drugs. But once it started to snowball, it just got out of control, and then it stayed like that for 10, 15 years.
I'm assuming meth at some point.
Fentanyl mostly, meth.
Fentanyl.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fentanyl's that.
Yeah.
That's scary stuff.
Yeah, I've
man.
lost a ton of friends, pretty much all of them.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. It's one that's seemingly taking a lot of people out.
Yep. That's
Have you when from 17, 18, like you said, whenever you got started there, up until you came to us, did you experience a lot of homelessness? Some homelessness? No homelessness?
not so much. I mean, I was pretty functioning,
Uh-huh.
For the most part, I was really functioning. I
Tell people
weld,
what that means, because some people might not understand
like
what
I
that means.
keep a job or
Yeah.
place to live. I could pay my bills, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
It was just until recently, till I come to Jericho, when that ended.
So, going at that pace, the functionality, are you indicating that it was stopping? Like it
Yeah. Oh yeah. You can only do it for so long, man. I mean, the meth is horrible on you, and the fentanyl is even worse. I was an intravenous user too, so I had that going on for a good 5 years. And it's like I had people that cared about me or would like try to help, but it's like you can only do so much for someone, you know.
Yeah, that IV use gets scary.
Man, my poor mother, man. Like, my sister's a doctor. Like, she takes good care of me. She always let me stay at her house and stuff like that. My mother's good to me too. It's just the drugs are too much, you know.
Yeah.
Too much to handle.
So was your gel related to drug use?
Yeah, I was actually how I met Coy. I was stealing motorcycles from the dealership next to the admin building, and Coy found me and honestly saved my life. I was mid-overdose in the parking lot, and he woke me up with a card, and it's just, he was so kind about it, and I didn't want nothing to do with him at the time, you know what I mean? I just couldn't get away from him fast enough. And then he woke me up a second time and said, hey dude, you're in front of my car. I gotta get in my car to leave. And he just told me, he's like, we got a bed. He was so kind. He just tried to offer me some help, you know? Looking back, it was really saved my life, 100%. Yeah. I mean, in that moment, and then now, I mean, I'm at a totally different place.
So you went from I'm guessing, like doing the burglaries and so forth. That was to keep the habit going.
100%, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's what, you know, like, did you get into drug court?
No, I got really lucky this time, and they gave me parole or just probation. But I got a couple grand theft autos and possession charge and stuff like that. And for some reason, the judge gave me some mercy, you know. But when I was on probation, I didn't have an address.
Did he recommend Jericho by chance?
They told me about it in jail. The counselor did. Because when I got out, my family was pretty much done with me at that point, you know. And I got out with nothing, so they told me.
I'm sorry, your family's telling you what?
Well, they wouldn't let me stay with them, you know. I just coming out of jail, so I thought about Jericho because I needed an address for probation.
Sure.
And they were going to violate me because of that. So, yeah, I came to Jericho.
That's a real thing. I don't know if people understand.
Very real.
Yeah, like you get out with probation, and if you don't have a place to go, you don't have a lot of time.
Yeah, and then the 2 years probation, that turns into just prison time. I mean, you're just stuck. So, I mean, at the time, it was just kind of like a stopgap. But
sure, of course.
Now that I've been there, man, I couldn't see myself doing anything else. I'm just totally glad I went.
Yeah. I think, you know, like those are things that, you know, people that don't go through it or haven't been in this field, just everyday people.
Oh, yeah.
They don't understand that. And so, because you're in a situation now where you're really stuck because I'm not saying the bridges are always burned with the family, but at that moment, they're kind of burned, right?
Yeah.
And now here you are needing something because if not, that's rough. So you came to us. How long, like, I'm assuming your sobriety started in jail?
It did, but I got out and I relapsed for 2 weeks. I came to Jericho from Citrus Memorial. I overdosed in a parking lot. I overdosed twice after I got out for a 2 week period.
Yeah, and that's something else that I think people need to understand. Like, you get out and like, you're like, what do you do?
Drugs.
Exactly. That's what a lot of people turn to.
Right back to what you know.
Yeah, because that's what you know. And like that's how you learn how to cope. That's learn how.
100%.
Yeah. So you OD'd? Is that what you said?
Twice really bad. The second one was bad. Yep. My sister Ubered me from
Did you get
Citrus all the way
Narcan
here.
somewhere, or?
The paramedics gave it to me.
The paramedics. Okay. So you were close to not being with us.
Yeah, a couple times, but when I got out this last time was really bad. I just didn't care. I just didn't have anything that I really cared about.
You just didn't have like a lot of like hope and like
none
Okay.
None at all. Like I said, I've never been sober until now, so
yeah.
It's only 4 months, but to me it's a big deal.
It's a big deal. I think it's a very big deal because learning how to live any day and every day sober for individuals is a big deal.
Well, you don't know any different. It's impossible. I mean, to do it on your own, it would have never happened.
So, what's the biggest challenge now for your sobriety? What's there that's, and because let's be real, 4 months, you probably still got some stuff that you're thinking through at times.
I mean, it's a new experience for me, you know, at my age, but it's really not that bad. My family's kind of rallied around me, you know.
No, I think that's great, and I'm not trying to imply negative.
But as far as like cravings and stuff
like that. But I mean, even like, you know, your go-to method of having fun.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Drugs. Your go-to method of dealing with a hard thing. Drugs. What's it like trying to experience all these things without going to drugs?
Man, where I'm at now, to be honest, is beautiful. I'm in a good place with it now, but I mean, my first couple months were rough.
Well, I'm glad to hear it's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's what we want to hear, right? But I think it's important for people to understand, maybe people that are going through it or still in those hard days.
Right.
It takes some time sometimes, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. I wish I had a better answer. I'm just new to me.
No, it's a great
It's
answer.
just new to me. So.
Yeah, no, I think it's a very real answer.
I couldn't see going back though at this point.
What keeps you, or what makes you feel that way?
Oh man, just I have so much more purpose now. Like I went bowling with my mother and my nephew and my sister last weekend. The weekend before that was good. I have a job now, Jericho.
Oh, you work for us
Yeah,
now?
county line.
I knew that.
Appreciate it.
That's awesome.
I
I think I can tell this story. You were putting in the conference table
Yep.
at
Yep.
my new office. I actually texted someone then because I was so impressed with the way you were working.
Thank you.
I texted someone then, like, as soon as we can, let's hire this guy.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I was surprised when they told me. I was like, yes.
Yeah, well, Todd spoke very highly of you to me.
My boy.
And, yeah, there he is. But you got to go bowling.
Yeah.
Like, walk us through that. Like, because, like, obviously we know what it's like bowling. But
Oh,
tell us
man.
why that's such a big deal to you.
I went with my, I've been with the same girl since 12th grade. You know, it's been rough. I went with her, my mother, my nephew.
Mm-hmm.
And my mom, man, I've just put her through so much the past few years. It's like, I call her when I need bond money, or I call her when I need money on my books in jail, or when it's just like at the end of the road, you know what I mean?
Stuff's hitting the fan.
She was just kissing my face the whole time, hugging me, telling me how much she loved me. She was so proud of me.
To see you not there.
They've never seen me like this. In my,
Yeah, like, go have fun with us and be a part
Yeah.
of the family
Yeah.
and not, bail me out or
She loves Jericho, man. She's just, it just blows her mind. But yeah, my mother, she's getting up there in years, so it was just really cool, man. We
How
haven't had
important
that.
is it for you to show her that?
1,000%, man. My nephew's young too. I have an 11-year-old son too. It's just.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, and being here and being sober has just changed everything. It's opened every door back up that I've closed.
Have
know?
you had opportunity to reconnect with him at all?
Soon, working on it.
It's coming.
Soon. Yep.
Okay. And then with the job, what's that feel like to be employed?
Oh, it feels great, man. It's a sweet job. It's county line. You know,
Yeah.
I love that store. So, you know, you get some purpose. You get to help people every day. It's just, it's a different life that I've never lived this life before, ever. So, it's really cool. Everything about it. Even at the center, you know, you see the younger guys coming in, or the people that are early in their program. You know, try to show them through a little bit. Like, I do NA twice a week. I do Christ Recovery on Wednesdays. That's been a really big part of it. And then some of the older guys there have taken me under their wing a little bit with that. So, I've never been to an NA meeting in my life.
Yeah, I think I was listening to a podcast today where the guy was talking about how he still goes to AA.
Oh, I will forever.
And and that's what he was talking about because he was sharing. It was actually his buddy sharing about him, and his buddy invited him to AA, and he's like, "Man, why do you still go to AA? He's like, it's the community and it's all that." Yeah, I think it's important.
Because you never know what you'll say in there that might help the next guy.
And vice versa.
And vice versa,
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, I think it's important.
Coy would always say he lives for the testimony. Like, that was his favorite part, like the graduations and stuff.
Yeah.
So when you go into, like, the NA meetings, you live for testimony because you hear other people go through your struggle. You're like, you don't know it's possible till you do it, and it's just so hard to take that first step, you know?
Yeah. You know, like we had Eric on here just a moment ago. Do you know
I love Eric.
Oh,
That's who I work with on my days off.
You do? So
Yeah.
you're one of the three.
Yeah, I love Eric.
Oh, okay.
Eric's
cool.
a big motivator for me, too, man.
That's awesome. Well, because he
Dude, he did it. He's the blueprint you want to follow.
Yeah, and like, I don't know if you know this, but he told me tonight, I didn't know this, but where we are right now, he used to sleep here.
No kidding?
Yeah.
When he tells me stuff like that, I just look at him and I don't believe him because he's so put together so well.
Yeah.
Like, I just want to emulate him as much as I can and, like, pick his brain when I can. So when he says stuff like that, it's like, yeah, right, dude.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was living that life.
Yeah, I mean, like, because you see him now and you're like, it's so hard to imagine that.
Exactly.
But like I was telling him, like, he is such a model for people to look to.
He has all the tools in his box, man. Like, to do whatever he wants, and he's doing it. You know,
Yeah.
He's
Got his own business now.
good motivation to watch him.
Yeah. That was so powerful to me to think, like, man, he was sleeping right here. Yeah.
Dude, he did it.
Yeah.
And he's still doing it. Every day he gets up and works with his tail off, and
Yeah,
just.
he does.
I'm so proud of Eric, man. I've only known him a couple months, but I really like that guy.
He's an easy guy to get to know.
He really
Like,
is.
Yeah.
He's just one of us, you know. He's
Yeah,
just.
it's a cool dude. So it's cool to hear you talk about taking some of those younger guys and kind of being there for them. Give me a parting word here. What would you? Someone's entering a program, like they're entering a program like Jericho today. What would you tell them?
Do it, 100%. Get the help you need. I mean, I'm living proof. Like, it's been so good to me. Just everything about it.
What would you tell that person? Because I mean, there's hard days in that. What would you tell them in those hard days?
As far as getting into the program or being
No,
in
let's
the
say
program?
they're in the program. Because, there's a lot of times, I don't know if you You
Oh,
may have
yeah.
hit a wall. You know, there's times it's hard. What would you tell the person, like, they're there, they've been doing it, but they're having a hard day? What would you tell
The
them?
cliche stuff, take it day by day. Whatever you're upset about now, a month from now, you probably won't even remember.
That's a big, I love that one because it's so true. I practice that in my own life. I've learned to say that to myself, like, the thing that I'm so caught up in right now, I might not even know about this.
Right, it might not even
It
matter.
might even take a month. It might take
Right.
2 hours.
And what matters to you in the grand scheme of things, really? I mean,
So keep at it, right?
yeah, if you can't find a good person, be one, you know?
Man, good lines, dude. Good lines.
I've worked on those.
Yeah, you worked on
I'm
those.
just kidding.
Yeah. Well, I celebrate you, man. Thanks
Dude,
for coming
thank you.
out. Look at this. 12:15. We're doing it.
Let's hug it
brother.
out, dude.
Yeah, let's hug it out.
That sounds good.
Proud of you, man. Proud of you.
I appreciate you.
That's awesome. Take care. All right. Very good. Very good. Well, here we go. We are keep pushing through here. We got more people coming on, more people joining us. We've got a new guy ready now. Man, he's already mic'd up. They got you quick. Yeah. Hi, I'm Andrew.
I'm Joe.
Joe, nice to meet
Nice
you,
to
man.
meet you.
Tell us a little bit about who you are.
Joe Parisi. I'm a fentanyl addict. I've been at Jericho probably 3 weeks now.
3 weeks.
Yeah.
Fentanyl.
Yeah.
That ain't no joke, man.
No.
Ain't no joke. Have you OD'd?
Yeah.
How many times?
Three pretty bad ones.
Excuse me. I'm sorry, I was coughing. I couldn't hear you say that.
Three.
One. 3. Narcan?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's tough stuff, man.
CPR, Narcan,
Yeah.
cold showers,
Yeah.
whatever works.
It's tough stuff. Tough stuff. When did you start into drugs?
About 25,
25. And how old are you now?
40.
So, has it been pretty strong those 15
Oh,
years?
yeah. I was up to like 3 grams a day.
Wow.
Yeah.
What happened? What got you going down that road?
It's just life in general, you know, life just lifing.
Yeah. Life just lifing, man.
Yeah.
Tough stuff, huh?
Yep.
Hard, did you have a hard childhood? Trauma there?
I come from like a broken home and stuff, so yeah, I would guess so.
Where'd you grow up?
Long Island, New York.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of New York, Florida connection.
Right, yeah.
So Long Island. When did you come to Florida?
I was 18.
18. Okay. Was it a family move or just you or?
My mom actually suffered a heart attack and she was in a coma, so we moved her here for like medical help and stuff like that, and I just didn't see the point in going back.
Okay. So you've been here the whole time, or have you moved
No, we
around?
actually I moved with my girlfriend to Baltimore, and we were there for about 8 years, which
Okay.
is really where my habit like continued. Cause
Baltimore's
like,
a tough spot. Tough
it's
town.
it's the heroin capital of the world.
It's a
So
tough town, man. I remember I was driving through a neighborhood in Baltimore one time. I did not know which neighborhood I was in, and I've been to some rough places. I remember thinking, this is not somewhere I want to
No.
hang out right now.
no, the first month we were there was 4 murders on my block.
Yeah, it's a tough area, man. I actually got engaged in Baltimore.
Really?
You know Federal Hill?
Yeah.
Overlooks the
Fed Hill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where I proposed to my wife.
Yeah. I've done a lot of dope there.
So we've had different experiences on that same land.
I mean, we both married something though.
Yeah, I remember I was looking over the harbor,
Mm-hmm.
and I proposed, and I got so fortunate. There's fireworks.
Yeah.
It had nothing. I didn't plan that. I was
Well,
like,
so what that is there's a lot of like rooftop like apartments and stuff. So people just light off fireworks.
and this one was some show. This was like something was going on. Maybe it was that, but it was cool. Yeah, we ate at a nice little Italian restaurant there. It's a good night. I'm actually going back to Baltimore in a couple weeks.
Nice.
Yeah, we're staying, Helping Up, I think is what it's called. Helping Up, yeah. Did you ever spend any time at the Helping Up mission?
No.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to go there and learn from them for a little bit. So 3 weeks, what brought you to Jericho?
I had I gotten clean in April.
Okay.
I was clean for like 2 months.
25,
and,
April 20. And,
yeah.
Okay.
And I ended up messing up really quick. I ended up going to Lakeland Regional, their mental facility.
Yeah, mental health, Phil. Yeah.
And I was in there for 2 weeks. They transferred me to Springbrook.
Mm-hmm.
I was there for another 2 weeks, and they were doing like AA, NA meetings in there. I met this guy. He said it was a sober living facility. Wound up being like a trap house. So I was there for 4 days, and I couldn't stay there. I was like, because I didn't want to go back. I was off of fentanyl for like 40 days at that point. So I was sleeping in my car, and I just couldn't do it anymore. That was like 5 days. And I went to the administration building, and the secretary there hooked me up with Sean, and I got in.
Yeah, yeah. What's your experience been like so far?
It's been good. I mean, you know, I got guys like Kyle, you know what I mean, guys like Jason. Me and Kyle work the kitchen together, which is really cool. So.
Yeah, I don't know what all you got to hear tonight, but just it's really interesting. Like we had two guys before you, Eric. Did you hear Eric at all? So Eric's been with us for a while. Like got his own business now, doing so good. And now we've got what was the last guy? Yeah, Jason. My mind, help me, Jason. And he just got a job with us, and like to see that progression. And now we got somebody 3 weeks. And I think it's really good for people to understand, like, it is a journey.
Yeah.
It's a journey, you know. Not that 3 weeks of just sobriety, but 3 weeks with us. But still, yeah. Try to help people understand what it's like to be in active addiction with fentanyl.
It's terrible. You're a slave to it, honestly. And nothing comes before it. Nothing, you know what I mean? It's a constant battle.
Yeah.
You know, because you're just doing it to stay well after a while.
Yeah.
You're not even getting right.
Yeah, like that. The high's gone.
Right.
You're just keeping from dope sick.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was terrible.
And
Not
you end up
something I
in
wanna
some
go
pretty
back
rough
with.
places because of it.
Right. I'm thankful for Jericho doesn't allow Suboxone, so I was on Suboxone. I honestly, now that I'm not on anything, I just think it's a crutch. So I mean, it might be for some people, but
yeah, and it's a challenging subject because there's a lot of people who believe in it, and I can understand that, but we don't take that approach there. Explain to people what that is, because some people might not understand.
It's a opiate blocker. So you would take it to not go into withdrawal, block whatever opiates you were to take if you were to take them, and that's really it.
Yeah. So, with you, which came first, mental health or substance abuse, or were they kind of were they cousins?
I think if you add any chemicals to the stew, it kind of messes with both.
Sure.
You know, so I mean, I don't know if it's more mental health. I don't know if it's drugs, but I feel better.
Yeah. At some point, I think the conversation has to be had within the individual. Whichever one comes first, it might not matter, but they're both there, right?
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
And for you, where do you stand on the spiritual side? Because you understand that's a big part of who we are.
So I started reading the Bible in Lakeland, and it was actually after Ozzy had died. Because you hear these stories about how wild he was and everything, and like he just one day said, just God take it, and it really like meant something. I was like, okay, if he can get help and he can be clean, there's no way I can't.
That's powerful.
Yeah.
That's pretty powerful. So what's your take on the Bible right now?
I like it.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying it. It's something new to me.
Yeah.
So
that's cool to hear, because some of us, we've been reading it for a while. To hear someone's new perspective is kind of cool.
Right.
Yeah. Has the faith component of Jericho, has it been overbearing to you at all?
No, not honestly. It's been pretty cool.
Yeah.
I like the camaraderie. I like a lot of it.
Good. I think one of the misconceptions that can be out there is that you have to have or believe exactly what we believe in order to receive services there, and that's just it's not true.
Not at all.
But we do make it clear this is where we stand.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Cool. What's your goal? Like, what's the goals? What are you working towards?
Well, at first, when I first got there, I was like, all right, I'm gonna do my 5 months and just end it. You know what I mean?
Sure.
But now, I think I'm gonna stick around, because I mean, if you're leaving in the 5 months, you have no chance to really set yourself up. You know what I mean? For the 2 years, if you hang out, you know what I mean? You can come out of here with, money in your pocket, maybe a business, everything else. There's no point in leaving the same way you came in.
Sure. We offer those outs at different parts because there are different journeys, right? But I do agree that for most people, time is necessary to get yourself really. Do you want to stay in the area? Is that your goal?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And you're helping in the kitchen right now. What's that like?
I gotta work under Kyle, so it's not that great.
That's awesome.
But he's got one arm now, so he kind of needs me.
Yeah, that's good. That one arm.
Yeah, he does well with it. I'll give him that.
Yeah.
No,
But,
he's a good guy. I like him.
But I think there's something too, like, you're already helping other people.
Right.
Has that meant anything to you
Well, I
yet?
was a chef most of my life, so.
Oh, so you already know those things.
Yeah.
But I mean, helping other guys, like.
Oh yeah.
Does that do anything for you?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like like I said, the camaraderie there is it's really cool. Mm-hmm. I mean, it works well for us. Everybody gets along for the most part. You know
Sure.
what I mean? There's going to be difference of opinions. There's going to be different people, different strokes for different folks.
Of course.
But at the end of the day, we all get along pretty well.
Yeah. So when going back to time before Jericho, when it was at the roughest, were you by going to different mental health places, were you suicidal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't see a way out. That was the thing. I tried to get clean so many times on my own. And every time I would, make it a day, make it 2 days, and I'd end up failing. So I didn't see a way out of it. It had such a grip on me. And what happened was I had been on meth for like 5 days, so I was up for 5 days.
Yeah.
I went into like a psychosis.
Sure.
And that's what landed me there.
Yeah, that psychosis is no joke, man.
Yeah, no. Tell
It's
me about it.
no joke. Yeah, meth that's a common issue is
Right.
you can't sleep.
No.
And then when you can't sleep for that long,
Right, it messes with you.
yeah, you're done for a while.
Yeah.
What do you think kept you from suicide?
Probably my daughter, my wife.
Okay. So you're married?
Yeah.
How do they view you right now?
They're all right. We're working on it.
Sure, it takes time.
Right.
Takes time. How old's your daughter?
9.
Okay. So so I'd imagine those two, that's some pretty high motivation right there.
She's actually in the comment section right now.
She is?
Yeah.
Oh man. What's she saying?
I don't know.
That's my dad.
I think that's actually what she said.
That's cool. That's cool. Well, hopefully, yeah, I think somebody just saw it. They're smiling over there. Yeah. So that's a lot of motivation.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
She's great.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm sure you want. I think what's important for people to understand there is that it's not that you've had the problem, but it's the ability to overcome that problem.
Right.
And I think that's what you want to show her.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I'm imagining that, going through your life and some of the challenges you faced, I mean, you don't want to see those repercussions.
Right, you always want better for the next generation.
Of course, yeah. Well, that's cool. What would you tell someone right now that's, they're in that psych ward right now, and like that's not an easy place.
No.
And they're feeling it right then. What would you tell them? Like, what encouragement would you give them?
I mean, just go with the process. You know what I mean? There's other facilities. You know what I mean? There's tons of help out there if you're looking for it. It might seem dark, but I mean, you'll get through.
So, when you start to see that light, does that? Because I'm imagining you're starting to see some of it now.
Right.
When you're starting to see that light, is that giving you even more motivation?
Yeah, and I mean, like when you're talking to Jason, I mean, you're gonna hit those walls.
Sure.
I mean, it's different every day when I wake up.
Of course.
You know what I mean? Sometimes I'm with it, sometimes I'm not. And, if you just push through, you'll be okay.
Yeah, I think it's important for people to understand that because, like it takes time for our brains to heal.
Yeah.
Those neural pathways, there's some healing that still needs to happen for you. And,
Yeah.
And, like, for us, we got to understand that there's going to be some tough days or there's going to be some days, like you said, you don't feel with it or whatever. It's important for us to understand that. And I think it's important for you to understand that, especially, maybe right now you're feeling really good or right now, to kind of help yourself. Hey, there may be a hard day coming, but
Yeah.
that hard day doesn't have to be.
I mean, I've had a few since I've been there.
Sure, of
It's
course.
bound to happen.
Yeah, but they don't have to define you,
Right.
right? Yeah. Very good. Last thing, and then we'll get out of here. A year from now, what are we going to see?
Hopefully better me.
What's that look like?
Probably on my own 2 feet, doing what I need to do.
Yeah? Think you're going to be cooking it up somewhere? Is that something you want to
I
keep
don't
doing?
know if I'm going to go back into the restaurant business.
Fair
when I'm
enough.
done.
Fair enough. But we'll see where that happens.
Yep.
All right, man.
All right,
Well,
thank
thank
you.
you so much.
Appreciate you having
So
me.
glad you come out, brother. Thank you. It's awesome. All right. Okay. We are at 12:30. 12:30. I got a couple minutes here, I think. I got a couple minutes. so I'm going to do a question. Oh, all right. This is a question we've already answered, but I'll answer it again. Does someone have to profess faith to receive our services? And the answer is no. We help individuals, regardless of where they are faith-wise. It's never going to impede someone from being at Jericho. We make it abundantly clear, though, that this is who we are and what we believe and why we believe those things. But we're not, you got to think faith is such an integral, and it's such a personal aspect to someone's life. How can you force anyone to have that faith, right? And so obviously we would never force that, and we're not going to require someone to see things the same way as us, because that's anti the gospel. I mean, the gospel is we open our doors to all people, and we love and serve no matter who they are and where they come from. So that's our status, and that's what we'll continue doing. I think I got time for one more, and then we'll bring on our next interview. So, all right, I'm not doing that one yet. I'm saving that one. That's the funny one. Okay. All right, this is a big one. Okay. How can individuals, I'm just going to take this apart because there's a lot of questions here. How can individuals and churches best help the homeless? So let me focus on the church part, because we've heard a lot of people tonight and throughout the day talk about how it was their connection through a church that brought them to Jericho. And so one of the things I would encourage, I've said this we meet with a lot of pastors and we meet with a lot of people in churches. We talk about, we consider ourselves like a triage, like we're that starting point, right? So one, churches to understand who we are, that when they have individuals coming to them for food, coming to them for clothing, coming to them for those basic needs, if they can develop that relationship and then start to see, hey, maybe you need a place for recovery, then reach out to us. So that's a great way to help, is to know what we do and then advocate for us with individuals that are seeking help. So that's an important one. And then I think the second one is even create the space for that to even be possible. So you gotta have the pathway to make that possible. So, I think it's important that you have, not every church can have a food pantry or whatever, but that's a great way. Like I'm in almost constant communication with certain churches around here with their pantry because of the things they experience and so forth. So, but knowing who we are, being able to advocate for us, that's a big one. So, all right, that was a good question. We'll get to the rest of that part of that question. But right now we're ready to have our next interview. Here we go. How are you doing, man?
Outstanding. How are you, sir?
All right, here's the one arm. Yeah. I got to get my jacket. I'm getting a little, give me just a second here. All right, so tell everybody who you are, and we'll get started that way.
Kyle.
You're Kyle.
I'm Kyle.
Okay, well, any more to that, Kyle?
No.
No? Where are you from?
Clearwater originally.
Okay. How long have you been in this area?
I've been in this area about 4 months. 4.5 months.
Was all 4 of those at Jericho, or?
No, I was a lucky occupant at Hernando County Jail for a couple of months.
How long were you?
I was there for a little over 60 days.
Okay. Was it drug related?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir.
What's your experience with drugs?
Experienced.
Yeah? When did you start?
About 14.
Okay. 14. And how old are you now?
40.
So has it been pretty constant for those 26 years?
Except for when I was in the military.
Okay, you served.
Yes, sir.
Wow, what branch?
I was in the Army, and actually the last 2 years I was in the Navy.
Okay. Wow, all right. So all but the years that you served.
Yeah, marijuana was a huge thing. Marijuana and alcohol.
Is that how it got started?
Oh, yeah.
I'm assuming it didn't end there?
No, it started to fit in. You know what I mean? Sure you can tell I'm pretty socially awkward for, right now. I'm an introvert, but after 12 beers, I'm a was it extrovert?
Yeah.
When you're outgoing?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's just, the alcohol, obviously. Yeah, it
what
was a fit
what
in.
was life growing up? Like tough, good, bad?
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad. Physical abuse, mental abuse, stuff like that. You know.
Yeah, that's tough.
Grew up pretty poor.
Yeah. And you grew up in Clearwater?
I actually grew up in Hernando County.
Oh, you did?
Over here in Spring Hill.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, right over the hump there.
Yeah. All right. So tough childhood, tough growing up years.
Yeah.
And then you got involved with alcohol, marijuana. You wanted to fit in, wanted to feel different. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
And I think even that type of statement showcases something that we've learned a lot. I would even consider that a form of medication. You're trying to feel different.
You're self-medicated for many of years.
Yeah.
Many
Okay.
years.
What made you join the military? Did you join that when you were 18? Let me ask that first.
No, I joined. Yeah, I mean 17.
17.
As soon as I could.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know what.
Was it something like,
made me
hey, I got a
choose-
purpose, I can go, like a job, money, all these types of things?
It was just to get away from my parents, get away
Okay.
from my childhood, get away from just get away from that life.
Yeah,
You know
I
what
hear
I
it.
mean?
While you were there, was substances a part of your life?
Alcohol.
Yeah.
The job I did in the military was one of those jobs, without saying too much, it was a job where only males were allowed to do it. My base was all males, just because the job I did is combat arms. Cavalry scout, I guess, would be the simple way of saying it. So it was like, you work hard, you play harder.
Sure.
You drink when you come home from deployments and stuff like that. Instead of banners and stuff, there was kegs. And if you didn't, you were weak or less than. If you didn't party hard and drink hard, you were less than. So
Again, that same idea of got to fit in, got to feel this way. Yeah. Did that lead to some mental health issues, or were mental health issues maybe already there? How would you?
I don't know about mental health. I mean, mental health started when I got out
Of
the military.
yeah.
I mean, one of the things that helped me be able, not help me, I mean, it wasn't helping, but influenced the drinking was I was in Germany, fresh kid, and I had a bedtime of 9 o'clock till I joined the military, even as a senior, you know what I mean? So now I'm like a uncaged animal.
Gotcha.
And I'm in Germany
Yeah.
by myself, with a paycheck,
Yeah.
being able to do whatever I can do.
Let's roll, right?
Yeah, it
I can
was,
only imagine. Been to Germany a few times, so
Yeah.
can imagine.
Beer stronger.
Yeah.
And you got all your army buddies,
Yeah.
influencing you, stuff like
a
that.
lot of testosterone flowing.
Yes, that was it was a big factor. For
So
sure.
how long were you in the military?
4 years.
Okay. Once you got out, what was life like then?
It was hard.
Yeah.
It was hard to adapt. It was really hard to adapt because the job I did in the military didn't really set me up for success out of the military.
Okay.
Just because of what I did.
Gotcha.
They don't really do that in the real world. You get in trouble for that. You know what I'm saying?
Fair enough.
And then, unfortunately, when I got out, I don't want to talk too bad about person, but my ex-wife wasn't who I thought it was.
Okay.
Used me for a green card and visa. Long story short, and disappeared with my son.
Wow.
So I hit alcohol really bad.
So here now we're introducing a whole nother layer of trauma
Yeah.
because you're duped
Right. I got talked out of getting out of the military.
by this person.
Yes, because she convinced me that I was always gone, which I was. I missed my son walking, talking, crawling, all the firsts.
Yeah.
But then again, she met me in the military. So, a happy wife, happy life, they say.
So here
So
you
I did.
are, like you're changing a lot of things about your life, and then she's gone and she takes your kid.
Taking a kid.
Daggum. That's tough,
And,
man. Have you had any?
Yeah, I mean, it took a couple months to track that down and figure that out. And, because we were married, she just said she was on vacation. You know what I'm saying?
But she hadn't filed. She didn't file.
No.
Divorce or
Oh,
anything?
no.
Okay.
No, she was on my benefits,
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was rough. So I hit the bottle really hard. And then I got into some other stuff, some stronger stuff.
Yeah.
I had some money saved from being in the military. Now I'm back in Spring Hill, decorated soldier, thinking
Yeah, you're
I'm the
riding
man.
high.
Thinking
Yeah.
I'm the man.
Yeah, of course.
Because I was nothing in high school, or at least I thought I was.
Yeah, I mean, here you are. You've been
Around the world.
Yeah, and now
Yeah.
you're back, and you got money, and you got you got the uniform, and you
Right.
got all that.
Right.
So I'm imagining you live off that for a while. Live off that kind of like that high or whatever.
I partied hard. But it led me to trouble. Man, I got 3 DUIs in 10 months.
Wow.
You know, first 2 were in 3 months, you know. So I was in some serious trouble. Thank God I didn't hit anybody. I didn't crash the car. Doing stupid stuff like in the parking lot hanging out, you know. Always was a loner. But man, that alcohol is something that makes me Superman.
Yeah.
Or at least I thought I was. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No.
That
I mean,
false sense of pride, false sense of ego.
Sure.
You know?
Sure. It really, you know, a lot of people. I think we're becoming more aware of this, and hopefully even more. But you know, it's a pretty dangerous substance.
Yeah, and if you look around, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
It's cheaper than a bottle of water.
Yeah.
Go to the gas station. You know, in some parts of town at least. You know what I mean?
Well, and I think also like from a society, like we're talking about, like, you know, I grew up in a very like masculine type of, you know, be a man, do these things, right? And I'm sure you can relate to this, but it's like there is that side where if you don't do this, who are you? You know?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for you, like, but it led to other things, and we don't have to talk about those if you don't want to. That's your choice. But did it lead to homelessness?
No, not then.
Okay.
No. I have suffered homelessness, but it was usually just because my dumb self, you know. I'd rather party than to just man up and do what I needed to do. I always had a job. I worked my way up in the field. You know, I always had a really good job, salary, benefits, provided for my kids. They always had what they wanted, vacations, all that nonsense, up until about a year ago.
What happened then?
Long story short, fell in love with the wrong person. Yeah. Fell in love with the wrong person and lost everything.
Wow.
Everything.
Was it? How much of that was your fault? How much of that was theirs? I mean, I mean that's not a fair question. Let me ask that in a different way. When you got to that situation, right, and they were the wrong person, and I won't ask that. I'm going to ask it a different way. When you got there, and you're like, did that person take things from you, or you found out and then you went south?
The person introduced me to something that is more powerful than anything. It's crack.
Okay.
To be honest.
Yeah.
100%. Introduced me to crack.
It's a tough one, man.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. I've heard some people talk about they think that's the hardest thing they've ever had to overcome.
Yeah. And it was
It takes everything, man.
it was tough, man. Lost my kids.
It takes everything.
Yeah. Shut down everybody I knew. You know what I mean? My job, good job. Pawning stuff, stealing stuff. It was just crazy, you know? Go from being a sergeant in the Army with ribbons everywhere and this and that to, you know, chasing that next high. It was nuts. Lost like 60 pounds
Yeah.
in a couple months.
Yeah.
Gained it back, though. You know what I mean? Things I used to do that were fun never was fun, you know?
It becomes your whole life.
Yeah. And crack's not cool. I mean, it's fun for like 30 seconds. You know what I mean? Like well, no, you don't know what I mean, but it's just, looking back, it's very simple, man. I really wish I would have known God and read the Bible. Like, just 100% being honest. If I would have read the Bible, especially Proverbs, that's a list of what not to do.
Sure, it is.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially when it's talking about the female.
Yeah.
You
know, I think that's an interesting thing because, you know, somebody mentioned something to me tonight that I think we need to take in consideration here is potentially for you, and, you know, I don't know your story, and this is the first time we've got to interact this way, but potentially for you, you were looking for answers in another person. You're looking for contentment or something like that. And so, you know, when you're in a position like that and it doesn't work out, there's a big bottom there. Yeah, that's a challenging thing. How long you been in Jericho now?
Not long enough. But let's see here, August 17th.
Where are we at? October 10th, 9th, something like that?
Yeah.
So
Almost
going on
60
2
days.
months.
Yeah. That's 60 days. Yeah.
Okay. How are you doing? Like from a mental.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. Couldn't be happier.
Wow.
Couldn't be happier.
What is it?
It's
God, I think is what a part of it.
you know what it is, to be honest, and you know it's. Again, I just wish I would have done it quicker, sooner. I've been to probably 6 or 7 rehabs.
Really?
Inpatient, outpatient, PHP, partial hospitalization program. Like I mentioned before, I'm a veteran, so I've reached out to the veteran. I've done their program. I've done every program. I've done 6 months, 28 days, all that. Successfully completed. To the point where sometimes they make me alumni, and I go and speak, and I stay there longer. But to be honest, it was always missing something. You know, I got a best friend 15 years, and he always told me, man, just read the Bible. Literally, just read the Bible. You don't need all that stuff. Quit running away from your kids. Quit running away from your job. You know, be an active part of society and read the Bible. You know, and when I came to Jericho, I mean, it was crazy. It's crazy how simple it was.
Wow. You know, I think that, you know, that's a really, really impactful part, because one of the things that we really strive hard to do is we really strive hard to have best practices. Okay? That's something that I'm very adamant about. But what I'm learning in my pursuit of best practices, what I'm learning is the best practices are the things of God. Like I'm not trying to speak negatively on other things that we can do from a recovery standpoint, but I'm just fascinated that at the end of the day, the number one thing, and people are saying it time and time again. I didn't ask you to say that. I had no clue what you were going to say.
Absolutely.
And you're telling me, man, it's God.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is.
That's incredible.
1,000%. I was sitting in jail. Sat in jail for a while. And before jail, I was down in St. Pete, St. Vincent de Paul.
Yeah.
And they have a huge homeless shelter. It's called the Hope Center. And for veterans, it's not, I mean, it's not a shelter. It's your own room, TV. I mean, it's swanky. But you can get complacent there.
Yeah.
And that's what I found myself doing. I was complacent. I was riding the system, which I hate doing. And I found myself with a decision. If I can get out, I can go right back down there. And I was on this list for, I think it's HUD-VASH. HUD-VASH program. It's like Section 8, but for veterans. And they were going to get me a house and pay my rent for 3 years. And so I was debating whether I should go down to St. Pete
to do that, or stay up here, because my son's up here, my mom's up here, my grandma's up here. I'm from here. And I just prayed and meditated for countless weeks. I wouldn't sleep at night. Wow.
Countless weeks. And then it just came to me, Jericho Road Ministries. Somebody said it somewhere. I forget where it was. It was in the pod, something. And I was like, hey, man, what do you know about that? Told me that. And then he was actually gearing me towards something in Ocala. It's like 2 years long. I forget the name of it. Obviously don't matter. I didn't remember it. But Jericho, it just kept coming up weird in the different places. I go to AA meeting. Somebody would mention it. I go to a church. Somebody would mention it. So then I called my ex-wife, who's my best friend. I've known her for 15 years. We've been divorced 5. She's my best friend. She's awesome. She's amazing. Mother of my daughter. And I had her do some research. She said, yeah, I think you should go there. You know what I mean? And then called my man Sean, and there was no bed open. And I had just went to Veterans Court, and I got approved for Veterans Court. And I had to wait 2 weeks. And Sean's like, you know, like, you'll be the first one on the list. I'll let you know. Just prayed and meditated. On my birthday, I called just to check in.
Yeah.
He's like, yo, did you hear the news? But he was the first person I called. I haven't called my ex-wife or anything. He said, yeah, bed just opened up. We got you. I got picked up that Sunday. My birthday's August 12th. He picked me up that Sunday.
Wow.
I mean, it's simple.
Yeah.
Prayer and meditation. And it just came to me.
Praise the Lord.
And I couldn't be happier.
Praise the Lord.
Since then, I've rekindled my relationship with my son. I have a visit with him this Sunday.
Wow. Cool.
My daughter did not want to talk to me. She's 13, so it's pretty rough. She just turned 13. You know, I abandoned her. Ran to St. Pete, had fun, partied. And now we talk. Talked for over an hour the other day.
Wow.
She's not ready for a visit yet because, unfortunately, with kids, they're tough. You
Sure.
give them a little bit, and you break their heart. She don't want to get her heart broken.
I understand.
So, but
and you can understand that too.
100%. I don't
Yeah.
blame her, and I'm proud of her for speaking up to that
Yeah.
and saying, even with the phone calls, she wants to limit it to a couple times a week.
Well, and I think what that proves though is over time, the more you have, the more she has, she's going to see it. And once y'all get over that final thing, it's going to be really tight then.
Yes, and for the first instant, I was mad.
Understandable.
Because I was her dad for
Sure.
the last 12 years. I messed up for a year.
Yeah.
But the thing is, when it clicked to me, it's like if you walk into the woods for a year, right? It's going to take more than a week to walk out of the woods.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
I think that's an important thing everybody in recovery needs to hear, right? Like, no matter what that walking in the year in the woods looks like, it doesn't just happen overnight. Mm-hmm. There's a time. Yeah.
Right.
But no, those are good words. All right, so I got one last question before we
Yes,
end.
sir.
All right. What would you tell someone right now that is in jail and they're trying to figure out what to do, but they've been dealing with this substance and stuff like that for a while? What would you tell them?
Pray, meditate, read the Bible.
Same things you've been saying, right?
Yes.
It's that important and that simple at the same time.
And you hear a lot of people say, like, how do I know God's talking to me? How do I know it's that? Well, it's reading the Bible. The more you read the Bible, the more you know His Word, the more you know His signs, the more you understand, oh, that was a sign. Oh, it is leading me. Because if you don't know the Word, you don't study the Bible, He could be talking to you the whole time.
Yeah.
We breathe air. We don't know it's there. We can't touch it. We can't feel it. We can't touch or see God. But we know He's there if we study it and read the Bible.
I mean, the scriptures say that, right?
It does. I don't know which one it is, but it's
But
in
it
there.
does, yeah.
I promise you it's in there.
That's it.
And if you look at my Bible, there's little markers and
Yeah.
everything everywhere, man. It's
That's
crazy.
good.
I love it.
That's
I love
good.
it.
That's good. Well, thank you so much, man. I appreciate
you.
it. Shake your hand.
Thank
I don't
you.
know if I can that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's give
Get
it
my
up.
grip back.
All right, there we go.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you for coming. All right. Here we are. 10 till 1 a.m. Okay. We're pushing through here. I see some potentially sleepy eyes. All right. No sleepy eyes, I'm being told. Okay. I think we got another interview coming up in a few minutes, but we're going to do some questions first. I'm getting a little lower, which is good. But hopefully tomorrow you guys are going to keep providing those questions if you're still up with us now. Provide them, comment, keep them coming, because we have a lot that we would like to be able to answer. All right, so this question states, is there an organized process to help people move from homelessness to stability, perhaps through ministries working together? All right, great question. So, organized, I think that's the word that maybe somebody could get a little hung up on here. Is there an organized way? So, no, but yes. No meaning there's not like this ongoing once a month meeting where all of us get together and talk about who's homeless and how we can help them. What does happen, even in you can see some of these conversations, like Shanika, not too long ago, she emailed me about a situation, asked my opinion and what we could do, and I gave her the best answer I could give. So what happens is relationships form. People know people, and they start to reach out about this or about that. And so it's not organized in the sense that we've got this ongoing meeting about this, but it is organized in the sense that we know each other. We're connected in a lot of different ways. So we're hearing about individuals at various levels. So one of the key ones I think we're learning tonight is our connection to the jail. And how many individuals that are coming from the jail are coming to Jericho. And so it's really important that we continue and create those relationships because, like one of the conversations we had, the guy, I think he mentioned like 2 weeks. He got out of jail and for 2 weeks he was back at it, but he got to Jericho. So we try to form those relationships to create the best type of organization, the organic organization, that when we know stuff that we can work and help create smaller gaps so people don't fall through the cracks. And we can really try to get people onto that path of stability. So great question. All right, let me do one more, and then we're going to do another interview. Okay. Oh, this is a thrift question. I think I can answer that. Can I answer thrift questions? Do we go to Dade City to pick up big donations? Yes. Dade City is not that far away. I love Dade City. It's a beautiful, beautiful area. So sure, yeah, we come. So one of the things that we do, I think it's an important part of our work. We offer 5 thrift stores, and the funding, helps provide the ministry and the space to do what we do. And so when there are people in counties, I think Dade City is part Pasco, part Hernando, just all Pasco. Yeah, of course we'll go to another county. Now, obviously, if it's like, hey, I've got a pair of shoes, but you send your truck here, that's not a cost-efficient thing for us to do, because at the end of the day, we do have to make those profitable in order to help as many people as we can help. And as you can see, there's so many people in need. Like our last conversation, there are people that are waiting to get in, and it's very important for us to provide as many beds as we can, so those donations really help with that. All right, I think that's a good way to answer, and I think we're ready to bring on a good friend of mine, a buddy. He's a true friend, Sean. What's up, Sean?
Good morning.
I tell you what, man, we've been at it for a minute, haven't we?
Yeah, we have.
Sean, so everybody that's not in front of this camera, I think they have a harder job than me.
Yeah, right.
Because y'all are staying awake. I'm least in conversation.
Yeah.
With people who are keeping me going. You guys are just, you're doing it.
Sitting in the bleachers.
That's right, man. Well, Sean, tell us about you. Where do we start?
Oh, we can start 35 years of drinking.
35 years of drinking.
35 years of hard drinking, Andrew. I mean, it went on for a long time. I was just telling somebody the other day, I didn't know that places like Jericho existed. All through the years, all through, I was married for 20 years. I had a good marriage, raised two beautiful sons that I don't remember most of it, right? And that's the sad part about it, is knowing that they grew up so well. I instilled good values, honesty, integrity, everything you want your sons to be. They both became Marines. Yeah. Spent some time in the Marine Corps. Good, I got grandchildren, a beautiful daughter-in-law. Then you become, I heard someone sit up here, a few people sit up here, and you talk about being functional. My average day consisted of getting up, dry heaving, drinking, and I would have a 16 or 20 ounce bottle of water that had vodka in it, and I would drink that at work. Yeah. So if my eyes were open, I was drinking. Yeah. Until one day it's all gone. I mean, you never see it coming. And, I didn't know that then. What I know now is that's God's way of stepping in and saying, enough is enough. Yeah. Right? Enough is enough. It's time for you to change. It was hard. I died twice in the hospital. Spent 35 days recovering in a hospital. And the only thing they handed me was a piece of paper, and it had Jericho's name on it. Yeah. It's March 30th of 2022 when I walked in the door.
I've learned in my time doing this, a weird subject potentially, but vodka, like a lot of people go to that because of it's clear and you can put in a lot of different things. Yeah. And people are hiding it, so to speak. Sure. But it's pretty common, right?
It's an easy drink to hide.
Yeah.
I could have it sitting on my desk all day long and nobody would know the difference.
Odor-wise, you're good to go. Yep. Look-wise, you're good to go.
Yeah, and I could sit here and I could sit and function just like I am now. Yeah. And have been drinking. And when I say I've been drinking, I put a half-gallon bottle of vodka down my throat every day.
So as you're doing that, like, what's the thought process at this point? Like that heavy? Are you like drowning something? Is it functioning? Like what are we doing?
No, I mean for a long time, it was just a common thing, you know. Growing up, we did well. My father was an alcoholic. He died very young. He died at 56 years old in 2006 of cirrhosis of the liver. You would think that would change my views. Of course, it didn't. A divorce.
But I think that's an important thing for people to understand. Like, because some people just think, well, this is a logical thing. Like, logically, this isn't good for me.
Right.
I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
That's not how this works.
It's a grip.
Yeah.
Let's talk about like God. God's got that grip on me now, where I don't ever want to go back to the person I was. Right?
Yeah.
Alcohol had that same grip on me, where it's
a god.
Yes, it's an idol.
Yeah.
It's absolutely 100% an idol, and you know when he stepped in and it's all taken away, my body didn't like it. You know, my body had it for so long. It was like blood in my veins, you know.
So when you got to that point, you lost everything. You mean everything?
Everything. Walked in the door one day and I'd forgotten. I vaguely remember how it happened. I left for lunch and I left my vodka on the desk. I don't know if somebody came to take a drink out of my water, but that's how something happened like that. They knew I was drinking on the job, and it was a very good job. Paid very, very well. I was not hurting in any way. Every single dime I made went to alcohol, you know, and that was it. Here's your last paycheck, no severance pay, no nothing. And that, with my drinking habit, that lasted about a week, and that was it, you know.
Was the wife gone then? Or
yeah, we got divorced in 2008. She's remarried, lives up in Tennessee.
Did she leave you by chance because of the alcohol?
Yeah, it was that. I dove into my work. I mean, I was very good at my job, and I spent all my time at work. I came home. I was that guy. I was the husband who came home, put my Friday check on the table, and she took care of all the money. I did all the, you know, she had a job with Lowe's, still works for Lowe's, and that, you know, kids didn't need for anything. You know, if they needed something, we just got it.
Yeah.
2 boats, 2 cars, nice big house.
Yeah.
Everything was there, you know.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Dad dying kind of tore me into my drinking a little bit. And then about a year and a half later, we got a divorce.
So those are things that I think people need to understand, is that, like, because like you made the mention, and people will say this, like, I'm functioning. I was functioning.
Oh, yeah.
And what they mean by that is I have the job and I'm keeping everything together.
Right.
But the non-reality of that is once we interject a new challenge, it becomes harder and harder.
Sure. To us, we feel like we're functioning.
Yeah.
Everything else around us is falling apart.
Yeah.
We're coping with it because of you know, I was because of my addiction, you know, my alcohol.
When you dry heaved in the morning, because that's not a thing that most people are dealing with every morning.
Horrible.
Was that ever you know what, this isn't good?
You're looking at yourself in the mirror every morning while you're dry heaving, and you're saying, please let me through. Please get me through this. Please don't last as long as it did yesterday morning. And I would literally, Andrew, I don't mean to kind of go into this, but, you know, when you're dry heaving, everything is just so tense and you're pushing so hard. I would have these purple veins for half the day from popping them in my cheeks from pushing so hard, and just be like, oh, okay, it stopped. It stopped long enough for me to go in the living room and get a drink. And I didn't use glasses. I didn't use a glass anymore. They're straight from the bottle. It was easier.
Yeah.
You know.
So you get to this point when everything's gone. Was it suicidal then?
I don't know. I don't feel like I ever felt that. I felt like, okay, this is it. I'm really to the point where I need intervention. You know, both the kids, I spoke with both of them. They said, I think the first thing you need to do is go detox. So I show up at detox. I sat at the racetrack at the corner of Little Road and 52 for 8.5 hours without a drink. I was really starting to get sick, really bad sick, because I haven't had any alcohol. But my son was working. He worked for 911 at the time, my youngest. And then he came and picked me up and took me to Baycare in Newport Richey, their detox facility. I was in there maybe a couple hours. They had a bib on me for dry heaving, and they took my blood pressure, and it was 220 over 170.
Sure.
Yeah. So they said, we can't treat you. We need a doctor to write off that you're okay to be treated, right? So they put me in an ambulance, and they sent me to, I was supposed to go to North Bay Hospital in Newport Richey. They were busy, so they sent me to Trinity. And I remember going in the emergency room, and that was it. That's when I died. And I died about a little over a minute, and they brought me back to life. Fast forward, the lady that brought me back to life twice was 8 years sober to the day. She gave me a little AA book after I woke up.
I think I've seen a picture of her. I think I've seen a picture with you and her.
Yeah, we took a picture together in the hospital when I went back 2 years later to go thank them.
Yeah.
I think one of the scariest feelings in the world was because I was in such a bad shape, they had to induce a coma. So I couldn't go through detox on my own. They detoxed me in the hospital. I woke up, I was intubated, I had a regulator in my mouth, I was sedated. Both my sons are standing at the foot of the bed when they took me out of the coma. That's sobering.
Yeah.
That's a sobering feeling. It's really horrible.
Yeah. You came to Jericho.
Yep. I came to Jericho, and I attempted the program.
So that's something I'm going to talk about in a minute.
Yeah.
Because I think it's an important thing that we discuss, because I think people need to understand, because a lot of people ask, why does it take people multiple times and stuff? So we're going to get into that. Okay.
Yeah.
But you came.
Yeah.
You were there, started working, and then what happened?
I was getting dropped off at the Walmart there at Mariner and 50, and you have to wait 32 minutes for the next bus to come. And I would sit there outside the Walmart liquor store.
Yeah, they got a liquor store right there.
They dropped the buses right there in front of it, and I just look at that sign every day, and I did great for a couple weeks. It didn't take long though, you know. And then that feeling comes back, and you're like, you know what? I've gone this far. I'll bet you I can go in there and just get one little drink. I didn't make it out the door before I turned around and went back got another one.
Wow.
And another one. And then the little one, why bother that? I could just get a bigger one. That'll be gone before I get back to the center. By the time I got back to the center, I couldn't even walk. I would put 3 times the bottle size, so that size down in a heartbeat. Now here it is, a little over 4 months later, and I could barely put a pint down and not walk or talk.
Yeah, because your body's come off of it.
Yeah.
And you're now feeling like you don't, like, you know, there's a resistance that had built up, and that's gone.
Yep.
Okay, so you bargained is kind of what you did with yourself. You're like,
that's 100%. Yep. I bargained with my own life. I have come to the realization, and this was a while back. Obviously restarting the program with the understanding of knowing that I truly wasn't there for the right reasons the first time, right? I tell a lot of the guys coming into the program, you know, you've got to be here for you. You can't be here for mom. You can't be here for dad. You can't be here for the kids. You can't be here for the wife. You cannot do that. Right now, if there's any time that God wants you to be selfish, it's right now. Right? It is right now to take care of you. And he will take care of everything else. He will take care of mending the relationships. He will take care of making sure that they're supposed to see and they're supposed to hear what they need to see and what they need to hear. That's my truth, right? Because it happened to me. You know, I remember clearly, wow, you sound so much better. Wow, listening to you talk or looking or seeing my kids and you know, praise God that my daughter-in-law lets me see my grandkids. You know,
yeah.
I was never allowed to see. I wasn't allowed around them. But that's, you know, it's knowing now that I am not that. I don't have anything against anybody that wants to drink. There's nothing wrong with people that drink, right? I am not that guy. I cannot have a drink ever again in my entire life because there is no such thing as one drink.
So like, what's so important though, like you talked about the right reasons, wrong reasons, but I'm not saying I disagree with you. I agree with you, but I also think it's important for people to understand, like, you know, you coming that first time, it's not unsuccessful because it got the process starting.
Right.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what was it like when we were like, all right, you got to go? How hard was that?
It almost felt like the same time I was in the hospital. Like I've gone so far and now I felt like a failure instantly. You know, not at the time. The following morning, when the head starts to clear, and then the thought process is starting to go through. Oh my God, what have I done? It's always that. It's always, oh my God, what have I done?
Where did you wake up that next day?
In my bed at the center. They let me sleep it off, and then they told me I had to, and pray. And again, the grace was awesome. I did 4 days in Leesburg at the detox facility, and came back 4 days later.
Yeah.
And hit the ground running.
Yeah. You know, one of the other things that we found out during this process was sleep apnea.
Yeah, well, you should remember some of that, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So I about 13 years ago, I went to the doctors, and they had diagnosed me with narcolepsy.
Yeah.
So there's all these years, I'm just thinking it's something that I'm not going to be able to get treated. I'm not going to be able to treat, you know? I'm just going to have to
So
kind
is
of
it fair
deal
to
with
say
it.
they misdiagnosed you?
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
100%. My sleep apnea is so excessive that I was lucky to get a half hour sleep a night. And I'm talking months and months and months on end of that. So if me and you would stop talking for more than 3 seconds, I'm done. You know, that's it.
Well, you know, I remember that conversation because you and I, it was after class. I was like, dude, you gotta figure something out here.
We were sitting closer than we are right now.
Yeah, I'm like, you gotta figure something out because, and you know, maybe I was too harsh. I don't know. But the point at that time was, whatever that was, it motivated or it got something rolling where we got the sleep stuff figured out. That's how I look at it.
That conversation with you, what it last 25, 30 seconds?
It wasn't long.
No, it was an eye opener because it was like, you know, you get that, geez, man, come on. If he sees something in you, right? And everybody else is telling you, man, you got it, then why can't I? Right? And I think that's what I kind of meant more about I obviously I missed something, right? I had to have missed something in those first 4 months, or I wouldn't have done what I did. So my train of thought went to me is, I'm going to pay closer attention to what they're telling me. I'm going to do better, and I'm going to do this. I know I can, right? If I did 4 months, heck, I could double that.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that was the motivation, and obviously, my personal interactions with God. I was not a believer when I came to Jericho, right? Jericho, we say this all the time. We don't save people, right? He saves people. We give them the tools.
Yeah.
We're going to give you all the tools we have in our toolbox,
yeah.
right? And it's up to the individual themselves to do what they feel they need to do, and that's the way I took it. You know, it's like, okay, all right, this is what they're telling me. I'm going to do this.
Well, I think like it's important for us to recognize the sleep apnea component because how much that does, like having a good night's sleep, how much that helps an individual. My days are incredible now. Yeah. With my sleep. I mean, I faithfully, I put my mask on. I don't have my phone on yet. I wish I could show you. But I have a little thing on my phone. It's the app for my machine, right? And every day, almost every day, 90% of the days, I look at it, and it's above 90%. You know, you want above 90% all the time as best you can. 90 times out of 100, it's 100%. Where I haven't had any episodes, nothing tried, and it's all thanks to the doctor. You know, I was that guy. I don't want to go to a doctor. I don't trust doctors. They're not going to tell me anything good, right? I think that was really one of my biggest things is being that guy that did so much damage to my body for so many years. The fear of what they were going to tell me when the blood work came in. Wow. So that's an important component, the fear.
Yeah.
Like
fear.
Because like sometimes, especially as men, we come off as macho, when in reality it's not macho, it's actually fear.
It's fear, 100%. Yeah.
And so here you are, you address the sleep issue, you go through the program again. I don't view your first stint as a failure, and I hope you don't either. I view it all as part of one process to get you there.
Yeah. I mean, I still think. I mean, I understand what you're saying, and I guess you're right. Failure's too harsh of a word.
Because any day sober, Any day sober.
It's a great day.
Yeah, and like we talk
great
about the gap in the relapse. You had 4 days, correct?
Yeah.
And then you're right back at it.
Yep. Yep. And
That's a big. That's. Think about. You said how long were you drinking?
35 years.
4 days, and that's all it took for you to.
Yeah.
It didn't even take 4 days. It was really just one time, and then you got back on, right?
Right. Yep. And it's like I was just telling Jason when you were doing one of your interviews with Kyle I'm here. I am a little over 3.5 years, right? And with the one slip in between in the middle there, or early in my first program, and if I wake up in the morning and I ask him to please be with me so that I don't drink today.
Yeah.
And I go to bed and I say the same thing when I go to bed. There's a lot of prayers going on in the middle of the day, things I'm thinking about, things that I want to discuss with God. But every single morning when I wake up, I thank him for letting me put 2 feet on the ground, and please do not let me drink ever again. If I look at it this way, Andrew, if I spent 35 years of doing so much damage to my body, then I've got 35 years to make up for that by doing good, doing better, and telling my story to somebody. If my story can just move one person to better their lives, then that's a blessing in itself.
Amen. And so now let's fast forward. You went through the program. We talked about those 4 days. You came back, did an amazing program, and now what are you doing at Jericho?
Now I'm the manager of the entire facility, the center, and it's real. If you would ask me 2 years ago if I would be doing, I would have said, "You're crazy. There's no way." Right.
Well, the thing that we saw early on, and I say we because I think it's important for you to know, it wasn't just me. There was multiple people that saw this. You had the disposition for it,
yeah,
and you had the history, and you had the when I say history, I probably really mean the experience.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah.
But you had that disposition where you cared for people, and I think what that was really coming from, like, you didn't judge because you can't
judge.
And man, we couldn't be prouder. We could not be prouder. You're
I think one of my favorite things to tell people, especially, and when I mean tell people, I mean the guys that are walking in the door. When we're going through that intake process, is to let them know that I am absolutely no different than them.
Yeah.
I walked in the front door just like they did. I had that deer in the headlight look in my eyes, the exact same way. I like to say my job now is to help take that deer out of the headlight look out of your eyes.
That's awesome.
Right? I mean, and to know that there's a process to it.
Yeah.
You got to trust the process. You got to go through it. You're gonna have a lot of bad days, but you're really gonna have some fantastic good ones.
Yeah, and like I think this is a pretty fair thing to say. A bad day sober is still a better day.
You got that right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Because even if you don't feel like you're moving forward in those bad days, praise God you ain't moving backwards right now.
You know, we talk. It's me, Sean Grant, Leslie. We'll talk from time to time, and you like in the evaluations, we'll talk about, do you have, how, especially like in the initials, do you still think about it do you still have that feeling like you want to use that feeling? And I tell them, even driving down the road, I'll see the word liquor on a sign. 99 times out of 100, the first thing that goes through my mind are probably 2 or 3 of the most exhausting, miserable moments of my life while I was drinking. And that's in itself. And we're talking like a half a second thoughts going is just, and then it's like you don't even realize it anymore. But it's even like I said, it's here we are 3.5 years later, and just going, you know what? I don't ever want to be. I don't want to be that. And I got so many more things to look forward to.
And you think about like the relationships that we've got to form now.
Right?
Like
people I'm going to know the rest of my life.
Yeah, and like I think we can really say this, like we're really a family.
Oh yeah.
Like it's really a family feel.
Yeah.
Like we love each other, we care for each other, we goof off, we do fun things.
Yeah.
But it's really a family. And it's like for me now, I wouldn't trade that part of it for anything.
Not in a million years.
Yeah.
Not for $1 million.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, I don't have the same story as you, but I can relate to this. Like I don't want to lose that.
No.
You know what I mean?
No, I couldn't. You know, it's weird you say that because I'm like, you know, where I'm at now, I'm in a better place than I've ever been. You know, other than being there when my children are born, right?
I'm not asking it from a comparison.
Right,
yeah,
no, but the what we do every day is so, I don't know, it's so beautiful.
It is.
It really
beautiful.
is.
Yeah.
I tell the guy, you know, I used to say, man, I loved my job, and I did. I loved what I was doing. I was very good at it. And
sure.
I say that for no other reason than I was, right? And
yeah.
and I did it for a very long time, 25 years in the logistics and transportation industry, and I did very good. But the love that I had for that job is minute compared to the love that I had for
yeah,
what I do
because
now.
like right now for us, you know, we wake up, and when we go into work, so to speak, what we're doing is we're going into a field of like seeing individuals really go from death to life. And you know, I mean, how can you compare that?
You can't.
Yeah.
You can't. Why would you want to go somewhere and not save lives?
Yeah. You know, I think the future is bright. I think it's very bright for us. I think, you know, there's a lot of opportunities out there. As you think about that, you've got to see the growth and the change of Jericho.
I was just thinking about it. It's weird.
Wonder where we're going to be in 5 years.
From 3.5 years ago to now, and I'm talking really, if you want to boil it down to just over the course of the last year. Some of the little things that we changed, you know, and here and there. I think the collaboration and the way we all get together and kind of like a think tank is what can we do. And I don't want to. I hate. I know when you say sometimes, I'm going to pick on Sean, right? One of the most fantastic things I think I've ever heard you say that I still remember to this day is, you know, we want Jericho to kind of have that Chick-fil-A deal. Mm-hmm. What does Chick-fil-A do? They do chicken, and they do it better than anybody else, right? We want to help save lives, and we want to do it better than anybody else.
Yeah. I mean, we're going to keep pushing for that. So with that, you know, when you think about the guys that you see coming in right now, mm-hmm. What are you seeing? Like, what's different? What's challenging? What are we facing now that
we've got more mental health going on now than I think I've ever seen in my life. I mean, yep. and I'm not. I tell I got my knowledge of mental health is what you could probably see through my fingers right now. So it's a great learning experience for me. Mm-hmm. Every time I see a medication, I'm always looking it up. What does it do? Why are we? And then you've got not just the medications, but the medications to keep the side effects from them. You know, all these different things going on. The knowledge and the building the capacity to know why they're doing it, why the mental health is going on so much is because there's such a lack of care for it. But right now, the relationships that we've built within our community alone with different mental health providers is really doing a great job.
Yeah, because one of the things we talk about often is we're not going to act like we know something we don't.
100%, yep.
You know,
yep.
And because I think as soon as we start to carry that false flag or that pride, not only can people see through that real quickly, but what good is that going to do someone?
Not going to do them any good.
You know?
Yeah, let's not give them false. Let's not give them false hope.
Yeah.
If I don't know something, I will tell somebody.
Yeah, I don't know
what? I'll find out.
I'm going to find it out, but I can't sit here and tell you I know exactly what to do right now. Yeah, but we're seeing a lot of mental health.
Yeah.
A lot of mental health.
And not to say that it wasn't there to begin with, right?
Sure.
We're just, I think, excuse me, I think now it's just focusing more on every aspect of the addicts and the alcoholics, and just kind of making sure that we're going to address each and every
that holistic approach.
The holistic components.
And I think that mental health part is an area that obviously we like you said, you know, it's been there, but like I agree, it's pretty heavy. I mean, and you know, I think at least, I don't know if at least is the right phrase, but I'll use that one. At least we're aware of that.
Yeah.
And we're not closing we're not like putting a blind eye to it. Okay, that's a question I've been asking a lot as we wrap up here. I'm going to ask these. Someone that's going through it right now, right? They're a family member. Well, let's pick the family side. All right, they're a family member, and they got a loved one going through it.
Okay.
They're really, their sister, their mom, their dad, somebody, they're really going through it. What would you tell that family member right now? How would you encourage them?
Be there for them. What they're going through is probably one of the most difficult parts is probably the most difficult thing they've ever had to go through. Right now, as a family member, immediate mother, father, brother, sister, wife, children, is just be there for them. I know that they probably hurt you. I know that they've probably done some things in the past, but if they do this, they're going to see that you still care for them.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's my immediate thing would be to go right to them and just say, just make sure you're there for them because they're going to need you.
Yeah.
The one thing I think truly for me was, as much as I've done to my family, especially my mother, for her to stick it out for so long, and just be there 100%, as a mother should be, right? Just never giving up on me. And never, not once did she ever tell me to just, you're done, I'm done with you, right? So that was an inspiration in itself. So.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, you're an inspiration to me. I want you to know that. Like, I have a deep respect, deep love for you. The work that you do, could not be more happy that you're with us. And I think what you provide the guys, not only you're just real. You are who you are in a good way. And just so grateful that you're part of our team.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah. I got plenty of it.
Oh, yeah.
We're still going here.
A lot of hours.
Yeah. All right. We are pushing through here. I'm going to bring Sean Grant up here in just a minute. So I think he's going to join me back for a moment. And I got a couple questions I'm going to ask him. And then I think we're pretty good for a little bit. But I'd like Sean to come back up. So,
hey.
Oh, man, you got shorts on.
I do.
You cold? There's other people with shorts. Yeah.
Yes.
The getting cold yet?
No, I'm good. It's great.
Oh, okay.
Love it.
I'm cold, and I got a jacket.
No, a little bit.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, man, we just did interview back to back, for a while.
How are you feeling?
I'm good. I'm good. For me, I love this stuff, and so I've been, to me, this is super encouraging because I get to see the individuals and the transformation and change. See you guys. Y'all have a good night. Thanks for coming out. Thank you, bro. The question I wanted to ask you is, as we are, conversing, is there anything you've learned tonight?
I mean,
maybe learn's a strong word. Is there something that's been interesting tonight?
Yeah, I think that community aspect of things is very interesting. And so, this idea of it being different parts of the community coming together to help in one cause. And so I think hopefully as we continue through this, we'll meet other people from the community who their passion is to help, but maybe in a different context.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then, and obviously, and this is something as someone who's gone through addiction and spent a lot of time working with individuals who have, it just that age that we get started at seems to be becoming even younger and younger. And for whatever reason, right? And then I think just how harmful the substances are these days, how quickly it can take somebody down.
Yeah.
It's not, that part of it's not unique.
Yeah.
And it's commonplace, and it's hard.
Yeah. You think about those substances, we've had some conversation here about kratom lately. and we're learning more about, the effects of that. I heard some people talking about it today and how prevalent it is in certain industries.
Yep.
So if you're out there and, you're thinking, that's one to pay attention to. I think we just made one version of Kratom legal, but not all. Is that correct?
Correct. So one specific type of Kratom did become illegal about a month ago. But I won't say the places where, but I mean, there's places, legal stores you can walk into that different versions of it are still very much available.
Yeah.
And so it's, as a ministry, we have, within the last 6 months, seen this explosion, really, that's kind of taking place across the country, of people that are turning to it and finding themselves in a place where they can't get off of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that's that's not what anyone intends when they start anything, right? But I think people are very surprised at how strong the pull is.
Yeah. I'll tell you one thing it's been really encouraging for me tonight. How many people have just been hanging out here?
Yeah.
I think that's a telling sign. It's 1 o'clock and we still, it's 1:30 and we still got just people chilling. And,
yeah.
And, I don't think it's because
this is a fun place to hang out at 1 o'clock in the
here
morning.
we are. It's not bad, but
No.
it's not like we got, this super whatever thing going on. But, I think people just genuinely enjoy being a part of the community, and I think that's a very telling thing that, community, how important that is, and forming those relationships and having those places. So I've been really encouraged by that.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. One of our 5 thrift stores managers has been here multiple times throughout the evening, and I walked up to her at 11 p.m. and I said, "I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, but why are you here?" And we had a laugh, and it was because she wants to support this ministry in any way possible, and so she thought, if I come out there in solidarity and hang out for a few hours into the night, that's what I can do. I can come support. And I think that's one of the things I love so much about this work, about this ministry, and about this town, and getting to know this town of Brooksville. I think we're very blessed.
Yeah, we are.
At this community that we have. And so it's amazing.
Yeah. It's 1:30. It's 1:30. The wind is howling.
Love it.
If you're still awake and you are, I told somebody, I was like, I kind of feel like we're like the Truman Show.
Yeah.
Just gonna have a camera on us for 24 hours. If you want to stop by,
yeah,
I think
please.
me and Sean would be kind of okay with that, right?
Yeah, please do. We would love to see you. Love to talk to you.
Yeah, I think we've got a lot of open slots here between 2 and 5.
I have stories.
Yeah. We're gonna story hour with Sean.
I have stories. Maybe I'll tell my story.
Yeah,
maybe we can.
we can.
Maybe you can interview me.
That would be good. That would be really
we
good.
have some time to fill.
Yeah.
So.
But no, if you want to stop by, right?
Please do.
If you are up and about, we had Eric stop by, that was really cool.
That was awesome, right?
Yeah. We've had some other people stop by that we've actually put on the docket for another time.
Yep.
So that'll be really cool.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I was gonna say, Eric, he does work for me.
Yeah.
And just recently came on, and this is no joke. It could not be happier with the work.
Yeah.
He's phenomenal. So.
Yeah. So we're going to 3 p.m.
Yes.
And it is 1:30.
Yeah. We're trying not to think about it that way. Kind of break it up into little pieces.
I think from from now till 5, 6, it's gonna be tough. Mm-hmm. We'll probably get a little boost with the light, and then come noon, we're gonna be like, whew, right?
Yeah, Todd keeps saying whenever that heat starts picking back up is when we're all gonna really not like it. So.
Yeah. Well, that's something to think about. Experiencing 24 hours of outdoors, and just even that, what that tells you.
Yeah.
I have the ability right now, okay, I'm a little cold, I'm gonna go get a jacket, and it's dry, it's not wet, and, I can, have that and take care of that, and I can take it off if it gets hot. But the point is like even that, like you force yourself through these things where you start to realize, man, I don't really think about that on the everyday.
Yeah, I think I had heard, I think it was Sheena, one of our residents was sharing earlier, and I think I'd heard her say about, like in that summertime, sometimes you might get rained on where those clothes are going to be wet for days.
Yeah.
And that's, like, how can we think about that, right? Because if we get caught in a torrential downpour, we can go back inside and we can change. We can take a shower. Those commonplace things to us that I'm sure we take, obviously,
Take it for granted.
take it for granted, yeah. And yeah, it's true.
Yeah. Well, I think we got a video to show.
It's a really good one too.
Yeah. All right. So
Very
we're gonna show a video, and once that video is off, we'll get back at it. How's that sound?
I can't wait.
All right. Thank you guys. Enjoy this video.
Well, welcome to this next conversation as part of Conversations on a Bench as we journey through 24 hours of awareness raising around issues of homelessness and mental health and addiction recovery. And it's my privilege to be able to talk with my good friend, Walter Kim, who's the president of the National Association of Evangelicals, and an important group in the life of faith and the journey that we have as Christ followers in the United States. And Walter, just really appreciate your leadership and what you bring to the conversation of how Christians engage in the public square and in conversations both locally and at a federal level with regard to government, and how we especially are able to live out our faith. Thanks for being with us.
Tom, thanks for the invitation. I love what you're doing. I love the chance to collaborate, and specifically the idea of Conversations on a Bench. I think it's fantastic.
Cool. So when we think about the National Association of Evangelicals, or we think about evangelicals in general, I think it's an often misunderstood group, and we think of it sometimes as a voting bloc, or we could think about it as people of faith who have a very deep faith and desire to follow Christ in what they do. I mean, as you think about evangelicals today, what would you hope their influence would be in our country?
Yeah, Tom, thanks for the question. Certainly is a contended term and has a contended place in our society at this particular moment, highly politicized. But I want to get back to what it means to be an evangelical. I mean, the term evangelical is based on the Greek word euangelion, the good news. So to be an evangelical, it is to be a good news person. Mm-hmm. And over the course of history, the last few centuries, the term evangelical would be used in church history to describe moments in which God's Spirit seemed to be especially at work. Whether it was during the Reformation and early reformers were called evangelicals, or during the 17 and 1800s where people of the first and second Great Awakening were called evangelicals, or even in the post-World War II moment in the 1950s, the term evangelical came back again in order to describe this phenomenon of this moment of recovery and renewal of the good news of Jesus that is both in proclamation but also in demonstration. And I think holding those two things together for the fullness of what it means to be gospel people, I think is essential. And I think we can unpack this in our conversation. And in many ways, a Citygate represents this marriage of the good news, both in word and in deed, in proclamation and in demonstration. And this really would be my hope, that there would be a renewal of God's Spirit among his people, that we would show forth this good news of Jesus in word and deed, and have a very compelling and transformational witness.
Yeah, absolutely, Walter. I think there's a piece of gospel that really lives itself out in compassion for neighbor. And I think we look in James sometimes and we talk about faith without works or faith without deeds. And we understand gospel as sharing the good news. And how will they hear without a preacher? And yet then the living out of our faith as well. How might you kind of bring some definition to the proclamation piece of the gospel, and then what that looks like as demonstration of the gospel?
Yeah, I mean, clearly at the heart of this is Jesus, right? Jesus, as he introduced himself in Luke chapter 4, opened up the scroll of Isaiah and read it out and said, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me to proclaim good news to the poor. And upon me, there's this recognition that Jesus was the fulfillment of all the Old Testament storyline. He was prophet, priest, and king. He was God's son, the revelation, achieving the things for the people of God that the people of God failed to do, but in God's great wisdom and plan brought Jesus, the suffering servant, the Lamb of God, the Alpha and Omega. You name it, the forgiveness of our sins, but just to leave it at the forgiveness of our personal sins is like going to this beautiful mansion. And the entryway, we get into the foyer and we stop there. It's like, okay, this is good. What forgiveness of sins gets us into the mansion, into the kingdom of God. But we don't want to stop there. We want to explore the richness of the kingdom of God. That's why throughout the scriptures, in the Old Testament and the New Testament, that proclamation of salvation and deliverance in Christ or in Yahweh in the Old Testament was coupled with this demonstration. So the people of God freed from slavery in Egypt, the great deliverance of the people of God, that became the basis of a certain kind of logic of demonstration. God wanted his people to know, I, your Savior, have delivered you from bondage. So you too, because you were delivered, remember that you were slaves. You too need to care for those who are the widow, the orphan, the stranger among you, the poor. And in the New Testament, Jesus comes along and he has that same logic all along. Yes, it is the proclamation of our forgiveness of sins, but it is the demonstration of that toward the poor, toward the prisoner, toward the blind, toward those who are out of favor, to discover the Lord's favor. I love the fact that the Apostle Paul in Galatians chapter 2, when his apostolic mission of proclamation to the Gentiles was being brought into question, he goes back to Jerusalem and he recounts how he got the approval from the elders in Jerusalem, the kind of head honcho apostles, and they admonish him not only to proclaim salvation to the Gentiles, but to remember the poor.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And Paul says, this very thing I have been eager to do. So there's always been this marriage between the proclamation of salvation in Christ and the demonstration of what that salvation means, particularly for the vulnerable.
Yeah. And so we certainly see what faith looks like as a theological concept or construct, and what it means then ultimately, and bringing us into relationship with God through Jesus Christ. But then there's this living out of that faith. I think too of Jesus in the Sermon on the Mount in Matthew 5, when he talked about being salt and light, that there's some kind of tangible result that comes from being people of faith. How do you see that living itself out in our world today, Walter?
Yeah, this was the powerful witness of the early church. Their transformed lives in the kind of cacophony of paganism with all these religions being proclaimed, and then on top of it all, the imperial cult of Caesar. It was the lives of Christians that made a difference. How they cared for those on the margin of society was completely countercultural to the Roman vision of power. It was absolutely transformational in urban settings where this is the time before sanitation. This was the time before even chimneys were invented. And so people cooking in their homes, I mean, it actually was a pretty brutish existence. Yeah. And yet Christians came with mercy. And that mercy, it's like this virtuous cycle of the kingdom. Personal transformation of Christians led to the demonstration of the faith. That demonstration of faith made not just plausible that Jesus was the Savior, but it made it compelling. And so mercy ended up being a witness to the mission of proclamation. And it was just kind of this virtuous cycle. And I actually think that what happens at Citygate in our society, and maybe even more so, that we're coming to a post-Christian society with a pre-Christian opportunity. The same powerful witness in the pre-Christian pagan days that the early church had in its proclamation of Jesus, Lamb of God, Savior of the world, and the demonstration of what that looks like in the transformed lives of that community led to this powerful witness. And in our society, the work in shelters, what would drive these people to care for those in need? For people who might not seem to have any political or material benefit, wouldn't advance our cause. What would drive people to such expressions of compassion, grace, and mercy, goodwill? What would drive people to spend their time, not only professionally, but the myriads of volunteers in the various shelters of Citygate? This is attention grabbing. And we may be at a time where the claims of Jesus are being contested, where people are like, I don't want to hear about my need to be forgiven. But the demonstration of Jesus is undeniably powerful. What would get these groups of people to spend their lives in this way, caring for those without homes, providing shelter, providing food, providing the wraparound services of friendship to those who are friendless? Okay, there's something there that's worth pursuing. So I think of what you are doing in your networks as making not just plausible the claims of Jesus, but making absolutely compelling the claims of Jesus.
Yeah. Appreciate that, Walter, very much, and I know all of our leaders around the country as well. I think of, as you bring that historical perspective into it, and even our roots in the last century, where a lot of the famous evangelists, people like Dwight L. Moody and Billy Sunday, where they would have these revival crusades, they would come and the last crusade, they would challenge the people there to put their faith into action by starting a rescue mission in their community or a shelter in their community to be able to bring help and healing and love in the name of Jesus. And those evangelistic crusades, which were very much focused on proclamation, would end with ultimately this demonstration or challenge for demonstrating the love of Christ. And many of our missions, their stories are rooted to those revivals where they were actually started out of a holistic gospel vision, ultimately that came from those evangelists. So we would often think would be only proclamation, very much were challenging toward a demonstration of the gospel as well.
Yeah, what a compelling thing. And that it is so like the Spirit of God to do that,
yes.
to marry those things together.
Yeah. Yeah. So as we look at the challenges in our world, and certainly we see these things around us and around injustice and poverty. And in the last 2 years, 2 years ago, there was a 12% rise in homelessness. And this past year was an 18% increase in those experiencing homelessness. If you were to bring more of a prophetic word to how Christians should be challenged to engage in issues of injustice and poverty, polarization, racism, homelessness, addiction recovery, what would that word of challenge be?
I would say there are three things.
Yeah.
One, don't let ideology prevent you from getting involved.
Mm-hmm.
So I think in our ideologically contentious moment, debating on, is this systemic? Is this personal? How should the government be involved or not involved? Or, all the debates that are unfolding right now, ideological debates, can freeze us and prevent us from involvement. So don't let ideology prevent your involvement. Just step in. You're not going to have perfect understanding of all the issues. Just step in. The second thing is we need to be personal. We need to make this not a political issue, but a personal issue. Get to know someone's story. Now, I know that those who are in City Gates, you are making this personal. You are living in proximity and living life with people, and you know their stories. They have names. They have a history. They have heartbreak. They have hope. But invite others into that. Don't Don't worry if the statistics won't land. Don't worry if the angle and strategic vision won't land. Just invite fellow Christians into the experience of humanizing those who are living without homes, shelter, those who need rescuing. And lastly, remember that you're in it for the long game.
Mhm.
Do not despair. Your labor is not in vain.
Mhm.
And I think in this moment, we need all those three.
Mhm.
Don't let ideology prevent you from your involvement. Don't let the political prevent you from being personal. Get to know the stories and invite others into that personal proximity. And lastly, do not give up.
Mhm. Appreciate that, Walter. I think that often we can let ideology get in the way of a willingness to jump in and actually get involved. And oftentimes, too, that it's the perseverance piece of continuing to just give of ourselves and be able to live out faith, not in the short term, but over a long-term commitment, as we recognize that faith is not just a temporal concept, but it really is an eternal concept, and that we continue to live that out day by day, moment by moment, in the many situations that we are. As you kind of take those things a little bit, maybe as we kind of wrap up, what word of encouragement would you give to maybe our leaders that are actually engaged on the front lines of ministry, or maybe some of those that are kind of tuning into these live streams and maybe haven't had the exposure, and they've kind of looked at issues of homelessness and mental health and addiction recovery, and they would maybe be more described as being on the sidelines, and they need to kind of jump in and get in the game in some way. What kind of encouragement could you offer those two different groups?
Yeah. To the first group, picking up on this from 1 Corinthians 15:58, your labor is not in vain.
Yeah.
Be immovable, be steadfast, knowing that your labor in the Lord is not in vain.
Mm.
Whether in this lifetime or in the lifetime to come, you will be richly rewarded, and not in a crass materialistic way, but the rewards of knowing that you can hear your Savior say, "Well done, good and faithful servant." Secondly, to those who are on the sidelines, if you ever want to be inspired to actually discover how transformational Jesus can be, if you want to have something more than a suburban Jesus or a Jesus that has been generationally taught to you, you want to see a renewal in your own life, yes, pray, yes, read the scriptures, get prayer. But I would say one of the most powerful ways that you could be renewed in your faith is to jump into the work of the Spirit of renewal. Mm-hmm. And that will take place in being a volunteer in some of these places where you will absolutely have all the evidence you need that Jesus can change lives, and you get to be a part of it. And I would have to say, having seen the stories of changed lives, it is a compelling witness. And let me just conclude with this then. I was at an event at an Ivy League school about the place of faith institutions. So this is a secular school, and I was invited to be a faith representative of what faith organizations actually do in the space of caring for the most vulnerable. And there was a moment in which the conversation became quite hostile to the place of evangelicals in society. And then another panelist stopped us. This is a person who is a social scientist, not a Christian, a social scientist, who said, wait a second, before we criticize the evangelicals, I want to let you know that the data is leading me to conclude that evangelicals, at least evangelicals that he's studying, they are some of the most influential forces for good in society. They are in the front lines of caring for those who have the deepest needs. They create spaces of hospitality and welcome I mean, he's like proclaiming the gospel, right?
It's great. Yeah.
And if we as a country are ever going to get out of the mess that we're in, we're going to need the evangelicals.
Hmm.
I think if a social scientist, non-Christian researcher can conclude that whatever the gospel is, whatever those good news people are, we actually need them in our moment.
That's just a great reinforcement and affirmation, I think, of what we're trying to do as we try to live out our faith. And just to say thanks, Walter, for this conversation and your willingness to provide leadership for this movement that really says, what, as Christ followers, as people with the good news, how do we make that good in the lives of the people around us? And I'm just grateful to be able to be on this journey together, to be partners in the gospel, as Paul talks about in Philippians, knowing that, yes, our labor is not in vain, that it does make a difference in the lives of people. And at Citygate Network, we have thousands of stories of life transformation that come through the gospel, ultimately to bring help and hope and healing as people get closer in their own faith journey and in their relationship with Jesus Christ.
Thank you, Tom, for the gift of friendship in Christ and friendship on this mission.
Great. Blessings. I appreciate it. And we'll continue to have these conversations. And I know this brings a lot of value as we raise awareness about people experiencing homelessness in the United States and those that are trying to overcome and experience freedom that we know comes through Jesus Christ. Thanks, Walter.
All right, we are back. It's 2 a.m. and we got some hours here. So got a few people around. I might call up and chat with them. What I thought I would do for the time being is talk about a little bit about how I got involved with this work. I wanted to share that and just kind of give my perspective for anybody that wants to hear. So I pastored for 12 years prior to the work that I do at Jericho. And the second 6 years of, there were 6 years with one church and 6 years with another. The second pastorate, 6 years, I actually worked in a very difficult context in northern Ohio, in Youngstown. And that's where, starting with the church, I kind of started to see a lot more of some of the challenges that the community was facing with substance abuse in particular. But probably about 2 or 3 years into that pastorate, I was in conversation with a guy that went to our church, and he really wanted to start a recovery ministry. And I was really interested in that, and we started that at the church, and we just kind of started it out of nowhere, and we invited anybody and everybody that wanted to come. Well, we had a couple guys start coming from the local rescue mission, so I started to get to know them. By getting to know them, I formed a relationship there. I believe I was asked to take a tour, and I took a tour, and I was like, man, this place is awesome. And I really got to see the work of the Youngstown, the Mahoning Valley Rescue Mission. And so there's some wonderful friends that I have from there that introduced me to this work on a very personal level. Now, prior to that, I did volunteer at Denver Rescue Mission, actually a mission in Virginia as well. But getting there and starting to work in that kind of capacity really opened my eyes to the work and the importance of it. And so I got to have this firsthand experience and working with men and women coming through. I think at that time it was predominantly men in the program, but men and the women that were at the center, working with them. And I got to do a lot of chapels, did a lot of teaching, developed a lot of relationships, and eventually I actually started working there while I was pastoring. And so was a really an amazing time for me to get that firsthand experience. And we would do a lot of late nights there. And so some of this reminds me of that. I remember we had one late night guy. He may be watching this. He lives in North Carolina now. Greg, if you see any of this, Greg Smith, shout out to you, man. I told you this one time, but he used to take that third shift, and I remember thinking, man, I feel really comfortable knowing that Greg's up taking care of all this. But I remember, like those late nights and drinking coffee and staying up and hearing the stories and stuff, and I just fell in love with the work. Fast forward a couple years, the position for Jericho came available, and I was just super excited to apply, and just really hit it off with the board. We have a great board. We had a great board then, we have a great board now. I've been with Jericho for 7 years, and we've had very little board turnover. It's been just a phenomenal board, and working with these men and women. We're going to have, I think, at least one, maybe two, if I'm not mistaken, interviews going into the morning with the board members. Two right now, I believe, and excited to have those, but just had a great board. But anyway, just really hit it off, and the rest is kind of history on the sense of 7 years now at Jericho. And where we're at, we used to do a dinner right across at this church, at the United Methodist Church, and I remember doing those dinners and just meeting the people and stuff, and just to kind of see where we are now, the evolution of where we've got to with recovery and how that is our focal point. And it's just really exciting to be in that space and to see that growth. And I think now we're up to almost 80 employees at Jericho. When I started, I believe we had 20 something. And so we've had quite a bit of growth, and it's been really cool. We've opened up new stores and added a lot of beds. I think when I started here, we had 36 beds, and now we're up to right under 100. I think 90 something we counted the other day. 98, I think, is where we're at, something like that, bed space. So a lot of growth. And, the common theme through all of that has been the work that Christ has done. We say this often. It's not Andrew Chamberlin's ministry. It's not the board's ministry. It's not the staff's. We're the hands and feet. It's Christ's ministry, and he works through us and does this work. And so here we are now, and all these years later, and the relationships that we've formed and the lives that have been changed. It's not all been positive. There's been hard moments. I mean, there's been challenging moments dealing with people going through recovery, running an organization like this, dealing with so many different things. There's hard moments by all means, but it's been a joy to get there. So really, really grateful for that. And so that's kind of my story, and very, very thankful for just the opportunity that we've had for the last 7 years. I had someone just a few moments ago show me another spot where they spent their first night homeless here, and it's just powerful to see that transformation, that growth, and to see people coming from that to a really good flourishing place. So yeah, all right, so that's a little bit of how I got here. Now we got some people hanging out, and I am about to any mini mo them to come up here to kind of share a little bit. So I think the first one we're going to bring up is Kelly. Yeah, so we're going to bring up Kelly and talk to her. So put on a mic. You gotta put on a mic. And then I think we've got Allison left, staff-wise. Allison's still here, so we're going to bring up Allison. We have a volunteer. At least one is. Do we have 2 volunteers here? 2? All right, we're going to get them all involved.
Oh, man.
If we're into this, then we're all in this.
I told so many people I wasn't going to be on the bench, and
too bad.
Yep.
Here you are. All right, so tell everybody who you are.
My name is Kelly Kukowski, and I currently work for Jericho Road Ministries as the VP of Development.
Yeah. How long you been with Jericho now?
I've been here over a year. I started in March of 2024.
March of 2024. You came on first working in our Women's Center.
Yep, I worked at the Women's Center for 6 months. I got the opportunity to walk through the recovery program, the first 5 months of it with some ladies, which was amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. And then we pulled you over to development 6 months in?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay.
6 months I started training, and I think it was like 7 months that I like went to development, and then I've been there a year now.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. All right. So, prior to your time working at the Women's Center, had you experienced, had you went through anything with people going through substance abuse or homelessness or anything around that?
Mm-hmm. Not to get into specific details, but yeah, many of my family members have struggled in addiction and in various different ways. Some even just medication, and they've opened up about that, especially with me working now at this ministry. I've heard more stories now from people I've known my whole life about their previous struggles, which has been very interesting. So yeah, some, and like just, some of my family that, it is alcohol just, it takes a lot of their life. And so I had, definitely experience to that and how it can negatively affect lives, negatively affect like childhood and all that kind of stuff. But definitely very thankful for just the perspective and the worldview I had as a believer from my parents and just how they raised us differently. And so, some experience, but not like direct experience or the understanding I have now. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I've done this a lot of times where I'm in a meeting or with a group of people and I ask everybody, hey, raise your hand if you or someone you know or someone you're close to has went through it. And everybody typically raises their hand. So, yeah, you made a good point that now you're in this field and more people are prone to talk to you. I think is a good way of saying it.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel? Like to think like, man, there are more people that went through this than maybe I would have thought or realized how much it affected them.
Yeah, I think it, in some ways, and I'll clarify what I mean by this, it makes me feel good in the fact that my eyes almost have been open to the reality of like what the challenges are in life, and it makes me feel good that I'm a safe person that someone is opening up to. And I feel like to try to be a person that other people can be vulnerable with is amazing, whether they're sharing a past or their current struggles, and just to learn from one another. Like, I'm glad those conversations are happening and I'm not being like shielded from them anymore in the reference to my family, but even in other people's lives. And then also it just like breaks my heart at the same time to hear those stories. And then I'm a person who wants to figure out how we could fix it. And I tend to want to do it as quickly as possible. And I've just learned that even though that's a good, good to strive for that, everything takes time. And it's just also resting in, how that time it takes and walking with someone and knowing that you can't motivate them, but you can just encourage them and be there for them.
Yeah, I mean, hearing that, something comes to my mind is thinking about like some of the stories we've heard tonight and some of the stories you even know from the ladies that you walked alongside of, and like how close maybe someone that you found out about since you've been here could be right where we've heard other people. Does that, I don't know if that's something you think about all the time, but definitely is that something that's like, whoa, I realize we're a lot closer to this. Like, I think some people look at this and be like, man, I don't know anything about this. I don't know. But no, we're a lot closer everybody's a lot closer to this than we realize.
For sure. And especially I'm in my second semester at City Vision, and the classes that I've taken about addiction there, I've even opened my eyes to addictions within my own life, behavioral addictions, that I would never have used that term with. But looking back at my younger self, I'm like, oh my goodness, I was totally addicted to this behavior for coping, and I just would never have used that terminology. And so, yeah, I think myself and others, I think we're all closer to that struggle than we realize. And yeah, sometimes you just learn from other people's stories.
Yeah. I think it's an important thing in our organization in particular that, and you and I have talked about this, because like one of the fears that you had coming to the development is you didn't want to lose touch with that side. And like, it's hard, because, like there's a lot to do, especially in development, my goodness. Yeah, there's so many things, right? But I think it's important for all of us to remember at the heartbeat, like the reason, obviously we have our faith, right? And that motivates us. But, you know, we have to keep in mind, like we're not just doing this to earn money, to whatever. Like there's something else there. How important is that to you? And like, what would you share with others? Like for, like, you know, as we continue to grow as an organization.
Yeah, like why I work for Jericho in this capacity.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, how important is it to still stay connected to that heartbeat of what we're doing?
Oh yeah, so important. And I definitely remember articulating this when we were discussing my transfer position of like, I don't want to lose touch with the program and what we're doing here, because I've had previous jobs similar to this one in the for-profit world, and I just got so burnt out and like unmotivated by them because there was like no deeper purpose behind it. And so stepping into this position, I almost was like fearful of getting that mindset again. Like it was just like another email to write, another person to call, and like the same exact task that I was doing for years before. I didn't want it to become just work. I wanted to still feel like ministry, and like it does, like because there's that greater purpose behind it, because I know that when I talk to a donor, like we are celebrating and praying over the phone for our residents. And so it's so different than marketing in different spaces I've been in before, even though it's similar skill sets. And so yeah, in my position, in any position, we all like, I know that we love our roles and the different tasks that we have because we know that greater purpose, and that's helping people.
You know, you and I do donor calls, we interact with a lot of donors. I've had 2 donor interactions in the last week or 2, not too long of a period, where somebody made a donation because of an individual they know that went through our program. And that was a really cool interaction because he was talking about he went to one of our graduations. So let's pause there. How important do you think graduations are?
Oh my goodness. Graduations, I've seen now here, like with Jericho Road Longer, are so impactful for multiple reasons. Not only for donors to really come and see the impact of their gift and like the lives being changed, but also for like new residents sitting in the pews listening to testimonies of people a few months, you know, beyond them in recovery. And they're just amazing opportunities, and they're open to the public. We have 4 a year. Again, one coming up in October 23rd.
That's going to be at Community Bible, right?
Community Bible
They have a new
Church.
building. It's pretty big, so we should be, you know.
As many people as, you know, that want to come.
Because our last one was packed.
Yes, we focus our time for the residents to share their testimonies and to share their stories. And it's just a beautiful time just to hear the challenges people have faced, but and what they've been able to overcome in the last 5 months. So, yeah.
I think we have like 17, 18 graduates.
18, I think 18-ish graduates. But yeah, starts at 6:30. It's going to be great.
Yeah. But yeah, this guy gave because he came to a graduation. He knew one of the graduates, and he was just, you know, blown away. And I was like, wow, that's amazing. And then I had another call with the donor where they had a family member that was going through a lot of this stuff, and they were asking me what to do, and that was a really interesting one too, because where that family member was, we weren't quite the level that they needed. They weren't quite there, so to speak. But then I was able to refer them to somewhere else. And so, like, it's interesting because the work that we're doing right now, you know, everybody knows somebody that's going through this. So there's something there. Have you seen that? Like, I don't know if that puts you on the spot or not, but like, I'm seeing it in my calls and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm seeing that for sure. And the one that comes to my mind recently is one of a donor, again unnamed, gave, and they wanted to make sure their gift was anonymous, but they wanted to make sure we also knew that they were giving because they had interacted with one of our graduates working, and they were just so impressed by how helpful they were, and they knew that they had graduated from Jericho, and so they just gave a gift and just wanted to honor that resident.
Wow,
so we got to share that with the resident, but of course just kept the donor's name anonymous. But like, what an amazing thing to hear, and like, just, it was amazing. It was, and I love opening the mail and getting handwritten notes with gifts, or just handwritten notes in general. Like, it means so much to pass around to to the other staff members and with the residents when we can.
Yeah, I was getting my lunch today at Jersey Mike's.
Yeah.
Shout out, yeah. Joma, if you're watching this.
Mike's big subs though, so good.
Joma is a sister of my youngest's, like one of his best friends. So shout out Joma. Anyway, I was there and I had a Jericho Road t-shirt on, and this lady, I could tell, like you know that look when someone like they think they know you or something like that. I'm in line. She comes in. She's giving me kind of that look, but I don't know her. And so I didn't say anything because I'm like, man, I'm about to talk for like 24 hours. I don't know. You know, I kind of. So she actually got in line right behind me, I guess, and she waited a moment, but then she was like, "Excuse me, do you work for Jericho?" And you know, I shared with her who I was, and then she was just telling me about how they're supporters. And we got to have this conversation, and it was really cool because, like, she was sharing why, like, her husband was a retired chaplain, and they're in a season of life where they can't physically do, but, you know, they were financial supporters and so forth, and they're just very grateful for the work we did, and I was like, wow, this is really encouraging right before I go do this. But, you know, hearing those types of stories, not only are they encouraging to you and I, but I think the thing I'm learning through this for people that give, like, that is really a part of the work to get this done. Like, not just like, hey, we got a number we got to raise because we got to do, but it's really a part of that recovery process. It's really a part of someone being transformed.
Yeah.
And like, it's really like, you know, yes, we're the recipients of their gift, but it's really like an act of service. It's really like impactful and so forth.
Yeah, and it's an act of worship, 100%.
Yeah.
There's so many different ways that you can help and impact and give, whether it's time or money. And I love that people find joy in multiple avenues of giving. And I was talking to a volunteer and monthly giver that you're not gonna know who I'm talking about recently, and she just mentioned how she wished she could do more in her time, but health reasons have just kept her back from visiting the center more often, things like that. But she gives monthly to us, and we just want to encourage her so much that that monthly gift as well is just going directly to those residents to help them. And so, yeah, in every way, no one likes talking about financial giving, no one likes talking about money sometimes, but those numbers truly have a real impact.
I think right now we've articulated, or is it 3,500? Is that right?
Yeah, $3,500 a cost for someone to go through our 5-month recovery program, which is free for people entering that first 5 months. And then it comes about to $25 a day for recovery.
Okay. And, I think people need to understand, I think our staff to resident ratio, I think Sean and I figured this out, it's about one, for every one staff member, it's between 6 and 7 residents, which is a pretty good ratio.
Yeah.
But that's, you got all the staff that you're paying through this. You've got, we do 22 classes. We do all the transportation, 22 classes in the first 3 months. We have classes we're getting ready to start classes in the 3 to 5 months. We got classes at 5+ months. We have so many different self-paced things going on. We have another class that I'm failing to mention, our financial class. Anyway, the point being, that's also, all those things are getting taken care of, but also then the housing, the light bills, the
meals,
the food. Yeah. So 25 a day?
25 a day.
Wow. Okay. 25 a day. It'd be fascinating. I think at one point, I'd be curious to know what someone's cost in jail per day is. Be curious to know.
I'll definitely look that up now.
Yeah, because one of the things I think we could really easily showcase is we're not a burden on, because we're not taking tax dollars. We're not a burden that way and then ultimately, we're at a point now where of the, I don't know the exact amount of people staying with us right now. I think we're at 70. Let's just say 70. I think 41 of the 70 are employed. So you think about that. So not only are they not that all of them would be in jail, but let's even say a portion. we're not spending that money as a community on that, and now they're providing, they're actually productive members of society, and so yeah, I think a $25 a day investment is probably a pretty good. Yeah. All right, so we talked about finances here a little bit. People had asked about donations of like in-kind items. We have that list. I think we posted that earlier, correct? Yeah.
Yeah, we always have a needs list on our website as well. That's updated with just things that we always are looking for because we go through them a lot, and then also just special needs on there. We also love doing wish lists on Amazon because people love sometimes just shopping.
Did we finish the wish list with the bedding items?
For Munson Hill, yes, but we do have a different one that just always exists with different items we need for the centers. Yeah, and then of course in-kind donations to our thrift stores.
Do we do the wish list for like Christmas items and stuff like that?
For Christmas, we do something slightly different, and we have.
Oh, we do the angel thing.
We do Ornaments of Hope.
Ornaments of Hope, yeah.
Ornaments of Hope.
That was a really cool idea. We put those at our stores.
Yeah, we'll have Christmas trees.
Was last year our first year that we did that?
Second.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Second year. But yeah, we'll have a Christmas tree at each of our thrift stores with some paper ornaments, and there'll be instructions on there for you to. Whether it's with your family or just if you want to go out and buy a few things to gift a resident, and then or you can give a money gift as well, and we'll buy the gift. But we want to give all of our residents a gift at Christmas for sure, and so that'll happen at our thrift stores. The trees will go up in November, and so ornaments.
That's going to be here before you know it.
Oh my goodness, yes.
And do you know if we're doing the turkey thing this year with Joy?
Yes, T-shirts for turkeys. I don't remember the date, but Allison could look it up and share it in the chat. But yeah, T-shirts or turkeys, you bring, I think it's like $10 or a frozen turkey, and then you get
they call it a paper turkey.
A paper turkey or a frozen turkey. You bring it to the Chick-fil-A.
Are we doing it at Chick-fil-A again this year?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was out at the one last year. Man, it was crowded.
Yeah, it's an amazing time. Cool. Those turkeys go back to people in our area that, need food for the holidays, or they go back to our centers.
Yeah, we use them there too.
Yeah.
All right, I got a funny story for you. This was before you came on staff.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure everybody had a Thanksgiving meal. Okay? Do you know Pastor Ben at Northcliffe? Mm-hmm. Me and Pastor Ben, we got donated all these I don't know, Publix makes this Thanksgiving meal.
Okay.
I don't know if it's a box. They call it. Anyway, you don't have, it's kind of cooked, but you kind of have to do some stuff. But me and Pastor Ben spent an entire day in the Northcliffe kitchen, and we cooked all these Thanksgiving meals. I will never forget. And we served them. It was really cool. Me and my dad went to the Publix. It was down in, somewhere in Tampa. And me and my dad took a box truck, and we got so many of those. And then it was a good donate. It was awesome. And then me and Pastor Ben from Northcliffe. Nice. So yeah, Pastor Ben, if you see that.
Yeah, the holidays, I remember the holidays when I worked at the Women's Center and just hearing some of the ladies. The holidays can be joyous times of restoration for family members, but it can also be so tough. That time between Thanksgiving and Christmas and even the New Year, to go through some of that feeling very alone is so challenging. And so I love to see the stories of restoration when they get to go home and get to visit their family. But I also love how much we, do a Thanksgiving meal ourselves and definitely try to surround our residents with just a family of people who love them to celebrate as well.
Yeah. I think coming up in November, we have our pickleball tournament, right?
Yes, November 8th.
Yeah, it's coming up.
Yeah, November 8th.
Not too far from here.
No, yeah. I think there's still a few player spots open.
I'm shocked that there's still even open spots.
I think they're mostly the ladies categories.
Oh, okay.
They're the last ones. I know some of the men's categories are filled. But yeah, rallying for recovery through a pickleball tournament, so that'll be really fun.
Yeah. This train's pretty loud.
It's not on the video.
Oh, my bad. I have that event. There's another organization. I can't remember if it was a hospital. Anyway, somebody else does a pickleball tournament in our region, not necessarily in Hernando County. But when I go talk about events and stuff, when I'm at City Gate stuff, I'll be like, "Hey, we do a pickleball tournament," and people are like, "Oh, that's really cool." Yeah, we do that. But again, all these things, they go right back to film, do what we do, helping create the stories that we've got to talk about tonight. And so you get to have, you get to have a direct, I think you have a unique position because you've been in the center, you've seen it, you got to walk beside people firsthand, and you now are seeing like, hey, here's what it takes for us to get there. And it's, I'm not saying it's easy by no means, because it's not easy to get there, but you can get to see both sides. And it's both sides are important.
Yeah, and I'll just start sharing this. And I don't think we've ever talked about this, but I do remember when I first started working at Jericho, no previous ministry experience, no previous experience in anything like this. So it was really cool experience for sure, because I was always learning. But I was like skeptical at first, not skeptical in a negative way, but just unsure of what it would truly be like to work with other believers, because I've never worked in a Christian company before. I was really curious what it would be like to work for a nonprofit. Always wanted to, but never had the chance. And really, so many reasons why I fell in love with Jericho and just trusted the staff here. But one of them was sitting in rebuild classes. And I enjoyed those rebuild classes so much, because it was like if you were preaching, 3 times a week, and I was like, this is the best, not only was the discussions with the residents after and getting the chance to talk about what we learned and things like that, but honestly, hearing the Bible stories and the gospel from a lens of challenges like addiction was so new to me that I was like, I already believed the gospel had the power to transform, but until I sat in those classes and I heard it from that perspective and I saw it in the residents, I did not understand the power of the gospel in that way until I sat through those classes with the residents.
Oh, that's
and
really
so,
cool.
yeah, that really is one of the things that I distinctly remember, why I fell in love with the purpose of this ministry.
Wow, that's really cool. Yeah, now we still do the same ones. Sean is our primary teacher there. But yeah, you heard that in the background. But that's really cool. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that, because, those are, I think, I wrote all those classes. Yeah. And so we were, 22 of those. That's wild. I think we got them all filmed too. I think, and that's going to be my next victim of this conversation is Allison. We're going to talk about all the stuff that it takes for the production side. So, all right, one last question, and then we'll close up shop here with you. If you were, had the opportunity to have a conversation with someone who's on the fence to support Jericho financially, all right, what would you say to them? Because that's their hard-earned money, and they're gonna, they're thinking about donating that. What would you say to them? Not just as a pitch, but
Yeah, I would genuinely say sign up for a center tour and come talk with me or any of the staff. Andrew comes to some of the center tours. Come to a center tour. Let us show you the facility. Let us explain the program. Ask questions. We want to be transparent, not only with how we use your funds that you give us, but also what we're doing with them and our program. And so there's a link on our website that we do at least two tours a month. We want to do more in the new year. Our plan is to do more so that people can come easier. But yeah, come to a tour and really see the impact that you can have, and then support where the Holy Spirit leads and where you feel called.
No, I think that tour part's really cool, because that's how I got involved. I'll be honest, if I wouldn't have taken a tour 14, 15, how many years ago, I don't know if I'd be sitting here. I remember taking that tour and I was like, wow, this place is amazing. And that might be just it. It might not be financial, it might be something else, but maybe, the next person that wants to really get involved with this, that's how they find out. So great answer. And you can, I think you said that in your answer, but you can sign up that online now with us, right?
JerichoRoad.net.
Awesome. Yeah, that's really cool. All right, thanks, Kelly.
Yeah.
Thank you for that was good. Good job. All right, so we're gonna bring Allison up. She's got to switch over a couple things. She is really looking forward to this. She is excited. She says she's so pumped to be on the camera that she may just burst out and spontaneous, joyful noises. All right. All right. She is requesting to come on. All right, All right, hey, Allison.
Hi.
So you do most of your work behind these things, right?
Mostly, yes.
Yes. So.
Pretty good back there.
What's that?
Pretty good back there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I want us to just take a moment and talk about how important it is to, like, the power of sharing a story. Like, what does that do? Because you got to. Were you the one that filmed the Emily story?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Obviously that's her story, but did you kind of like, hey, I kind of think we should tell it from this angle or so forth?
Not exactly, but so when I do an interview with a resident or a graduate of our program, I usually have a conversation with them ahead of time and try to just get to know a little bit more about what their story is and what we want to narrow in on. And then whenever we actually sit down and do that interview, the conversation always flows and changes. So,
cool.
So we had actually, the questions that I had for that interview were a little bit more about the program more than what the video ended up being,
But it kind of took a life of its own?
It did, yes. So she ended up sharing a lot about her family and how her journey through recovery has helped her to reunify with her daughters, and that has just been the biggest thing that aside from her relationship with God, like all of it goes together.
Sure, of course.
So you never know what's going to be shared.
Where, if someone wants to, because the first time I got to see that, I was actually sitting in, I think Sean was at the same event I was at. We were sitting in a business luncheon, and they showed it, and I was like, holy cow, that was really good. Where can people go see that? Did we show that tonight by chance?
We did show it earlier.
Good.
We showed it earlier, early on in the stream, but it's also up on our YouTube channel and up on our Facebook page. It's just, if you go.
How do you find our YouTube channel?
Our YouTube channel, if you just type in Jericho Road Ministries, you should be able to find it. But I think our @ is like Jericho Road Ministries 2020.
Okay.
But our logo is just the picture, so you should be able to find it. And then that video is just called Emily's Story.
Okay.
So it's about 5 minutes long, but it's pretty cool. It's always hard to edit it down to that small.
Yeah.
And she told me that there's just so much that she didn't get to share in there. So someday we're like, we're going to make a movie. We're going to make a biopic of Emily's story. But,
all right, that'll be really cool.
Yeah.
Do you know if her daughters have got to see it yet?
I think so. I think she has shared that. She has blasted that out to everyone. I also after we filmed the interview with Emily and I realized how much she was talking about her daughters, I called her up and I asked her if it might be possible to actually get some footage of them together, since that's
and that's how we ended it,
so
right?
much.
Like at the.
So that's how, spoiler alert, but that's how the video ends, is with her daughters coming in and you see them together.
Yeah. How did her daughters feel about that?
I called her and I asked her if we could maybe do some family photos for them and get some footage, and that way it kind of had something in for them as well. They honestly, I didn't know if they would feel weird about it, but they were all about it. They were super excited. They kept asking me when the photos are going to be.
Cool.
I'm like, I'm working on them as soon as I can. And that was actually, they had never had photos done either of their family, and Emily recently had her granddaughter born.
Oh my gosh! See, I didn't know that part. Like, think about that. Like, that's some of their first, if not only, family photos.
Yeah,
wow.
That actually, and I think she'll be okay with me sharing this, but that was actually the first time that her youngest daughter had met her niece.
Wow.
So her oldest daughter, Emily's oldest daughter's baby.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, so that's really powerful. So I get a lot of people when I'm out doing different things, they'll be like, man, I see everything that you guys do and all your videos and social media and website and all this stuff, like, and I'm like, we work hard at that. I said we got a great team. I know you, Nathan, and I'm sure there's others that help with that as well. But we value that not just from a promotional piece, but again, I think that story element, because we need to do the best that we can to capture that, right? From your perspective, how, like, why? What is that, like, what does that do? Like, why are so many people attracted to that?
People connect with stories in a way that they will never connect with a statistic by itself, or just a photo,
like a piece of data
or a piece of data or anything. Stories have a way to connect with people like nothing else does, and I don't know if I could explain why. I actually just got back from a missions trip where their whole method of sharing the gospel with the people they're trying to reach is by telling stories. They start with a Bible story, and that's got me really thinking about the way that we tell stories here, and what I try to do with sharing stories of our residents who have gone through recovery is just that is the quickest, probably the best way to connect with someone, to get someone to listen and understand.
Yeah, because I think a lot of times when people see this, they just think, well, they're trying to raise money.
Right.
And, like, obviously it does help that way. But the other side, I think, that maybe we need to value even more is when someone hears Emily's story or watches that video, what if the person watching that video is going through something similar? Right. And they get a picture, wait, what if my life could look like that? Have you thought in those terms as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We don't know the audience that these are all reaching out to. There's going to be some people that might donate, but there's going to be some people that might have a family member going through something similar or going through something similar themselves. And so we just try to keep it as real and authentic as possible. I realized quickly during this job, but I realize it more and more, that we don't need to ever like push an agenda in these stories. These, like, God has written these stories himself, and there's nothing that we could script that would be better than the work that he's doing in these people's lives.
Yeah, you couldn't say that any better, because honestly, if we tried to script it, we'd mess it up.
Exactly.
Yeah, like, I think that's a really important concept, because, like, okay, so when I started into this work, right, I viewed myself like, man, like, you know, probably some pride, I guess, I don't know, but, like, you have this mentality of, like, wow, this is really impressive what I get to do and how cool, right? But then I started to learn real quickly, like, wait a second, like, I am like the B actor here. Like, God's doing something, and I get to come along and just kind of see it. And so, you know, I've got really comfortable with that spot, because, like, there's no way I personally could make this as cool as it is. Like, there's something bigger going on than what I could orchestrate.
Absolutely.
Have you seen that yourself then?
Absolutely. It's so cool to be a part of it, to be a part of what God's doing, and just to honestly get to one-on-one experience like these interviews, and just get to connect with our residents in this way. And
so let's talk social media for a moment. You know, I'm curious, do we get, I don't know if you can answer this, like, and obviously you can't answer it like matter of factly, maybe you can somewhat. Do we get a lot of people on social media like, hey, I got someone in need, I'm in need? Do we get some of that?
We get some direct messages like that. Some of them are not necessarily things that would apply to what we can provide.
But we get service requests via that?
Like for a recovery program?
Yeah. Or in
I would
general?
say a few, yeah.
Okay. What is the primary way that people can, because I hear a lot of conversation about our social media. And to be honest with you, it's outgrown me. I don't even know what all we're doing now, which is kind of cool, because when I came here, it was not like that. What's the primary? Is it thrift? Is that our primary, like, what people...
So we have kind of two sides to social media. We have our thrift side, and we have our ministry side. So currently the way that it's set up is that our Instagram account is more thrift heavy because that's more of our thrift audience. Our Facebook account is more of our ministry updates. Of course, we also include like sale day announcements there. But
Everybody wants to know about that sale day, don't they?
I need to make sure everyone knows as much as possible. But
yeah, people go crazy about the sale day.
we're actually in the process of getting ready to launch a second Instagram account, which is going to have more of the ministry updates, especially as we try to do more videos. This is something that I've been working on, trying to gear this up, and now that I'm saying it on camera, I have to launch it actually, which I'm planning to do soon. But there's a lot of the short form video content that I think are going to do really well on Instagram, and I want our Instagram audience to have access to these stories.
Because
as well.
what I see numbers wise, I mean, like our social media audience is pretty big these days, right?
Yeah, it's growing.
Yeah, it's pretty big. We have how many commercials now? 2 or 1? Active.
One since I think 1 active.
We don't use the old one anymore.
I don't
think so.
No, not that I know of.
Okay, and we've started now doing. We got our first billboard.
We have our first billboard, yep, and we have digital ads
Oh
that
yeah,
are going.
I'm taking screenshots now of my digital ads.
Yeah.
Because I think it's really cool when I'm like playing something or doing something, and I'm like, hey, this came up, and a lot of people reach out to me about that. I don't know if you know that. Yeah.
Seeing them?
Yeah, I get a lot of people that reach out and be like, hey, I saw you. Like I had somebody the other day. I was like, I played this game. I can't remember what he said, and he's like, it's like really the only game I'm playing on my phone, and I got an ad for it, and it was Jericho, and he was like, that's wild. I was like, yeah, that's really cool. But you know, doing all those things, I mean, it's a lot of different purposes. Like one, we have our thrift side, right? Mm-hmm. But we're also telling that story.
Yeah.
And I think they're all, like even our billboard, like on 19. I wanted to be on that billboard, and you wouldn't let me. I think you were the one that I think you vetoed it, right? Were you the veto?
I don't think I told you what to do.
I think you did.
I think I had an opinion, but
I think you were the veto.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Can I blame Kelly for this?
Is it Kelly's fault?
Yeah.
Oh, it's Kelly's fault.
Kelly's the one that's gonna say no, you can't do that.
Oh, I know. I told somebody the other day. I think I told my son. I don't know. We were talking, and we were talking about this, and I was like, yeah, you know, I try to do what Kelly tells me to do these days. And, yeah.
It's a good call.
It's a good call.
I try
Yeah,
to do the same.
Yeah. But no, all jokes aside, you know, the billboard on 19, like, we all know the person there. You know, it's Jane. Yes. And, like, for me, I was actually, I don't know if you knew this, I went to the parking lot the day they put it up, and I was actually there as they're putting the banner. I was so proud of that, yeah.
Jane is going to be here. I think she's going to be on the bench in the morning, too.
Oh, cool.
So,
all right, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we always talk about how famous she is now.
She's awesome.
So, but even that, to me, it feels like a story. Even in like that one picture, that one thing. Do you visualize that as well? Is that your thought process?
Yeah, I think, well, there's kind of 2 parts of it. So one part of my job or my thought process is always trying to connect thrift into our recovery programs and help people understand how those things work together.
And they do, so I think,
they absolutely do. Yeah. There's so much that we wouldn't be able to do in our programs if it wasn't for our community shopping thrift, donating at thrift, and so trying to make sure that our largest audience, which is our thrift customers, understand the purpose behind what they're supporting. The second part, to answer your question, is that we always want to be about the people. That's why we didn't put a photo of a pair of jeans on the billboard. We put a person.
Yeah.
And we put the word support recovery in your community.
Yeah.
Because we want people to start thinking about the story, start thinking about the person. We see Jane up there, and you just human nature is to kind of make a connection and to know that there's something more going on than just the thrift store.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and I won't like tell the story now, but her story is really cool. So like that's what's so cool about my position is like I can remember her coming in. And I remember like the stuff we talked about in those early days, and now to see that like, and she had a really cool conversation with me the other day, and maybe she'll share some of that this morning. So that's going to be really cool. Well, I think your work's very valuable. How long you been with us now?
A little over a year.
Oh
in
my
August.
gosh.
Yeah.
You're older than Kelly?
No, Kelly's older.
Not age, I meant work-wise.
No. She's older in both ways.
Wait, I thought you just said you'd
Just
been
a
here a
little
year.
She, and I've
wait,
got
what
here.
am I thinking?
I
A
got
year and a
here in
half for you.
August.
Okay, cool. Well, very good. Well, thank you for all the work that you do. I think it's very valuable. I think keep telling those stories. And
Thank you.
Yeah, we're grateful to have you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good
Glad
job.
to be here.
Yeah, good job. All right, we are now 15 minutes to 3. We're doing it, guys. We are doing it. I've got a couple more people that are still standing around that need to be talked to, and I'm going to do that in just a minute. I'm going to take a break for a second of talking to people and kind of do some out loud thinking. So, as we're thinking about, is today? I think today is today National Homeless Awareness Day.
Yeah,
Today? Yeah.
World Homeless Day.
World Homeless Day, not national. World. Okay, so.
In October, substance abuse awareness.
Okay, yeah. World Homeless Day today. Substance Abuse Awareness Month. Prevention awareness. Okay. So there are nearly 70 something missions doing this right now across the country, which is really cool. So we're all a part of one network called the Citygate Network, and it's an association of like-minded gospel rescue missions, and working in a very unified, but obviously a very distinct way because we're in our own communities, but a very unified way to provide services for individuals that oftentimes are forgotten or kind of down and out. So it's, that's why we're doing this around this time. It is an awareness campaign for homelessness. It is an awareness campaign for the very challenges that we're facing. So that's the why of right now. Time wise, we have, I don't know, maybe some of the people behind the desk know. Do we have anybody in Hawaii doing this tonight? Okay. We definitely have California. And so at least we know Pacific to East Coast it's happening. So there is, a nationwide appeal to this, and we are uniting together to bring this awareness and to raise our voice on behalf of individuals that are experiencing homelessness, individuals that are going through substance abuse issues, individuals that are experiencing mental health crisis that have led to this, and coming together to not only share those stories, but to bring attention to a very real thing that we're dealing with. So that's the why. All right. So here we are, I think 15 minutes to 3, and we've got a video that we're going to show, and I think it's about five some minutes. So we're going to go ahead and show that. Once we're done with that video, I'll be back on camera, and there's a couple people still that we're going to talk to, and some questions we're going to answer, and then some things that Sean and I are going to get into. So stay with us. 2:45. Here we go. All right. Let's show this video.
things that I've done and the way that I've lived is will always be a part of my life, but I don't have to live in that addiction. I told Pastor Andrew last time I talked to him, I said, no matter what, from this point on, you know, you can know that I won't be homeless anymore, which is how I came here. I came here with nothing. So my name is Eric Watson, and I've been coming to Jericho since 2021 on and off. I started using drugs and alcohol when I was 15 years old, and was raised in a Christian family, good family. I was the oddball that had to get in trouble and go this route, and so it's spent over 20 years in addiction, and Jericho gave me a place to get my life back together. When I came to Jericho, I had absolutely nothing. My life was a total disaster, and had been for 20 years. I was in debt. I didn't have a driver's license, a social security card, a job, a way to get to a job, a place to sleep, food, $1 in my pocket, a cell phone. I had nothing. After 6 months of being clean and sober, I could kind of start realizing the seriousness of the situation that my addiction had put me in, and that everything around me and every relationship, my spiritual relationship, everything was just torn apart. It took me at this point over 2 years to get to where I'm making solid decisions. I have a good network of people that I can count on, and those relationships aren't built in a short-term period, you know.
From the time you went to the rebuild program to now, as a graduate in the Nehemiah, the things that you've gotten done and accomplishments is just, it's God says to me. I've been sober for, you know, quite some time now, and it's an inspiration to me. I'm really proud of you, and to watch God shine through you and the changes you made is just, it's amazing.
My highest priority is my relationship with God, and that's what Jericho has facilitated. That relationship comes first in my sobriety, in my future, in my life. If that relationship is intact, really it makes all of the other decisions easy. I know that God will never put me in a bad position or steer me the wrong way. I know that, and I trust that. So I would say without a doubt, that's the most important thing. I got my driver's license back. Jericho staff actually took me to the DMV to get my driver's license. I've paid off fines in 3 different counties. I've got my social security card, my birth certificate. I purchased a vehicle. I didn't have a relationship with my daughter. I have a beautiful, the smartest daughter, most perfect and amazing child that I didn't have a relationship with, and now I do. I didn't have a job when I got to Jericho. I have 2 full-time jobs that I really like now. I made a decision to start my own business, which has been a dream of mine. I've settled on a name, One Source Landscape and Lawn Solutions. That's what I'm good at. Bought a truck the same week that's paid for, a 0-turn lawnmower, a trailer, all of the equipment. Me coming to Jericho, before the truck or the car or the jobs or any of that, I started working on my relationship with God. That happened, and the other things came. Without that relationship with God, none of that other stuff would have happened, and I personally don't believe really would have mattered, you know, with the way that I was headed. So that comes first. He opens up every door, you know, this entire time. So I still focus on that every day first, and I realize that that keeps me sober, and if I'm sober, the other things will come. And every day I get a little bit closer to God, I get a little further away from my old life, and so things are headed in the right direction. I made good connections here in Brooksville with different churches that I've been introduced with through Jericho, and I attend Vine Life Church here in Brooksville, and life is good now, you know, and getting better every day.
still with us. We have 2 volunteers still with us to provide just some layers of support and security. And one of those volunteers is Jason. And I'm going to bring Jason up now. I think we're going to have a conversation. Jason's like, all right, I was not thinking this, but here we go. So we got Jason up here. So, Jason, I think a good way to get this thing started is your wife works for Jericho, correct?
Yes, she does.
All right. So you get to be the spouse of someone that's in this. Have you seen those rough days yet? Have you heard any of the rough stories, any of the challenging spots?
Oh, yeah. Obviously the kind of work that you guys deal with and stuff, and having, you just pouring your heart and your soul into people, and then watching them fall can be really, really draining. And so I see her bring that back home when there's heavy days, or and maybe not even just falling, but just there's conflict or there's drama or whatever, and just having to deal with the messiness of life, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the things that I want to be very cautious of with an event like this is, like, this is a moment I feel like a lot of us are high-fiving, and rightfully so. There's a lot of good high fives to give, and, we're proud of the work, and we're proud of the work that the association does and how we're all coming together to continue that cause. But there's a lot of non-high fives. There's a lot of challenges. For sure. And, sometimes that spouse gets to see it in a way that others don't. My wife has obviously heard, oh man, this has happened, or this is hard. And, so from your perspective, when you think about, being there for her, and maybe this is a good conversation to have, because I think a lot of this for our staff, like, how do we support people that are supporting the people going through this?
I think one of the biggest takeaways that I've taken from I've been watching you have all these conversations. I've been here through most of the night watching you do all these conversations, and the biggest takeaway that I've gotten from you is you were talking about best practices, and just coming back to the best practices seems to always be the gospel. It's God's practices, right? And I don't think that this ministry any ministry is going to have fruit that you expect to happen and not see it, right? Because it's not us that's creating the growth, right? Yeah. It's God that is, right? And so how can we be faithful in ministry when we're not seeing the fruit, right? And so supporting those who are supporting people in this ministry or anything like it is that reminder that we're vessels, right? And our job is to be faithful. And God's going to do his work through our faithfulness.
I think that is a really good word, because one of the things that we talk about is let's not get too high in the high, like what basically, like we say, I'm trying to remember exactly how we say this, but in essence, like we're not going to interpret the successes or the highs as ours and the failures the same way, because we're just endeavoring in this. One of the things that I've thought about, and hopefully, this isn't our experience, but there is an unfortunate side of this work that we do hear and see some stuff that is pretty rough at times. Mm-hmm. And I've often thought, man, I'm concerned that, that our staff, I don't want them to carry a burden. Like, we're not, yes, the word calls us to bear one another's burdens, but sometimes these burdens they're pretty heavy, like the stories and stuff we hear. From your perspective, again, seeing your wife be in this field, there is a heaviness, there is a heaviness at times. What would you say to those that are, because you got a unique spot, like, you're seeing it from outside, but you're still pretty close. What would you tell someone, like, how would they should deal with that heaviness?
the way that I experience, the way that Leslie brings it home is experiencing that heaviness with the purpose around it, right? I mean, she feels a tremendous amount of purpose, of fulfillment in that God's called her to this ministry.
So balancing out, like taking the purpose and letting that override the challenges, so to
Right,
speak.
because I think that's similar to like what I was just saying before about faithfulness, whether you're seeing the fruit or not, is that grounding in the purpose of God's calling on your life is taking you through that heaviness as well.
Yeah, I think that, like, because you made a good point, that ministry, regardless of what the ministry is, right? Faithfulness is really the goal, because at the end of the day, it is God that brings the fruit.
Yeah, because I've seen in my own life, just in like discipling a guy one-on-one, and I've seen him, felt like I saw him growing, and then he's gone, and then he falls, and it happens, right?
Yeah, and I think I know who you're talking about. Like, it's a challenging, like we had not too long ago, a situation like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's hard. So that's the negative side. That's the hard side, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about the positive side. Like, again, I believe that the work is very fulfilling. It's challenging, right? But there's a benefit. There's a fulfilling side. Again, you get a unique perspective. What do you see? Like, wow, man, this is a positive that I'm seeing, because I got my wife working in this field.
Well, like I said, it's about, for her specifically, we moved here 3 years ago from Colorado, and she was a high school teacher before then, and leaving that and trying to, she's like, God is calling me away from teaching, but to what? I don't know. And it took a couple of years before she found Jericho, and to really find the place where she felt God's call for purpose, right? So, I forgot your question.
No, so I'm saying, like, we talk about the negative side, right? But
Yeah.
what positive side have you seen? Like,
so the positives, and I think that's where we come back to the grounding of what's necessary to be able to get through the failures is also what we need to get through the successes, right? Is to really see the calling on our lives, the ministry that we have is not something that we own, but it's something that we're stewarding, right?
Good word.
Right, because then, but just like you said, the highs aren't too high and the lows aren't too lows, because we're just the vessels through it, and it's God that's doing it, right?
Yeah, because we got to be very careful to not internalize too much of the success or the failure, right?
Yeah.
Because, if you internalize too much one way or the other, and you're going to be all over the place, because you're going to have people tell you how amazing you are and that you're the devil incarnate the same day. And honestly, I've had both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And neither is good.
Yeah, exactly. Neither is. Because we're not the savior. We are not that, and we have to be reminded of that side as well.
For sure.
Okay, so as someone who has served in a local church, as someone who serves in a local church now, right? As someone who has served in an international context, because you've done both of those. So you've served in obviously domestic context as well, but through that local church. What do you find, regardless of, because you've talked about, ministry, you've talked about how ministry, like the fruit aspect and the faithfulness aspect, regardless of what ministry, those things have to be consistent. What other things have you found? Like, it doesn't matter what ministry we're talking about, we really need to see this, X, Y, and Z. So faithfulness is being one. What are some of the other things?
Well, if faithfulness is important, then faithfulness in what I'm faithful in is important, right? So I'm a strong believer in that we have to be grounded in the Word. We have to know what the truth is that we're surrounding, that we're anchoring ourselves in, right? I think it's awesome in the conversations that you've had, and you've been clear. It's like, you're not requiring the residents to profess a faith, like to receive services, but they're not going to leave this place not hearing the gospel. They're not going to leave this place not knowing we're about, right?
So the faithfulness in the right things.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So what's interesting to me is, like, I have really, like, the stuff that I've read, the things that I've went to, even some other areas that I've really pursued knowledge, I am really coming back to, like, every one of these conversations I'm having tonight, like, I'm not asking people, I don't think I've said one time, so tell me what Jesus has done for you. Like, it's just coming up on their own. And, like, I'm having so many other secular people even say this. Like, there's something going on where people are seeing, especially in this field, like, man, faith is crucial. So it's interesting that, you know, you put that in context of how important it is to have the faith in the right things. Because even, like, AA, you know, it started as faith in Christ,
right?
But it's the higher power. Now, we're not anti-AA. I want to be very clear. We're not. We actually believe in AA, and we're happy to partner. But in that, we still don't just have this, you know, whatever higher power. We have a very clear. We're talking about Jesus.
Yeah.
We're talking about, you know, a very clear biblical perspective. So hearing that, you know, as a volunteer, as someone that, you know, you're choosing to be here. We're not, you made a decision all on your own. How important is that for you to say, you know what, they're clear on their stance in the gospel?
I mean, there's nothing else that matters, right? I mean, Jesus is the answer. I mean, I haven't struggled with substance abuse or alcoholism or anything like that, and I think Kelly even said it, but we all have our addictions. It may not be that, it's something else. And I've had sin in my life that no matter how hard I tried to be better, you go through the steps, whatever, you try to be better, and I just cannot do it on my own. And it's only when I give it up to Jesus, and only through the power of his Spirit in me, that I can find any peace from that. So yeah, it has to be about Jesus.
So when you say it has to be, you're saying because, again, from your own experience, like, without it being Christ, there isn't real transformation. Is that an accurate way of saying it?
Yeah, you're saying otherwise all you're doing is behavior modification, and that's just a Band-Aid. The root is heart transformation.
Sure. So so let's reframe this question then. Like, would you choose to volunteer? Would you choose to be a part of something? Like, when do you make a decision like, hey, I want to be a part of this if it isn't Christ-centered? Because I'm sure there's things out there that, you know, you could believe in or so forth that aren't Christ-centered, correct?
Sure. I mean, I have helped in hurricane cleanup, for example, and it had nothing to do with Christian ministry. It was just neighbors cleaning up. Right?
Yeah. I guess what I'm getting to, maybe I'm not doing this, I mean, it's, you know, it's nearly 3. I don't know if I'm asking this in the best way. As a volunteer, it's important to you that we're Christ-centered because you value that yourself. I think we've established that. Yeah. What I have found so fascinating tonight is our best practice is Christ. That is it. You know, and so even if we were to genuinely say, hey, we're coming at this best practice, I think our answer would have to come to our best practice is Christ, even if I don't believe. You know what I mean? So as a volunteer, hearing that, like, it's almost like a double whammy there. Like, it's like, no, I truly believe in this myself, but here, man, we've got enough stories of people telling us, man, it's Jesus.
That there's evidence to that.
Evidence, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's really fascinating. So you haven't experienced substance abuse. You haven't experienced this yourself. It's not your personal experience.
Not my personal experience.
Do you know people that went through it?
Alcohol, yeah.
Well, that's there.
Yeah.
I think. Have you seen? And you know, I don't want you to name anybody. I'm not asking for that. Have you seen any correlation to mental health and the substance abuse and the people you know? Just from your vantage point.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's kind of logically, intrinsically linked, right?
Sure, it can be, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I just don't want to have a leading question where it's like, oh, you agree with me, right?
Yeah.
But, if you don't see it, you don't see it, but you do see a correlation.
Yeah, and I don't have as much experience with that per se, but yeah.
But the reason I ask that is like as I reflect prior to my time, it's harder to do this now because it's all starting to merge, right?
Mm-hmm.
But as I reflect even prior to my time, starting to know these things, like I'm seeing, that correlation. You're like, whoa, yeah, there was something going on there. There was this, and maybe that's why they did this, or so forth. Being more exposed to that idea of like, man, maybe what we're seeing with substance abuse disorder is really self-medicating. Does that change your perspective of maybe this process?
Yeah, well, because, and I think it was Kelly that was talking about coping, the coping mechanism, right? And I've had my own coping mechanisms in my life, and the sin that I've had in my life that I've talked about, they were coping mechanisms for the childhood trauma that I dealt with, right? So I didn't go to drugs, but I went to other things, and the answer still came back to Christ. And so that's the connection that I see there.
But you can see, even before we get to the answer, you can see that sometimes, and maybe a lot of times, our practices, in our case, not necessarily yours, but even in your case, in your own ways, they are means to cover up something else.
Absolutely.
In our life.
Yeah.
I think the more that we can get people to, because like I'm going to say something that might be a little challenging. Not every substance abuse issue I view it as a moral issue.
Okay. I mean, everybody has their different story, right? Or
well, what I'm
experience.
saying is like I've met a lot of individuals that literally are in a position of deep faith in Christ. This is the challenging thing for me. They believe in Jesus, and they're struggling bad in an issue. And I'm not saying it's not a moral issue. I'm not saying it doesn't become one. I'm not saying there isn't a moral thing going on there. But really, at the core, underneath all of that, what it really is, it's not a moral. It is literally they don't know how to cope in a healthy way with this. And so, like, I think the reason it's so important to keep having that. And I'm not trying to say that's everybody's.
Sure.
Right? And I'm not trying to, cover up any moral problems. But what I'm saying is I think we have to understand more and more that so much of our substance abuse issue, or at least a large portion, is really stemming from some underlying factors there. And if we can really see that, then potentially that changes our perspective of how we interact with individuals, and not just look for, behavior modification, but like, man, where do we help them heal? How do we help them receive something deeper than just, okay, stop drinking, stop smoking?
Which is why I keep bringing it back to the gospel,
Amen.
right? Because that is the point, right? Is that whether it's substance abuse or something else, we all have the same sickness, and that sickness is sin, whether you want to say it's a moral issue or not. And that answer is going to be the same.
The point, what I mean by like what I mean by that, and I don't mean to sound like shocker with my statement, but I'm saying like if we don't address, so okay, I'll give you an example. All right, the chemistry that is behind meth, and the chemistry that is behind my brain. This is 3 a.m. All right, the chemistry behind ADHD medication. Somebody help me out. Sean, where you at? Adderall. Thank you. Adderall, meth. Adderall. Yeah, there we go. If you were to look at that chemistry-wise, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to see a massive difference.
Right.
So here's my point. So you got an individual, right, comes into the local body, and they say, oh, I have a prescription of Adderall, right? Okay. We would see that a lot different than, oh, I'm on meth. Okay, well, the line of difference may be simply what? I don't have the money to do it. I don't have the means to get to a doctor to get a prescription, but I'm still dealing with the same thing, and this is the thing that makes me feel better.
Sure.
That's the challenge.
Yeah.
That's the challenge. Does that make sense?
No, it does, and that's why we come back to that everybody has their different addictions, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but I think I'm actually saying something different right now than addiction. I'm saying, like, yeah, we all have our issues. Everybody's got sin. The person who's taking Adderall, the person who's taking meth, the person who's a glutton, the person, whatever, we all got it. But what I'm saying in particular is, like, if you've got somebody who is, you know, like if someone came into church right now and said, hey, I got a meth problem, we're going to view that a little bit differently than someone came in and said, I have an Adderall problem.
Of course.
That's my point.
Yeah, right.
But if we look at that chemistry-wise, there's not tons of difference. Or, you know, we went for years in this country prescribing opiates, right?
Right.
Okay, and now we have a heroin crisis, okay? Again, you look at the chemistry behind it, not vastly different.
Well, and then there you have an example of people who started on this opiate because of a legitimate thing, and then it progressed, right? So to that not being so much a moral issue because it was just the way that that kind of fell into.
Too strong of language, but I'm just saying I think we have to start seeing, like, wait a second, before I be too quick to judge here. If I knew the chemistry, I'd feel a little differently, you know, because there is a lot of relation. All right, I know that's a deeper subject. All right, let's get to something a little bit lighter. Volunteer-wise, okay. You came out and you served tonight. You obviously care about the work that we do. You love the gospel. What's great ways for people, like if they wanted to get involved, what are great ways for people to get involved, just from your perspective?
To get involved with Jericho?
Sure.
Or?
Yeah.
I mean, in addition to tonight, I've been giving a ride to one of the residents to church every Sunday.
So let's talk about that one really quick. Somebody talked about giving those rides, right? Like, how far of a drive do you have to go to church, home to the center to church?
It takes me about a half an hour to get from home to Jericho.
And then
it's like, I don't know, 20 minutes to the church.
So that's a 50-minute commitment.
Something like that.
That's a pretty big, yeah, that's a lot of work.
But he has no way to get to church otherwise, right? So, I mean, you do what you do, right?
You're willing to do it, yeah. That's why you're out here to 5 a.m., right?
Yeah. Well, this is fun.
Yeah.
This is kind of a different rhythm than my normal life.
Sure. But, you know, that's a big component, like, you know, driving. Because you think about from our side, we try to get a lot of guys to church. If we got 40 guys, not all 40 will go to the same place because of where they are in the program and so forth. But the van space, that relieves a huge burden, and that gives that person a connection to the church. I'm sure.
This guy said, this is a church that I want to make my home. So he doesn't want to be like in the rotation that you guys do,
which
right?
is what we want people to get to.
Exactly, because people should be in a church home. That's the whole community is kind of the point of church, right? So.
And I'm sure you have great conversations on those rides, and
we do, yes. So it's a good time to connect one-on-one because you're kind of trapped in the car together. And just thinking about some of the challenges that we've been talking about in these conversations tonight about, you know, just the challenge of just getting your driver's license, right? And all these little things that we take for granted. I've said before, something as simple as a ride. I have a family of 5. And because of our different schedules, it's not uncommon for us to take 4 vehicles to church on Sunday morning, which is kind of ridiculous. But that means that's like, I don't know, 12, 15 seats
that you could
that I'm not using, that you could just pick someone up on the way and take them to church, right?
It's a good perspective, you know, because one of the big things that we want to see, if we're thinking of the same guy, like I think he's in my Sunday school class. Is that the same guy? Yeah. And that's our goal, you know, for individuals to see that there's community, you know, there's a place that community can really be formed in a local church.
Sure.
Yeah, that's really cool. So, you think it's a good way for someone to volunteer?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I'm sure there's other ways that I don't know about right now, but
But you think that's
These are the doors that have been open to me so far. So
very cool. All right, last one, and then we'll be done. From a standpoint, from the standpoint of, I got asked a very silly question there, so I'm trying to figure out how to answer that one and stay serious. Okay, from the standpoint of what you think somebody should know that is supporting someone either going through recovery or like we started the conversation with, let's go with this one. What would you what would you tell someone that is supporting someone who's helping in this field? Like, what's good advice? You're your wife's on that front line doing it every day. If we had a new staff member come in and you got to meet their husband or wife, what would you say to them? Hey, here'd be good advice.
I think the best thing that I can do for her, especially on those heavy days, is just to listen.
Yep.
And I think sometimes I'm really eager to fix when all she really wants is me to listen.
Yeah, I think listening is a valuable thing. Yeah. Well, Jason, thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Yep.
That's really
Thanks.
good. Yeah, that was really good, man. Thank you. All right, good job. All right, let's see if I can read this watch correctly. 3:15. Is that correct? 3:15. Yeah, we went past the halfway. So we are. I really appreciate Jason. Come on, that was like, hey, just come talk to me, Jason. And he's like, okay, I'll do it. So, we were very grateful for him being here tonight. I think it's very, it means a lot to us as an organization. It means a lot to me personally that we have people here that, are supporting us in such a way. So, all right, here we are. It is 3:15, and I think our next interview is not till 5. So we got an hour and 45 minutes. So one of the conversations was like, hey, am I going to sleep? And like you all film me while I'm sleeping. And I've kind of made a decision that that's probably not going to happen. I'm too self-conscious to have someone film me while I sleep. So I'm a little nervous about that. So we got an hour and 45 to pass here to keep this challenge before we bring in more conversations. So we are talking about playing some Uno on camera. I think Sean and I are getting ready to play Uno. I think that's one thing. Oh, wait. Allison's wanting to play Uno? Oh, we're all playing Uno. Oh. I don't know if I've played Uno more than like 2 times in my life. So, no, that's not true. I played it some on my phone. Yeah. All right, but before we get into Uno, I doubt because of the time. Has there been any more questions in the last little bit that I don't have in here? No, not right now. Okay, so I only have a few. I have, 7 so left. I'm going to save on those for later. Is that cool? All right, but if by chance someone is still out there really following us, please let us know. That would be really cool. Yeah, that'd be really cool. I would love to hear that. And if you know me personally and you're still up, you can text or call me. That's fine. That would be fine. All right, so all right. So is it Uno time yet? Yeah. Okay. All right, Uno time. What's interesting is I don't know what time we'll start hearing more cars, but is it just me or have we heard a few more? Yeah. I wonder, is this what time some people have to get up and go to work?
I have a friend who wakes up at this time.
Bakers. What time does the coffee house open?
I think it says 6 on their door. 6.
Wonder what time they get there. Aren't they known for their Pop-Tarts, their homemade Pop-Tarts?
They get there around 5:15.
They don't?
They outsource them, but they still sell them.
Oh.
Wait, hold on, ladies. and gentlemen. We found out that they've stopped outsourcing Pop-Tarts.
Breaking news.
Breaking news in Brooksville.
One of my daughters works for Red Box Bakery.
Yeah.
She used to make them for them.
Oh.
I guess they stopped doing it.
All right, there you go.
Don't we know the Red Box Bakery?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we know.
Maybe amended breaking news.
Oh. Okay. Or.
Well, for all you celiacs out there, bad news.
You celiacs. Oh man. All right, it's 3:22, man.
Doing it.
All right. So I think, is there any correlation to Uno and the things we've been talking about tonight?
Sometimes you got to reverse.
Yeah.
Where you're heading in life.
That's it. That's it.
And go somewhere else.
Yeah. All right. All right. We're doing this.
I don't know how many of the ministries can say that.
I wonder, like, you don't have a mic on, too.
I'm fixing the mic.
Okay.
But no, he does not.
Saw your good jokes. You said a moment ago, no one got. Your breaking news, no one got.
Totally don't have to fix the breaking news.
Yeah, that's right. That's the table. Okay.
What I said was breaking news in Brooksville. It's too late. You guys missed it. I'm sorry. Live stream.
So, as we get this set up, I do have a real question real quick.
Sure. Love to.
I wonder, like I'm just thinking about homelessness now for a second, because I'm really thinking about, like, you know, cars. I had someone tell me a minute ago, a bench. They showed me a bench they slept on. Like, if you are falling, like, I wonder, like, how much, like, that kind of, how, like, you know, the start of the day and the traffic. Like, we had one lady talk about how they would stay up usually at nighttime, right? Because it was easier to do things than in the daytime, especially here being so hot and stuff. But I wonder, like, you know, like, would you, like, you're laying on that bench and this truck comes by, like, it's just going to wake you up, right?
I mean, you would think so, right? I mean, you would think so.
That train.
I know, the train, yeah.
Train, yeah. I mean, but then you got to think about people that live who are homeless in big cities.
Oh, I know.
You know, I mean, we're in such a different environment of that here.
But I wonder,
rural
like, if
Florida.
our environment would actually be a little bit more difficult, because, like, we have went like an hour without hearing anything.
Sure.
And then, bam, all of a sudden you hear this really loud thing. I was in Chicago not too long ago, and it just didn't stop ever.
Right.
You know, I wonder if I don't know. It's interesting. I remember I spent a week in Haiti, and every morning I got woken up by the chicken, like the you know, the actual rooster or whatever. And I think by the end of that week I yelled at it once because I was like, "Shut up!"
Yeah, it's getting up really early,
getting on my nerves. Yeah, but no, on a serious, like, that would be like things I don't know if I've ever thought about. Like, man, yeah, you got a lot of stuff interrupting you here. Yeah. All right, they got the Uno cards. I think they shuffled them. Are you the dealer?
Are
you playing, Allison?
Yeah, Allison's playing.
Oh, the three of us.
Allison, do you want to come play? I mean, I can. Yeah, you can play. Yeah, come on. Come on over, Allison Franklin.
Yeah, I think Allison needs to join us.
What took you to Haiti?
Mr. Strip. Yeah, I went to help after the big earthquake. I went to Nepal after that earthquake too.
Really?
Yeah. So I've been 2 earthquake responses in my life.
What was the worst? How were the 2 different?
They were eerily similar in the sense of the devastation I saw, but obviously, you know, outside the cultural differences, like, you know, vastly different cultures, but devastation, man, it was bad both. Have you been out of the country?
I've been to Cancun, Mexico.
Yeah.
When I was about 7. And I have a funny story about that I can tell later if we need some stories.
Okay.
And then I've been to Niagara Falls, Canada, for about 15 minutes.
Yeah.
We crossed, we saw,
And
we
you came
came
back.
back to America.
You lived in New York, right?
I lived in the city. I lived in, so I mean, that's kind of like out of the country.
Yeah.
I lived in, and worked in the biggest toy store in the world.
You worked in the biggest toy store in the world?
It is no longer open. But yes, the Toy Story, nope. The Toys R Us in Times Square, when it was operating, was the largest toy store in the world.
Wow. That's pretty cool.
The T-Rex from the first Jurassic Park was there.
Wow.
So if you ever want to check that out.
Oh, okay.
All right, so Allison, what are we doing here?
You need me to explain the rules?
No, I think I get it now.
All right.
So who starts?
I go first?
Yeah, since you can start.
Okay. All right. Wait. So are we going this way?
Yeah, clockwise.
So it's a
Okay.
blue 5.
Okay.
Should we say the number?
Yeah.
For the camera, yeah. It's
a blue 5.
They want to know what's happening here.
Blue 7 I'm playing.
Which way are we going?
It's to you.
Hey buddy, why don't you go again? I'm gonna give him a blue arrows. Reverse it.
All right. Hey, I'll return the favor.
Hey.
Green.
Back to me?
Yeah.
Green? All right, well, how about, is that +2 to you? Why don't you +2 at Allison Franklin?
Do you play that you can double up on that?
That's a good thing that we need to
Oh,
know.
that's true. Yeah, you can double up on
All right. All right.
Okay.
You just got yourself 4 cards, I
I
think.
know. See,
You just opened yourself up to all that.
So,
This is one of those everybody plays a different game. Slightly different
Okay.
game.
so is it my turn or do you play?
No, that's my turn.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
Sorry,
no.
man. I gotta skip you.
Oh, that's all right, bud. Thank you, though.
So we're getting more trucks now.
Yeah, we're starting to wake up.
Yeah.
And get the country going.
So it's to you now.
Oh, it reverses at full time. Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know if it was just one turn. I'm a 35-year-old man with no children, so it's been a little bit. I'll play a blue 8.
All right.
That's a blue 6, ladies
Yeah,
and
blue
gentlemen.
6.
We got a blue 7. We got a blue 5. We got a blue 3. We got a blue 4.
Keeping this bad boy going.
We got a blue 3. We got a blue 4. Now, Allison, can I ask you
This shuffler should have shuffled some reds and yellows.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Does a 4 and a +4 play the same?
They're not related.
You're sure?
I'm sure.
Okay. So so I'm gonna draw a card until I can play.
No, you can
What I'm saying is I don't
lay
have,
down and draw 4.
but it's not the same color.
That's like a wild card.
Oh, because
Oh, so I can play what I want to play right now.
You can play a wild card. You can play that.
A black +4.
You don't, yeah, you
But
don't
now you have to pick out a color. You have to color
Yeah.
color.
Red.
Okay. So, according to your rules earlier, I can double this up. So, Uno, green.
So that means 8 cards.
Yeah.
Or if you have
If you have a
one,
+4,
No.
which I think he's telling us he doesn't.
so we're playing Allison rules.
What color?
Green.
Allison?
Well, you said we could double up on like these cards, right?
Yeah.
I don't
Like
even
the
know if I was
draw
supposed to be able to play that there, but
Uno.
Oh, that's right. Hold on a
You
second.
have one reverse and a different color. Play it. Don't play a green card.
I don't think that table talk's allowed.
yeah, you can't.
Okay, good. Thank you. I just won that.
Hey,
Yeah, I got one.
that was pretty exciting.
All right, let's play another round.
All right.
While we're playing another round, I'll know, and you and I are the ones with the microphones. So, you worked in the largest toy store?
I worked in the largest toy store in the world, Toys R Us in Times Square. Also worked at FAO Schwartz, home of the giant piano from Big.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And so I worked for a private toy demonstration company based out of Israel, Israeli company, and we demonstrated toys.
No?
Yep. I did not enjoy it.
You didn't?
No. Playing with toys was fun, but it was just the crowds of people is when I. Really...
Did you ever jump on the large piano thing?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I slid across it a few
you
times.
You did?
Oh yeah.
Oh, cool.
It's open and available. Like it's not behind like lock and key. Also, every like hour they would come out and do the big dance.
Oh, okay.
Do. That's the one. Chopsticks.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. And never saw Tom Hanks. The Kardashians came in one morning. We couldn't open to the public while they were in.
Did they do the dance on the piano?
I didn't accompany them through the whole store. Yeah, I think they probably did. It was fun. It was an experience in life.
No. I never had a job like that.
Yeah. I'd also
one time I was the busboy at Olive Garden.
Yes.
And we got a call. This was in Lynchburg, and we had a call that Shaquille O'Neal was coming to our Olive Garden. Okay, because he would volunteer a week of his time to work with this local sheriff's department to go catch child predators.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was a community really close to ours, and so he was coming to Olive Garden. So it was really, it was kind of cool. Well, they gave him a bodyguard from our restaurant, okay? And I kid you not, the guy they picked out to be the bodyguard for Shaq's table was 5'3", and so it was the most odd-looking thing called Shaq. I don't know if you've ever seen Shaq in person, but that guy he's
a lot of man.
Yeah, he's a huge dude. He was very kind too. He was signing all kinds of coasters and handing them out in $50 bills. I mean, he was very generous. But they had the shortest guy in there being his bodyguard. And I was like, man, this is kind of odd.
Yeah.
But we had news cameras everywhere coming in for that. I was like, wow. Big day at the Olive Garden. All right, we got a green 5, Sean.
All right. I'm going to play a green 9. Gonna send it back. Jason's very wary after this last game.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. All right. It's my turn for the first time.
Yes.
This game. All right. Okay. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to try this. All right. I know. You've been playing a lot, but...
Back at you.
All right. I'll do it again. Get rid of all these... All right, now I'm going to skip you. I got rid of all my cards.
Okay, so did I draw one?
You just draw one.
It's your rules. It's Allison rules.
Well, I think you have to draw it so you can play a card, right?
That's the question. Everybody plays different.
We're playing Allison rules, so whatever
Yeah,
Allison would tell...
I play draw till you get.
All right, there you go.
I mean, I don't know why
there
you're...
you go. I didn't have to worry about it. I'm gonna go with blue.
All right, blue.
What about it?
That's the new
You
color.
better pick something.
So I'm gonna go to the deck here.
Okay.
You can take both of those.
Take both of those.
And that one.
Take those.
You don't have to take both of them. You only have to take one.
Right.
You don't have to take both.
Oh, yeah, you
You put one of them back.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll put that one for a while. We'll put that somewhere in the deck there.
All right, what's the new color?
Oh, I got so many now.
Except blue.
Except for blue. Yellow.
Oh, okay.
The one
My turn.
He doesn't have. He thought that +4 was going to be there.
I tell you what. There we go.
There it is.
draw 4.
Oh.
Let's make it a 6.
Oh.
He needs some more cards. He might have one. He might be coming here.
So if I don't have that card,
You just draw 2. It's my turn.
Then
So-
you gotta draw 6.
Oh, yeah, you got to draw 6.
well, I think it's 4.
No.
It is
Times
six.
3.
That is 6, my friend.
Yeah.
Oh, we did it 6 times. Allison, do you mind just passing me 6 of those cards, please? That would be great.
All right.
It's my turn.
All right. No, it's my turn.
No, I'm saying that was my turn.
Your turn.
Yes.
Here we go.
Oh, yellow.
What do you guys want me to do? Play a yellow card? Is that what we're looking for?
Ideally,
All right, I can do that.
Ah! What do you guys want me to do? This is the Panama edition. I don't know if y'all.
This is the first time it's been played.
You just got back from Panama.
Yep.
How was it?
Okay.
It was amazing.
Oh, good.
That was the mission trip.
I already got to talk about it a little bit. Yep. That was the one. It was pretty cool. Shout out to,
Uno.
Well, that must be cool.
Of all the cards I have, I don't have that number. I should have shown you the numbers I have.
I would have played something else for it.
Because we could switch it on Jason, because we know he's probably going to try to win this here. Oh, man. Hold on.
From last to first.
So,
There's some less.
yes, there is.
Perseverance.
So, Panama. It's pretty cool. Did Dylan go?
He did, yeah.
Awesome.
We got hired to go and make a bunch of videos for them to fundraise for the missions that are going on. So the videos that we are making are going to be shown at their summer camp all next summer.
Was it Word of Life?
No, it's actually the camp that Kobe works for.
Oh, okay.
So that's how we got connected with her. And she didn't go since she was pregnant. Otherwise, she would have gone. But,
Oh, that'd have been cool. She would
so
have
we
went.
didn't know anybody on the trip. But
It's a gas truck.
Yeah.
So Kobe, her husband's Coy. Coy used to work for us.
Oh, yeah.
So that's. Did Leslie and Coy over? Yeah, they overlap. Man, you gotta understand. I can't.
It's been a long, but a lot going on.
I just don't know.
They did. They had a shared office space for a bit. It was good.
We should have called Coy on our live
I heard a lot
stream.
about Koi.
We've been
and the
texting.
Seans.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Boys and Sean's
And Shan.
new band name.
Yeah.
Well, for those of you watching us right now, the people we were all just discussing, we all really started within like basically a month period of each other.
Well, honestly, when me and Coy went to interview you, it was Coy's day
first-
one. He
first day.
thought I was interviewing someone to take his job.
He did. He did
It's like,
think
I
that.
don't know what I'm doing.
And did that kind of come true?
Ooh. Whoa. It all came full circle. No, I mean,
No. It's just pretty funny coming from you.
It was funny coming from you. Yeah.
If Coy, if you're up this early, please comment right now, or this late. I don't know which one it is.
Coy.
Should call on in, Coy.
We're taking calls.
First time, long time.
This is the time of day where there's people that haven't gone to bed yet and people that have gotten up into the bag.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be cool. Shoot 'em.
We didn't know anybody.
It's a gas truck. Oh, here we are. I'm watching this. So Kobe, her husband's Coy. Coy's the Walters. That's kind of paint.
So what we're doing right now, everybody, is we're watching our live stream.
Okay.
And I
All right.
believe,
Who hasn't went first?
I believe Allison goes first.
All right, Allison. Okay. Whoever's shuffling is getting better at their shuffling job. You're getting it real shuffled here. All right. Oh, back to me. All right, back at you, buddy. Back at you, buddy. Back at you, buddy.
How many of those are in?
Oh, you couldn't keep it going?
I couldn't keep that one going. Oh,
yes, you can.
Back at you, buddy.
I'm sorry to do this to you. It's the only one I have.
Wait.
No, it's not to you.
Oh, yes, it is.
Wait, can you double it up?
No.
Oh.
I could have.
It's the only one I had.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So let me ask you a question. In Allison rules, since he couldn't play the draw two, and you had one in a different color, could you have played it there?
If I had one, like he got skipped, you mean? Yeah, I could have played it.
But he would have only had to draw two. Okay. All right. Cool. I get it. Is that an 8?
Yes. Yellow.
All right. How long will I be? Oh, there we go.
Dude.
I know. Red.
The apology for the draw two, but this was mercenary.
I don't have a choice.
You said red?
Yeah.
Alright, you do.
Yeah. Here's your chance to put some cards on me if you like. Card them.
Oh, it's reversed to me. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Skip you, Sean. You haven't played in a while, have you?
No.
Back to Sean. Okay.
+2, bud.
I don't have it. 1, 2. You got a favorite game you play? Like cardboard game kind of game?
No.
Okay.
Not really. No. My wife loves like these types of games. And
She was here yesterday, wasn't she?
She was, and she'll be back here in a couple hours.
Oh, sweet. She go to Mountain Air a lot in the morning?
So she's been getting up at 4 to go to the gym a lot. So
you drew until then. That's a lot of cards.
We were carrying that conversation.
Yeah.
My turn.
Yeah.
But yeah, she'll be back here in a little bit. Maybe we'll get her up here. Talk to some more spouses.
No. Yeah.
Yes, it's your turn, Allison Franklin.
What's her name again?
Savannah.
That's right.
Like the town in Georgia.
I've been there. Have you been there?
I have been there. Beautiful.
I thought it was kind of creepy at nighttime.
It's been a while.
I mean, it was beautiful. It was, but it had like a heavy Uno feel to me. Uno. Did you Uno too?
I Uno'd.
Oh man.
He didn't.
We're Uno. Oi. She said, "Watch this."
So now all I get to do is draw 2 cards.
Or
Now you get to draw 2.
unless maybe you have a draw 2.
I don't.
Then you win and
Add more points to me if we were keeping score.
yeah. And I put C.
My turn. All right. I gotta keep going until I find a blue or a draw 2.
Love that.
Oh man. Here goes my Uno. There we go.
All right.
No. That's not a draw 2, that's a 2.
Yeah, I can't play it.
Yeah, but it's
Blue.
It's on blue.
Oh yeah, you can. Sorry. I was you were playing it because it was a 2.
No.
Someone tried to pull me that
It's
on that
quarter
the
to
other day.
4 in the morning.
Yeah, we'll give her that one. That's all right.
I mean, I was gonna play a 6 over a 9 to see if anybody noticed,
Yeah.
but I decided against it because, green.
Whoops. Can you put that more in the... Draw 2.
This is getting fun.
Okay. All right. There we go.
Oh. First I saw that and thought it was a 0.
Skipping yellow. Skip again. 4. All right. like you're gonna be there for a while. Oh, nope. Red. All right, I'll take that one. Thank you. You're welcome.
Uno.
Oi, let's go, Jason. Ooh. Ooh, Uno.
Uno red.
We know what he has. How many will she might get like a
color change?
Yeah. Yep.
I'm gonna go with blue.
That's what happens, huh?
Don't change it back to red.
Blue. Oh. You got 2 of them, and that was gonna be mine.
Well, if that is yours, then
it is. I need it too.
Yeah, you gotta skip
Uno.
him.
I should be penalized for that from you, right?
No.
All right, fair.
No.
9.
You got it fair and square.
You really struggle picking up on cards.
Yeah, I'm not good at it. Red.
Hi.
Actually, I should probably take that back. But I've already said it. These yeah, I know. I'm not nuanced at the game. Well, that was fun.
All right, we got to do one more round.
All right.
More than
Yeah, because we're getting close to that time.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, one more round. So you're leaving at 5?
Yeah, I guess when other people get here.
Oh, okay. We got more people coming at 5, like new people?
Yeah.
5?
Yeah.
Wow. Shout out to the church for letting us have
Yes.
to be able to go in there. Very grateful for that.
Huge help.
Yeah. And using their pavilion and the commons and parking lot. It's been awesome. Yeah.
Hours.
Power. Yeah. Very grateful. So, have you ever seen like those jokes like where they have mistakes in bulletins and stuff like that?
Yeah.
I don't know if I should say any of those, but there's some funny ones I have read recently. I can't say that one because what? I can't. Never mind. I think the church sign made me think of that.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I was reading it, and it took me a second to understand what they were saying. I mean, there's no error. It was just me, probably 4 a.m. trying to figure it out. But
that makes more sense.
I see. I understand what they're saying. I can see how people could take that wrong.
Oh.
I'm gonna read it.
Yeah.
Not really.
Oh, speaking of, you got your glasses?
Yes.
His dog ate his last pair, and his dog did the damage to the hat.
Oh, I thought that was just style.
No.
Cool new glasses.
Thank you. They're blue.
Wait, which glasses did the dog eat? Not the Elton John one.
Like the big black ones. So I ordered from a website where you get 2 for 1, and so my other pair that I ordered was the big black ones.
Oh, good.
Because Remus, our puppy, had eaten both pairs of my glasses. So.
Was that the dog that was here tonight?
No, that was Luna. That's our 3-year-old. She's great.
Are you all close enough that you could walk to your house from here?
They walked here.
Oh, cool.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
That's cool.
I live very close to where we are right now.
Yeah.
Sean's address is.
Everything's public.
Yeah, you can find it and try.
A moth walked into a doctor's office, and he was talking to the doctor, and he's like, "Doc, life's just been really difficult these days. I look at myself in the mirror. I don't even recognize who I've become. My children look at me with disdain. I just don't know how much longer I can go on like this. I just struggle every day." And the doctor looked at him and he said, "Well, Moth, I mean, that's terrible, but why'd you come to me? I'm a podiatrist." And he said, because the light was on. Monster draws a light.
Yeah, I got it.
He got it mixed up with the psych. Anyways.
Yeah.
Wait, can you start with that? We'll just say blue, but it's just you, right? Is that
Yeah.
good enough?
But if you have a reverse, you could play.
Yeah, sure. But don't. Thank you.
But don't.
Okay. Here we go.
He's about to do something.
Ooh, dangerous. Put a 3.
Skip Allison. Blue 9.
So there's this joke that my wife and her family would tell, but there was no punchline to the joke. Okay? There was no punchline.
Okay.
But it was this whole joke where it was based around they all knew to laugh. And so me being the new guy, it was like one of my first times going out with our family.
Oh, yeah.
They all just laugh at this joke.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there and it's like almost like a test. Are you just gonna laugh? Is it my turn, Yellow? Did you play that Yellow 3?
I did.
All right, back at you, buddy.
Speaking of, my wife's here.
No way. She made it.
I don't know what time in the morning it is, but
Red. But they would laugh, you know, and you like, are you gonna like fake the laugh, or are you just gonna like, huh? You know, what would you do? Ooh, what would you do, Jason? Uno.
I would probably just be like, I don't get it.
Yeah. What would you do, Allison?
I would probably ask a question.
Like, where was the punch, or what was the thing?
Yeah.
what are we all laughing
We'll
at?
just figure out this.
So what did you do?
You know, it was a long time ago. I was like 24 years ago. I don't know what I did. I probably was like, what? I don't get it. So it's just to me.
It's to you.
Okay. I could have won, but no. One. Oh. There you go. Look. You got one of those bad boys?
I do not.
We were talking about you a minute ago. Is that why you came?
No, I was already.
Oh. Uno. You want to join us on the bench here in a minute? Oh, cool.
To you.
Dadgummit. Did you skip? Oh, you got skipped.
I got skipped.
Okay. Uno. I'm lucky at the draws. I'll say that. Oh, thank you. We got lucky twice.
Man,
Good job.
me and Allison got
Two.
blanked.
Well, we're definitely better than them.
Yeah.
That's just kind of how it is.
Because this game is total skill.
It is. A lot of skill.
I think so.
I'm gonna need practice.
That's the way I've always looked at it.
All right.
All right, so we set
Well-
back up.
Well, we got to 5 to 4. We're doing a video at 4?
Yep.
Okay.
That sounds good to you?
Yeah,
Or we can push it if you want.
No. I'll talk to Sean here. We'll do the video and then go from there.
Yep.
Sounds good. Thank you
So-
for your
So we played some Uno there.
We did. That was a lot of fun.
Oh. And you don't have board games you like? Not necessarily.
There's this game Rummy Cube or Roomy Cube.
Yeah. That was a good game.
I got really into playing that with Savannah and her grandmother. I like that game a lot.
No.
But
In New York or in Pennsylvania, did you ever learn or play the game Dutch Blitz?
no.
Okay. That's a fun game. You know Dutch Blitz?
Oh, yeah.
What's that really good chocolate you gave me? Wilbur?
Wilbur.
Oh, have you ever had Wilbur chocolate?
I haven't, and I'm assuming it's from Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
It is. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's really tasty, man.
Yeah.
Does
No.
Dylan like it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I don't see how you can't like it. It's so good. The milk and the dark, they're both. I think that's the only two I've had. She bought me a bag to be nice. It was really kind. I liked it so much, I went back online and bought my own bag.
Oh, that's awesome.
So.
We were talking about Permane Brothers the other day.
Oh yeah. Do you have
Great.
Permane Brothers?
Yeah.
Great sandwich.
Yeah. Italian bread. I mean, there's different meats, but corned beef, I think, is probably the most
Popular.
Is that their best seller?
I think so. I've never gotten anything other than the hot sausage.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hot
Does it
sausage.
still do coleslaw and fries on it too?
100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you ever had a Permane Brothers sandwich? Have you been to Pennsylvania?
No.
Okay. So in Pittsburgh, there's a sandwich. It's very popular, but it's large Italian bread, like thick cut Italian bread.
Mm-hmm.
The meat, I think corned beef is probably the go-to. They have different options.
Your choice of meat.
Yeah. Coleslaw and French fries all together. And the way it got started. Yeah, the way it got started was these guys that worked in like the mills, the steel mills and stuff. They didn't have a lot of sitting down time, and so they put everything together for them.
It's easy
Yeah.
that way.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And now it's just popular.
Oh yeah. It's funny because the original location it's in this part of Pittsburgh called the Strip District.
Oh yeah.
And it's a very cultural
But it's like
neighborhood.
touristy now, isn't it? Isn't that where they put like that?
Super touristy on the
Yeah.
weekends, yeah. Because like now it's basically like an outdoor market.
Yep.
But the restaurant itself is such a hole in the wall that like when they opened one in my hometown of Moon Township, that's just so nice. It's like it doesn't feel right.
Yeah, it's not the right place.
Yeah. The floors are too clean.
That's the only problem I think that we have here in Florida. We don't have like that. There's some, but we don't have like that history of food. You know, like the same in my opinion.
No, it's true.
Some people may argue against that, but like, I don't know.
Well, it's even like where I was born in upstate New York. They have these hot dogs called Hoffman's, and they make a hot dog called a White Hot, and it's got like egg whites and veal in it. But it's, hey babe, what's the best hot dog you ever had?
Gosh, she really.
Talking about the White Hots.
Oh yeah, White Hot.
Okay, thank you.
She was almost there.
That's great.
Thanks, honey. In front of all my audience.
Man, you look like a fool.
Speaking of, have you ever had like those pink hot dogs? Like South Carolina, I had them a lot.
Yeah, like
pink.
snappers or.
I don't know what they call them, but they're pink.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty good. Wow. I'm getting hungry.
I think I'm past it. Like I don't even know if I. But yeah, I mean, if somebody put some bacon in front of me, I'd probably eat it.
No, I think I could eat. I don't want any more of that pizza though. No. I can't do that.
No, it's impressive that people are still eating it.
What's that?
Well, I mean,
the
yeah,
pizza.
good for them.
Pizza, cold pizza.
Well, good. Good.
Very good.
All right, we're getting ready to do a video in a minute, but before we do that video, you know, yeah, we're kind of in this, in these moments of passing some time. You know, but trying to have some level of connection to what we're doing here. I wonder what, like, individuals, and maybe this is a question I'll ask somebody, like, you and I were, we're talking about, like, food. We're talking about games we've played. We're talking about things we've experienced and we liked. You talk about the job. You know, like, you think about somebody who starts a substance at, like, 14, and then they're out there running from that age on. Like, I wonder, like, I'd be curious to hear their take. Like, do they have those experiences? And what those are like?
Yeah.
You know? Be interesting to know. That might be a question I ask today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because, I mean, honestly, like, for real, like, you and I, we're having fun. We legit just had a few minutes of fun playing Uno, doing it. But, like, if you don't have that stuff, you don't have this like, wonder if you feel left out, wonder if you feel, oh, man, like, does that cause you a moment of, like, sadness? Because you're like, I don't have that to share. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think even just having this moment of levity, and even playing a game here, like, I don't think it's lost on any of us what we're doing here. And the fact that, yeah, like we've just said, right, we have a church giving us power and all these things that we're able to do this in comfort, right?
My goodness, we brought our own coffee pot then.
Right. We're drinking coffee, and And so, and I think that's important. I think it's something that you have really prefaced going into this is we're in no way saying that we're
simulating
simulating homelessness or anything for the evening. We're truly doing this as just a really cool way to start awareness and conversations. And so, yeah, it's. I think it's just that power of community, even showing just everything we've done tonight. And
I think that might be a question I ask. Like, I gotta figure out the best way to ask that, but I might ask that today. Like, do you feel like you missed out on some of that stuff? You know? Yeah. All right, I think we're going to show a video. So let's show that video.
It's going to be a great one.
And then we'll get back at it here soon.
Absolutely.
Sound good? All right, great.
Hello, I'm Bruce Butt with CEO Union Gospel Mission Dallas. And I'm here with my friend Michelle. How you doing, Michelle?
I'm doing great.
Good.
I'm so looking forward to our conversation today and just love what you do.
Absolutely. Well, you know, I want to start off by just telling us, how did you get involved in this space of dealing with poverty and the homeless and the most vulnerable in our society?
Well, it was definitely a God thing. My story is that my grandfather passed away in 2006, and in 2005 rather, and I was really struggling with the loss of him. And a very good friend of mine said, Michelle, why don't you do something that he did in his life to carry on his legacy, to carry him on in you, right? And my grandfather was very active in his church, and through his church he was on the board of several nonprofits. So I said, I'm going to go, join a nonprofit board. And I went to my pastor at the time and I said, I would like to join a nonprofit board. And we spoke for a while, and a couple days later he got a call from another pastor who was leading a board called St. John's Shelter, and they needed board members. So my pastor called me and he said, how about St. John's? And I said, sure. It was the first thing that came up. I didn't really know much about homelessness, but I joined the board, and I could see really quickly that the board was did not have a business acumen at that point, and so I took it upon myself to recruit some more business-minded board members. And as I was touring with one of them in the late fall, actually December 1st, I got a call on my BlackBerry at the time. We had BlackBerries, right? And the board chair, who was a pastor, he said, Michelle, I think you're at the shelter right now. I need to let you know that the food truck is not coming because we hadn't paid our bill. We bounced 3 employees' payroll checks, and AT&T is about to turn off our phones, and the executive director at the time was on vacation for 2 weeks and not reachable. And so the work that I did, December was really not a busy month for me. We had just come off of a really busy time, so I went back to my boss at the time, and I said, Alan, this is what's happening. I feel like I need to step in. And he said, oh, take the month of December as vacation. I'll give it to you. I'll match your vacation so you can have the full month. And just go fix it and then come back on January 1. Well, I fell in love, and I never went back. I started officially at the beginning of January 2007, and served 13 years as the CEO of what was initially a 30-day emergency shelter, and became a 12 to 18 month program that transformed the lives of women, homeless mothers with children. Everything from mental health treatment to drug and alcohol treatment. I started 2 restaurants and a daycare program that were hands-on employment training programs for our women. We had all the transportation they needed. We built a fantastic child care program, and GED classes, and AA and NA on site, and Celebrate Recovery, and everything that these women and children needed to, once they exited St. John's, to be able to be self-sustaining, right? For the moms to be the primary providers of their families, because almost all of our mothers were single mothers. So it was a fantastic journey, 13 years. I never wanted to leave, but my husband took a job in the North Dallas area, so we packed up as a family and moved here in 2019.
Okay.
But I decided to write my book, Answers Behind the Red Door, Battling the Homeless Epidemic, just as a way to really share my 13 years of learnings. But also to, at that time, it was getting worse and worse, the homelessness, right? And people would say to me, I mean, as I would, go across the country, visiting DC and talking about policy and how to do things, people would say, why is it getting worse? And so, and is it fixable?
Right.
And so, not only did I want to share my learnings, but I wanted to give people the hope that this can be turned around, but also the roadmap to doing that.
So what's your key learnings from the book?
First and foremost is that human beings are designed for purpose. We are not designed to languish in a bed or languish in a apartment unit. We are designed to contribute, and we've got to. That has to be a fundamental tenet of what we do when we're helping the homeless to regain that purpose. You also need to understand that all human beings need community, and this whole notion, which is what our nation's public policy approach to homelessness has been, is we give them keys to a house,
right,
and that's it. There's no building of community. They don't become homeless because they have community. They've lost community. That's why they become, it's one of the big reasons why they become homeless. So we need to help them build community, and they can't do that in isolated housing units.
You think so more of a housing plus other things?
Absolutely, but I don't believe that it's not efficient, nor is it effective to deliver services in an individual housing unit, right? It's much more effective, just like you have here,
right,
to have a community of people and to deliver services to that community of people versus sending a mental health counselor across town to go see Mikey, and then that mental health counselor has to go across town to go see Tony, and then across town to go see Felicia, right? That's not an efficient way to deliver services. We need to start in communal, transitional environments, and maybe continue a little bit in an aftercare like setting in individual housing.
I know in your book you had a quote where you said, "Homeless don't need to be housed, but healed." Can you elaborate on that a little more?
Well, and that's my third thing that I was going to say on the learning, is that there's so many accompanying issues to homelessness, right? They're not, I'm really careful not to say underlying. Sometimes they're underlying, they precipitate homelessness. Sometimes they're a result of homelessness, but there are issues that need to be addressed nonetheless. Mental health, mental illness, drug and alcohol addiction, criminal histories, lack of high school diploma or GED. For the female population, largely domestic violence.
Right.
So these issues, handing someone a key to an apartment for life does not address those issues. And they're not going to be able to become productive and build the community and realize their full potential without services to help them heal from those issues and help them grow beyond what they were able to grow before entering the program, right?
So what are you seeing in terms of the landscape of poverty and those that are experiencing homelessness in our country now? And we know a lot of things that are taking place in DC and Tennessee and other major cities.
Well, first and foremost, if government data is really not adequate in any way, shape, and form. If you look at HUD data, HUD says there's about 900,000 homeless individuals across the country right now. if you look but the HUD data is based on modifying the federal government's definition of homelessness back in 2011. And when they did that, they effectively disqualified about 50 to 60% of homeless families. So you really have to look at the Department of Education that uses the fully intact definition. And if you look at the Department of Education, it says that it's about 2.3 million homeless K-12 students, which doesn't include the parent or the non-K-12 sibling. So my estimation is we're probably dealing with about a 2.6 to 2.7 million homeless population.
Right.
Then the other inadequacy in the data is that the government says only about 25 to 35% of the homeless are struggling with mental illness or addiction. And as you and I discussed, I know what your data is. It's very similar to mine. In our program, about 78% of our women were struggling with addiction. I think you said about 70.
Right.
About 77% with mental illness. I think you said a little higher than that. For our women, criminal histories, which make it difficult to get into housing. It makes it difficult to get jobs if you have a record, right? So you got to address those things. And about 65% had criminal histories, and about 55% did not have a high school diploma or GED. So all of those, and then I mentioned the domestic violence, right? The trauma from that. You serve veterans, the trauma from serving the country, the trauma that people experience when they live, homeless for such long periods of time. There goes our
and it's
sign.
windy.
And we are flexible, and we are able to sustain.
That will go viral all across the country.
That's right. So lots of issues that government data doesn't recognize, but us on the front lines, we recognize need to be addressed in order that someone can live his or her best life.
And I know for a period of time, as you were alluding to the fact that the definition of what it meant to be homeless changed. People, if you were in some kind of shelter or center, you were deemed not to be homeless anymore because you were being served. So you've probably taken close to half the people off that population.
Yeah, it's crazy. And the other thing is, if you're a single mother with children and you're paying for your own hotel room so you don't have to bring your children to the streets where it's horrible, but also where you could lose them, because if Child Protective Services finds out your kids are on the streets, they could take them, right? So if you're a single mother and you are scraping money by to stay in a hotel room, HUD says you're not homeless. But you know what? If HUD is paying for your motel voucher, you are homeless.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
Well, if anyone's paying a voucher for your monthly rent, in my opinion, you're homeless. Not to say that there aren't wonderful people that need a forever home, and I believe in a country as rich as ours, we should be able to take care of those dear people. But somebody has to work, right?
Yeah.
And we need to return as many people back to a life of independence,
productivity
on their own.
Yeah.
Oftentimes here at Union Gospel Mission Dallas, we serve 350 guys at our UGM Calvary place in our Union Gospel Mission Center. I hope about 120 women and children. And we'll say to the guys, okay, you can live with 300 other guys, or you can get a roommate. And you know what's happening, Michelle, a lot more and more now? The guys are saying, I'll take that one roommate. But at the same token, if I'm believing I'm going to get this magical voucher, and my own bachelor pad, and if I wasn't married, invite my babe over, if I can have it, I'd rather have that. But if I have to, I'll get a roommate. So it's having those conversations and honest dialogues with people, as opposed to telling people we've got an apartment for every person and the government's going to pay for it. Well, we are the government. We just like we are the church. We are the society, the community, and as many of us as possible need to work so that we can take care of the precious people.
That's right. Who really need it.
Who really need it.
Absolutely.
So homelessness, despite what we're hearing in some places, you think it's increasing or decreasing?
Oh no, it's increasing, and the new data came out a couple months ago. So since we've had this policy, which was instituted in 2013, of giving, the goal was to give everyone who struggles with homelessness keys to an apartment for life, with no conditions, no requirements such as sobriety, no requirements such as work ever, no requirements such as engagement in treatment services. Since we've had that policy in place, let me start by saying, when they put that policy in place, it was President Obama who said this would end homelessness in 10 years. We are 12 years later, homelessness is up almost 35% across the country. In California, the only state in the nation that followed the federal government in making this approach, the approach where you hand them keys to an apartment with no conditions. In that state, which they decided to follow the federal government in 2016, homelessness is now up since 2016 40%. It's been a massive failure because, again, the things we talked about earlier, right? Human beings need purpose, they need community, they need help with the issues that often accompany homelessness.
Yeah, and you think about a place like California and some other places, and I travel some, probably not as much as you, and I was in San Francisco a couple of years at a convention, and I was talking to one of the drivers, and they were saying average rent, $2,500, $3,000 for a one-bedroom apartment. Can you imagine trying to provide housing for people at price point? So, but we have hope, and we do this because we're called to it. So, and no one person has the answer. We have to do a lot of collaboration. So, what would be your parting words of encouragement and things that we all can do to at least do our part where we are throughout our wonderful country?
Well, I just want to say, up until about 30 years ago, homelessness was really left to the faith-based community to address and solve. And as they have in many other issue areas, the federal government slowly crept in, and now they've become the largest funder of homelessness. And in the last decade, largely under President Obama, they ostracized the faith-based community, which, by the way, government doesn't do a lot of things well, especially this, right? You do it well, your counterparts and the other missions do it well.
How are you about to find out?
And we really, it's one of the things I'm so excited about with the president's executive order about 6 weeks ago. Number one, he said we need to reprioritize to ensure that
where do I just on my, it's called a I know things.
Number two, we need to clear the encampment. And with the money,
my body is starting to feel sore.
Absolutely. But we need to get them into treatment facilities.
One of your sons got to
those who are
hang with our
so
dog for a few
sick,
minutes earlier.
they don't know how sick they are. There's a disease on top of mental illness.
I have Beckett and Banks.
Beckett and Banks. It's a deficit of self-awareness.
Younger or
right?
older?
So they're not going to self-select help.
I didn't see them in comparison, so.
For us to leave them on the streets to languish. So,
Wait, what are we doing?
The executive order, I call it, steers the battleship in the right
So we're
direction.
not talking right now?
Now, we need to build a lot more capacity for treatment and recovery
What grade do you
for the
teach?
homeless.
Second grade.
That's the charge ahead. But I'm
Big fan.
absolutely
Best
hopeful
grade.
it can be done.
You
I
like
love
it?
your program. I love
Yeah,
what
Hernando
you're
Christian
doing,
Academy.
And hopefully you will
How long have you
receive
been
now
married now?
under this
Almost 4 years in
administration
November.
and the EO, the faith-based community is going to be
So we're still basically newlyweds.
invigorated to
Like,
continue the
Get
work
out of
that they've been doing
newlywed
so well for
phase,
so long.
but you're like,
Prayerfully good partnership.
I don't
I'm
think
sure
call
you
that
agree with.
phase.
Faith-based and non-faith-based. as you
You're
saw.
not newlyweds, but you're not
And-
like,
and,
old
and
couple.
really, as
by no
faith-based
means.
organizations, we're just asking for a place at the
That's
table
cool.
to realize.
I've
that
heard tales of the
we all
seventh
have
year.
some value
That's
that we
being
can
like
add,
the-
and not any one organization.
Like, this is how you know you're gonna
approach
Make it.
Yeah,
is
even though I don't
100%
have any doubts
foolproof.
that's the
All of
truth
us
for
working
us,
together
but
can reach
You know,
something, can make
I don't
a
know. I can't
difference
remember. Let's see.
to the
How
ones we
old
come
am
in
I?
contact with.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm like
Well, I'm looking
nearly
forward to
40,
grabbing your
19 years
book
married.
and learning more about it. And now that I know that
Am
you're
I?
here in North Dallas, we'll be changed.
I'm already
We
40.
can figure out something else.
Oh crap, I am. I am 40. Because I was born in 84 and we're in 25. Oh my gosh.
When's your birthday? Commitment and dedication to helping those that are most vulnerable.
When is your birthday?
December.
When?
December 6th.
I'm the 15th.
Ah, that's
And his mom is the 6th. Or your dad? Or
3rd and 11th.
Oh, never mind. Who's the 6th? I don't know. You're the 6th.
Yeah, there we go.